past us is Cronin, who has a small lead over Kelly. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Kelly has a small lead. Kelly of Kinmare has that small lead over Cronin and Cork, but everybody's really together at the moment now. As I said, a time trial is very difficult to gauge. It's an all-out effort to the end, no matter what your position. It all goes down to the top 6 times, and they'll go through to the final 4 heats. Some real strong competitors here. But as I look across, literally at the 1,000-meter mark now, as they go through, everybody is within 3 lengths of each other. So all of these are together and they're pushing hard. The second heat is just about to get underway. 9:05 is that, so that's underway for the minute as we pass through now and they head into the last 1,000. There's definitely, looks like Cronin of Cork in lane 5 has a little lead over Kelly of Kinmare, and the other 4 rowers all together literally in a line stretched across. So as they head off into the distance, we'll leave them here.
So the first time trial on its way down to the finish now. Alan is going to hang out there at the 1,000-meter mark and just pick up some of the time trial races as they're passing to provide an update. And we'll pick up the racing then as they come in towards enclosure. So again, 4 time trials here in the men's intermediate single. The fastest 6 crews advancing on to the final later on this morning. So again, just a rundown of the first time trial. In lane 1 will be Kinmare Kelly, lane 2 Offaly O'Connor, lane 3 O'Donovan and McCarthy, lane 4 Commercial Neil, lane 5 Cork Cronin, and lane 6 UL Horan. So just coming up on about 500 to go. So less than 500 metres to go, they're coming into view here, and you can see it is Cork Cronin in lane number 5 and Kelly from Kinmare in lane number 1 on the far side. They're 1 and 2 at the moment. A little bit further back then to the scullers from Offaly, Castleconnell, Commercial and UL nearest to us. So down to about 250 metres to go. It looks like the leading crews, Cork and Kinmare, they're the 1 and 2, and finish line will be almost within sight for the guys in this first time trial of the men's intermediate single scull. Second race is underway, and we'll shortly go back up to Alan. He'll give us a live update as they go through 750 to 1,000 metres. But just looking at the crews here, the scullers approaching now down to about 200 to go, and it is still Cork Cronin and Kinmare Kelly. They're the 1 and 2, and Kinmare slightly there as they approach the last few hundred metres. So we're just going to see this, again looking for the fastest qualifying time here to advance into the final. So it is very possible that both these scullers will get a time that will qualify for them. So down, less than 100 to go. So we'll be winding up to the finish here in the men's intermediate single scull. Nearest to us, Cork Cronin on the far side, Kelly from Kinmare. And the photo finish might be used for the first race of the day as we approach here. It looks like Kinmare on the far side, Cork nearest to us, they're the 1 and 2, and then very little between the other scullers from Offaly, Castleconnell, Commercial and UL. We just wait for the official result there, and we're going to head back up now to the 1,000-metre mark and pick up race number 2, second race in the men's intermediate single. So we pick it up here again, and second race of the day, lane 1 Crean of Cork, lane 2 Kyo from Three Castles, Purdy of Queen's University, Ronaldson of UCD, Boat Club, O'Neill of ULRC and Colchester Sligo. And as they go through here, it looks like Crean of Cork has
has a length or two. Or sorry, excuse me, looks like College of Sligo has a length or two over O'Neill of ULRC. Some way back then to Queen's with the Three Castles Kyo, Three Castles back to the core sculler and back to the UCD sculler. So certainly this this time trial race a little more split up. College of Sligo and O'Neill of ULRC kind of have broken this up, but again, it's all down to the clock. So every one of these guys is fighting for a place in the final, top 6 to go through out of these 4 races. As they head off into the distance now with about 900 metres to go, it's College of Sligo and O'Neill of ULRC have lengths on the field, but as I said, it's still all to play for. They are up against the clock.
So time trial 2 just coming into view. Just a rundown again of the crews competing in this time trial. In lane 1, Cork Green. Lane 2, Three Castles Kyo. Lane 3, Queen's Purdy. Lane 4, UCD Ronaldson. Lane 5, UL O'Neill. And lane 6, Sligo College. And as they were coming through the 1,000 metres, Alan was updating us there that the 2 scullers from Sligo and UL are ahead of the remaining pack in the second time trial. They're just coming up now. About 700 metres to go, and again looking for that all-important qualifying time to advance on to the final later this morning. 2 more time trials come up after that, and then we'll be into the heat to the men's junior 18 Cox squads. 2 6-boat races with 3 crews to qualify from each for a 6-boat final. So 500 metre mark now is coming up for the intermediate scullers, and you can see nearest the enclosure in lane number 6 it's Sligo College. And right beside him in lane number 5, it's UL O'Neill. They look like the 1 and 2. And then a little bit further back to Three Castles in lane number 2 in this second time trial of the men's intermediate single. So it's not enough just to win your heat here, it is all against the clock, as Alan was saying, and the sculler from Sligo College keeps pushing right the way to the line here. They've gone now through 500 to go in the second time trial, so it is nearest to us, Sligo College, right beside the UL O'Neill. They're the 1 and 2, and Sligo still moving away from the sculler from UL. And some way back in the distance we can see the third time trial is already on its way down to us. So we'll get ready to head back up to Alan and keep an eye on the race approaching us here. But in the second time trial you can see nearest to us in lane 6, Sligo College, and beside him in lane number 5, UL O'Neill. They're the 1 and 2, and then a real tussle on between Three Castles and Queen's for their third place in the second time trial. So just head back up now to the third time trial. They're approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and we'll get an update from there.
So it's Brennan from Neptune with half a length over Lee Sheehan, and we're at about the 900 metre mark, and it looks like Sheehan of Lee is putting in a push. Brennan of Neptune looking very strong and relaxed. They have quite a few lengths over Patterson of Sligo, and then further back we have O'Callaghan of Lee. Lagan of Oliver is ahead of O'Callaghan there from Lee, but out front at the minute we have Sheehan and Brennan. That's from Lee Rowing Club and Neptune. They have quite a few lengths on Patterson of Sligo, and they have just about 950 to go now. So pushing out in front, Neptune, Brennan, Lee, Sheehan. But again, these guys look very strong and in control. If this was a heat, you wouldn't worry about them, but again, they do have to put the push down because there's only 6 places in this final coming up, race 219. That is at 11 o'clock, that's the final of the men's intermediate singles goal. They're all fighting for this. We have 1 more heat to go after this, and as they head off into the distance now, Sheehan has put about half a length into Brennan of Neptune. Sligo and Lagan are neck and neck there, fighting it for third place, and then slightly further back to O'Callaghan of Lee.
Sarah, you're wrong. There's a barrel number on this book. Okay. Well, there might have been there, but there wasn't. I never put it away. I can tell you there was.
Morning. Hi.
7,000.
7.
So coming into view now is the third time trial in the men's intermediate single sculls. Just a recap of the competitors here. 5 scullers racing. In lane 2, Lee Sheehan. Lane 3, Neptune Brennan. Lane 4, Sligo Patterson. Lane 5, Lee O'Callaghan. And lane 6, Lagan Oliver. 3 or 4 time trials. The other time trial already off the start. And we'll shortly know who the 6 competitors are with the fastest times advancing on to the final. And very close here in time trial 3. So Lee Sheehan and Neptune Brennan, and then nearest to us, Lagan Oliver also as well in the third time trial in the men's intermediate singles. They've gone through 500 to go, and again up against the clock here to see if they can qualify for the final later on this morning. So the 2 scullers from Lee and Neptune, they'll be helping each other out by having that competitive race on the far side, pushing each other to get that fastest time. A little bit further back then to the scullers from Sligo and Lee. So Neptune Brennan just putting a push on there as they come up to the last few hundred metres in this third time trial of the men's intermediate single scull. So you hear the encouragement from the enclosure. And centre of the course there in the green colours, it is Neptune Brennan leading from Lee Sheehan, and then Sligo Patterson, Lagan Oliver nearest to us, and somebody back then to the other sculler from Leo. But it is going to be Neptune Brennan, just coming up to the last few hundred metres, still pushing all the way to the line. As I said, not enough just to win the race, it has to get that qualifying time. So we'll see how Brennan from Neptune and Lee up. Sheehan there with 1 and 2, and very little then. The sculler from Lagan just putting a push on here now as they approach the finish. And we'll wait for the official times. And we'll make our way back up now to the 1,000 metre mark for the 4th time trial in the men's intermediate single.
Picking it up here with 900 gone, and we see a nice lead for more of Queen's University Boat Club. About a length and a half up on Flynn of Three Castles. Then it is a titanic struggle across on the enclosure side. Castleconnell, Broberg and Doyle of UCD. Feeling of commercial some way off the pace. But really here the UCD and Castleconnell both on the enclosure side in lane 5 and 6 are battling it out, and I think that's going to serve them well because these 2 lads keep going head to head. They're gaining seconds. That might see one or both of them move to the final. We've gone through with about 900 to go now, and they move off into the distance. Commanding lead by more of Queen's University Boat Club with Three Castles. Flynn, they have about 5 or 6 lengths over this battle between Broberg, Castleconnell and Doyle of UCD. They head off now, about 800 to go.
Okay, so maybe, yeah. Do you mean to replay or to watch it?
So the ball Saturday one was
okay, perfect.
the best one, so
right.
just, I don't know, do you want to...
just watch something else, did you?
Yeah, now is that... Did you want for today?
No, I remember, yeah, I don't. Once you switch off your thing, it's not picking up our sound, is it?
Okay. Just remember there's a microphone.
Oh, but it is picking up. Okay, we're alright. Good to know.
I could be out of the job very quickly.
Fourth time trial now in the men's intermediate single coming down to us. And again, 5 crews competing here. In lane number 2, Commercial Freedom. Lane 3, Three Castles Flint. Lane 4, Queen's Moor. Lane 5, UCD, Doyle. And lane 6, Castle Common, Froberg. So centre of the course, Queen's Moor, leading from Three Castles Flint. And Clearwater lead there for Queen's, centre of the course in lane number 4. And on the inside, Three Castles Flint. There's the 2 scullers, Clearwater lead in, and a little bit of a tight race there between UCD and Castleconnell for 3rd and 4th in this 4th time trial of the men's intermediate single. Down now to about 250 to go. And the times for the earlier races available online, so we'll be able to see how the previous races went, who our leading contenders are, and we have that top 6 times from the previous races in this race for our final of the men's intermediate single taking place later on this morning. So striking out, centre of the course, Queen's Moor, Clearwater lead over Three Castles Flint, they're the 1 and 2, and again quite a way back then to the scullers from Castleconnell and UCD in 3rd and 4th, and Commercial Freedom back in 5th. So last few 100 metres here, and again pushing all the time, Queen's Moor and Three Castles Flint. And this will complete the men's intermediate single, so we'll give a rundown then of the 6 crews, and we'll have the draw updated shortly. Just coming to the finish line, it is going to be Queen's Moor ahead there of Three Castles Flint. This will conclude the men's intermediate time trial. And next up then, we're going to head back up towards the start for Heat A of the men's junior 18 cock squads.
So we're back here on the lake, probably at around the 300 metre mark, watching the boats just get on the stake boats for the Heat A. So straight to the final here, the top 3 will be going. That final at 10 past 11. This is the men's junior 18 quad. These boats are real rockets when they get moving. So to run down on the 2 heats, Heat A, which is about to start in 2 minutes time, we have lane 1 Commercial, St. Michael's in lane 2, Lee in lane 3, Clonmel in lane 4, Muckers A in lane 5, and Shandon B in lane 6. So 3 to go through on this. We'll follow this. We'll probably give this 1,000 metres of commentary. Just watching it on the lake now. Perfect conditions down at the start. Really any ripple has gone out of the lake completely. Wind has died down. Not too warm. Perfect for these guys to produce the very best rowing that they can. Heat B, which will be coming up at 9:30, we'll see Skibbereen in lane 1, at Lone A in lane 2, at Lone B in lane 3, just to make it confusing for ourselves in commentary. Lane 4 we'll see Muckers B with the green and black attack of Neptune in lane 5 and Shandon A in lane 6. So that's the second heat coming up at 9:30. So we've just a minute to go. It looks like everybody's on the stake boats. We'll get back to this as soon as the starter says no.
Phone and a set of keys have been found. If the owner wants to call into the office, the regatta office to collect them.
So the roll call is on, the flag is up, and They're off, everybody. Looks like they're clean off the start. And as they come charging towards us now, certainly Muckers up here. Muckers 80 have a fantastic start off the line. St. Michael's also look like they've moved well. We're going to pick this up now, but as I look across, as they're coming towards us now with about 150 metres gone, Muckers really moving well. I see Lee are up there. Commercial slightly off, but definitely Muckers now have, Muckers A squad have stolen a mark on this straight from the off and challenged by St. Michael's now. We are just at about the 400 metre mark. Muckers have a length on the field at this stage. St. Michael's look comfortable, look very comfortable and strong. Actually, everybody is moving very well. We have, and as they just come up to 500 metre marks, I see now that St. Michael's are coming through Muckers and have taken canvas on them. All boats are together, bar Shandon B slightly off the pace at the back, but we've got fantastic racing. We've got 5 boats in the mix, all within, I would say, a length of each other. Commercial now closest to the launch here, just tailing off the back of those 4 boats. But at the moment, we've got St. Michael's charging on there. St. Michael's and Muckers, and not to be left out of it, Lee are putting a push on through the middle. Clonmel still in the mix.
Can we have the Queen's Cox of the women's novice squad to weigh immediately, please?
That 5th spot, but I mean, literally everyone is together. Everyone is within 3 lengths of each other. Bar Shandon B, who are slightly off the back. St. Michael's are moving beautifully through the water, but it's hard to pick. The commercial stroke looks across, just gauges where they are, and they're starting to put a bit of a push into that Clonmel squad. You seem to be losing a little bit of ground, but there's certainly 4, if not 5 boats all in the mix here. St. Michael's moving out well. Stroke man sitting up tall. The 3-man is just taking a look across, checking out where Muckers is, and they have taken about half a length on Muckers. Lee, slightly higher rate now than the rest of the crews around them, but they are moving very well, settled into that 3rd place. I see the 3-man in the commercial boat just looking around. They have half a length up on Shandon, or sorry, excuse me, on commercial, Clonmel at the minute, but pushing out as we are approaching, let me see, we're about to approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and I would have to say that St. Michael's have really taken control of this race. St. Michael's have taken control, and they look strong and they look steady, and it's Muckers in 2nd place, but they're being challenged hard by Lee, but about a length and a half down behind commercial, and not out of it yet are Clonmel. Now, as I said, 3 to go through here. That's 3 out of 5. That's any 3 out of 5. I'd have to put my money on St. Michael's staying in control of this. We've gone through 1,000 metres, there's 900 left. Steering has gone a bit off on the commercial boat. They've maybe lost a bit of distance on the Clonmel boat there now, just right beside the commentary launch here. They seem to be veering towards the bank, but out in front and in control of St. Michael's. But definitely with 3 places to go, that could be any 3, any 3 from 5, because Lee has started to come back on Muckers now. Whether the Muckers stroke and the Lee stroke man are in control of this and know that there's 3 to go through, and will stay ahead of Clonmel and commercial. Fingers crossed, but out in front and charging on and well in control now, having been kind of in 2nd place off the start. We've got St. Michael's looking beautiful now as they push towards the 500 metre mark. 2nd place, as we're going to leave it off here, 2nd place I'd say is Lee, 3rd place is Muckers, but they're certainly under pressure from Clonmel. Commercial has lost slightly and Clonmel are pushing through, so I'd say that 3rd spot is well up for grabs now at this stage. Brian, we're going to hand it back to you to call the finish.
Very exciting finish in prospect here as they're coming down to the 500 metre mark. It's St. Michael's leading in the 1st heat in the men's junior 18 Cox's squad. So St. Michael's in lane number 2, leading ahead of Lee and Muckross. Muckross leading off the 500 metre mark, but the St. Michael's crew have come through. Lee staying in touch with them now in the centre of the course. 3 crews to qualify out of the 6, so run down again. It is Commercial Lane 1, St. Michael's Lane 2, Lee Lane 3, Clonmel Lane 4, Muckross Lane 5 and Shandon B in lane number 6. And that's St. Michael's crew leading there ahead of Lee, just coming up now to about 400 metres to go. And these 2 crews from Muckross, Lee and St. Michael's look like they're in control here to take those 3 qualifying spots in the men's junior 18 Cox's squad. Second heat just getting ready up at the start now, but just coming down to the last 300 metres, St. Michael's leading in lane number 2 ahead of Lee. St. Michael's look like they're in control here, striding it out. Some nice rowing from St. Michael's and from Lee. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and then in the yellow colours, Muckross are currently in 3rd, holding off the challenge from the crews from Clonmel and Commercial and Shandon some way back. So 3 crews to qualify here for the final later on this morning, the men's junior 18 Cox's squad. It's still St. Michael's, some lovely sculling from the St. Michael's crews, and Lee keeping the foot onto the pedal there in 2nd place, looking to qualify. So St. Michael's from Lee, from Muckross. Quick lance around the shoulder from the bowman from Muckross to spot where that finish line is to take that all-important 3rd qualifying spot. So it is going to be crossing the line. St. Michael's ahead of Lee, and Muckross coming up now to take that 3rd qualifying spot ahead of Clonmel, Commercial and Shandon. So great race there from the 3 crews qualifying in the 1st heat. 2nd heat, so Heat B is already underway. We'll head back up now to the start to get a rundown of the crews and an update on for Heat B of the men's junior 18 Cox's squad.
So the 2nd heat now of the men's junior quad is underway, and we're at about the 7:50 mark, and they are charging towards us in lane 1 Skibbereen, in lane 2 at Lone A, in lane 3 at Lone B.
I need to go down to the
Lane
opposite
4
side.
sees Muckers B with lane 5 Neptune and Shandon A in lane 6 now coming towards us. Showing at the moment, looks like at Lone A, who have stolen the march on the field. At Lone A and Shandon A seem to be the ones up at the moment. Now we're at around the 7:50 mark, but looking at this now in excuse me, this is, yes, at Lone A as they pass us. At Lone A have stolen a complete march on the field, and at Lone B are still in the mix as well. So the 2 at Lone crews now under a bit of pressure. We have Shandon A and Skibbereen as they pass us now. At Lone A have a beautiful lead. Skibbereen are just pushing through into 2nd place, and we're at now 800 gone. Looking across, it's at Lone B and Shandon A with some distance back now, about 2 lengths back from Muckers, and Muckers and Neptune are duking it out there for the 5th and 6th spot. Well in control now as they come up on the 1,000-metre marks. We have at Lone A who are rowing superbly. Skibbereen have really come back into it. They were down a bit. At Lone B under a bit of pressure. I would say, calling it now at the 1,000-metre mark, it's any 1 from 4 at Lone A and B. Shandon and Skibbereen with some way back then to Muckers and Neptune, who are hammering and going at each other, hammer and tongs there. It seems that Muckers have about half a length on the Neptune quad, but up front at the sharp end we have a beautiful display by at Lone A, with at Lone B in 4th place. Now this is going to be a battle for that 3rd spot. Skibbereen, Shandon A and at Lone B are really duking it out, and there is, I would say, a length between the front of the Skibbereen boat and the tail end of the at Lone B boat. But at Lone A are savaging this heat. They are commanding this now, with Skibbereen, I would say, in 2nd and Shandon A in 3rd. This one has really go down to the wire. There's a slight bit of fade from the at Lone B. They're losing a little bit of ground. The Skibbereen squad have picked it up and are moving away. I would say they would have maybe half a length, maybe a little more over the Shandon A crew. At this stage now, the at Lone B crew who held in there for so long in the mix. They are losing ground on the Shandon crew in third, but as I say that, I just see a rate increase there. There's about 750 metres to go, but this thing isn't over yet. Further on back, Neptune have got Muckers back to canvas in the battle there for 4th and 5th. But Shandon, much lower rate than at Lone B at the minute. At Lone A, still charging away. Brian, we're going to let you call this, but this is going to be a battle for that third spot between Lone B and Shandon.
Thank you, Alan. So the men's junior 18 cock spot, Heat B on its way down to us again. 3 crews to qualify here for the final, and out there by some considerable lead. It is the crew from Athlone. Athlone A in lane number 2, leading ahead of Skibbereen in lane 1. The other Athlone crew, Muckross, Neptune and Shandon some way back. So again, 3 crews to qualify here. The final later on this morning, as we can see the winners from Heat A, St. Michael's, just passing us here to come into the slipway. And they'll have a glance over to see their main competitors for the final of the men's junior 18 cocks. So quad Athlone A, a lot of the scullers from Athlone involved in our international races earlier on this season. So it is going to be Athlone, Skibbereen and Shandon. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in Heat B. As they approach just about 250 to go. So unlike the earlier races, the time trials, here it is just about those top 3 positions to advance on to the final for a 6-boat final later on this morning. So it is again some fantastic rowing here from the Athlone crew. Including that is the winner of the men's junior scull from yesterday. Very exciting finish right on the photo finish on the line. So it is Athlone Clearwater lead ahead of Skibbereen and Shandon, and it does look like that Skibbereen crew are just keeping an eye on things here. They know there's a qualifying spot. So Athlone really putting their mark on this race, just coming up to the finish line. It is going to be Athlone. Skibbereen just keeping an eye on the crews beside them, the other Athlone crew and Shandon, but it looks like Skibbereen for the second qualifying spot ahead of Shandon nearest to us. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the men's junior 18 cocks quad. Second heat just completing there, so we'll have a look and see at our 6 crews advancing on to the final from Heat A. It was, of course, St. Michael's who took the win there, and in Heat B, Athlone A just taking a very good win there in the second heat. Next up is going to be a series of time trials in the women's junior 18 double sculls. And the junior 18 doubles should just be on the stake boats now. So we'll head back up and get a rundown. And for these time trials, we're just going to keep an eye on the crews as they pass the 1,000 metre mark, and we'll get an update and catch them up again on the run into the finish. So we'll head up now for first time trial in the women's junior 18 double.
So race 209, we have the women's junior 18 double time trial again. So we have the top 6 boats out of the next 4 races go through to the final. That's 11:30, race number 222. In this first time trial, we've got Skibbereen, Lee Valley, Carlow A, Shannon, Cork and New Ross B. That's set to go just in 2 minutes time at 9:40. Oh, sorry, I think they must have jumped on the free time slot because everyone's there and they happen to be underway, and they are just about to come into view now. They're through the 500 metre mark now in this first heat, and it is Shannon, Carlow and Lee Valley and Skibbereen that seem to be all pushing each other here. Slightly further off the pace we've got Cork, and then further back again New Ross. But 4 boats now really pushing on, and we're about 600. We're going to follow this up to about the 1,000 metre mark again. This is a time trial, so the top 6 boats from the 4 races will go through. So every second counts, every stroke counts here. The Skibbereen bow girl there just looks across. They've got 3/4 of a length over the Lee Valley squad, who are absolutely neck and neck with Carlo, and then it is literally half a canvas back to Shannon. So some fantastic racing here. Dow and Skibbereen really just keeping an eye on things. Again, I suppose there's a mentality here that you've got to pull every stroke, whether you're in third, fourth, fifth, or sixth in these. Every second counts, and the top 6 times will go through. But Skibbereen and Lee Valley are now just pushing out. There's about 700 metres gone. Skibbereen do still have that 3/4 of a length lead over Lee Valley. Carlo slightly losing ground a bit on Shannon, but those 4 boats now are well in front. As I look back behind me, Cork and New Ross battling it out there, quite a distance back. But certainly I'd say Skibbereen and Lee Valley are putting a real push down here, but I'd say Shannon are coming back into this a bit further. Carlo Way starting to feel the heat, but the 3 boats now as they go through the 1,000 metres, Skibbereen, Lee Valley, Shannon and Carlo Way slightly losing a bit of distance on this. So just a little bit of drama at the 1,000 metre mark. The Shannon girls, after giving it everything, have ended up in the water. Both.
Oh, in the water. Yeah. I see them.
Rescue is there. They're sitting on the boat and having a good laugh about it. So a good story to tell. Rescue boats all around. They're surrounded by 3 boats and they're both laughing it off. So good story to tell, unfortunately, for the Shannon girls in this first heat of the women's junior 18 double sculls.
So unfortunate to see there the double scull from Shannon turning over. We had a sculler turnover yesterday who promptly got back into the boat and completed her race. So hopefully the double scull from Shannon are okay there. So again, this is the first time trial of the women's junior 18 double. 6 crews were on the way, 5 going to complete, and on the lane 1 it's Skibbereen, lane 2 Lee Valley, lane 3 Carlo, lane 4 Shannon, who are indisposed at the moment, lane 5 Cork and lane 6 New Ross. And again with these time trials, 6 fastest doubles looking to move into the final. On the far side it is Skibbereen, and right beside them Lee Valley. They're the 1 and 2. Of course, Lee Valley picking up the win in the women's junior single yesterday. And just staying in touch with them is the crews from Carlo. So 1, 2 and 3, and some way back then to the crews from Cork and New Ross, as they've gone through, well through 500 now, about 400 to go. And very little between the 2 crews on the far side between Lee Valley and Skibbereen. And again with these time trials, it's always good to have a crew beside you that can push on, but what you don't want is to take things easy. You want to race right the way to the line to get that fastest qualifying time, and that's exactly what these crews are doing. So Lee Valley and Skibbereen battling it out first and second here in the first time trial of the women's junior 18 double. And of course the second time trial will be on hold while we help out the Shannon double and open up the course again. Real tussle here now between Skibbereen and Lee Valley. Very little between the 2 crews as they approach, about 100 metres to go. And again, it's not about the qualifying positions, it's all about the time here. And a nice push from Lee Valley. Really long strokes from the scullers from Lee Valley. And big finish sending the boat away there. And it looks like Lee Valley just in the last couple of strokes have taken a little bit of a lead over Skibbereen ahead of Carlo. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in the first time trial of the women's junior 18 double. It's going to be Lee Valley. We'll wait for the official result, of course, but from here it does look like Lee Valley ahead of Skibbereen. and Carlo. They're the 1, 2 and 3. The rescue launch up on the course. Looks like they have helped the Shannon double move off now, so we'll have this next time trial underway. But just to recap there, time trial 1 in the women's junior 18 double. First across the line, it looked like Lee Valley from Skibbereen and Carlo, and then the Cork and New Ross crews just coming in to complete the first time trial. So Cork and New Ross just coming up to complete the first time trial, and looking up the course, it does look like the Shannon double have gotten back into their boat, and they are going to roll down, which is great to see. So once we have the green light, we'll know that the Shannon double are back in the water and paddling down to us here, and we head back up. The second time trial should be getting ready at the start now for the second time trial, the women's junior 18 double.
So back on the water here now, and the still conditions are pretty nice, and heat number 2 is coming towards us here. We are at the 600 metre mark. There seems to be a bit of traffic on the, some traffic on the course now. It's getting the wrath of the umpires, but in this heat we have lane 2 Workman's lane 3 Castleconnell B, Muckers in lane 4, Commercial in lane 5 and Castleconnell A in lane 6, and coming towards us here now. It's with about 600 gone. We have, I would say, Muckers Commercial and Castleconnell A look like the 3 boats in control of this. The Muckers boat has about a length and a half now over the over Castleconnell A, with Commercial in third under a little bit of pressure from the Workman's boat. This is on the near side, Castleconnell B, then a few lengths off the pace. So 600 gone. The girls really driving it on now in the Muckers boat. Commercial in third place, starting to put the Castleconnell A crew under a little bit of pressure. Not too far back to the Workman's crew, but there's a real high rate and a nice sit up on that Muckers boat. Again, they're fighting for time here, so every second counts, every stroke counts. That Commercial crew are moving nicely, but I'd say the best looking crew out there, the steadiest crew, are the crew out in lane 6, and they're currently in second place. That's the Castleconnell crew, but they look really nice, really together, really strong through the water. But the Muckers crew, just sheer power and grit. Both a bit unbalanced, but they're certainly putting a lot of power through the water, and the rate is nice and high. As this race goes on, I would think that Castleconnell crew, who are over on the enclosure side, might push through on this. But certainly, with a bit of a fight back now, the Commercial crew is in the Workman's crew. That's there in lane 2. That's on the far side as you look across from the enclosure. But that Workman's crew have really put some a few lengths back into the Commercial crew, and they're under a bit of pressure now. Muckers still out in front. We have the Castleconnell A crew in that, holding that second spot. Workman's pushing through now, but certainly who have come from well off the pace is the Castleconnell B crew, and they're pushing back. They're coming back on Workman's, and they're coming back on Commercial as well. We're coming up to the with about 600 metres to go. Out in front at this stage, the Muckers crew, but that Castleconnell A crew still rowing very well. It'll be great to see them in the final. Commercial have pushed out again, and they're back in control, holding that third place on a real battle royale now. Castleconnell A versus Workman's. We'll turn back and we'll head to see what's happening in the 4th heat in this women's junior 18 double show. So
go through 1,000 metres in time trial 2, the women's junior 18 double. Just to recap, in lane 2 Workman's, lane 3 Castleconnell B, lane 4 Moncross, lane 5 Commercial, and lane 6 Castleconnell A. And for those of you down at the finish, you can see on the far side the Shannon double, who unfortunately turned over back in their boat and making their way down to the finish. So well done to them. Great to see them back in the boat and completing their race as part of time trial number 1. Time trial 2. It is coming into view now. They've gone through, they've about 750, 800 to go in 2 or 4 time trials in the women's junior 18 double scull. And it looks like the crews from Moncross and Castleconnell A nearest to the enclosure leading at the moment. And again, qualifying times, not positions here, are all important in the women's junior 18 double sculls. And 2 of the time trials, this is the second time trial of 4. And just looking at the crews as they come towards us now. Castleconnell nearest to us in lane 6. And the crew from Moncross, centre of the course. So centre of the course there in lane number 4, it is Moncross in the yellow colours leading. Nearest to us, Castleconnell A there, the 1 and 2, and then very little between the other crews from Workman's, Castleconnell B and Commercial back in 3rd, 4th and 5th in the second time trial of the women's junior 18 double. But out there leading and pushing all the way to the line to get that fastest time, it is Moncross from Castleconnell nearest to us. The third time trial, you can see in the distance, they are going through the 500 metre mark, and we shortly go back for an update there. But it is going to be Moncross making use of this tailwind now. The wind has picked up slightly, as you can see. So a nice tailwind to push the crews along as they come into the last few hundred metres. So Moncross, centre of the course, leading in the second time trial of the women's junior 18 double sculls, ahead of Castleconnell A, nearest to us. And the crews then from Workman's, Castleconnell B and Commercial battling it out for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But Moncross, last few strokes for this double from Moncross in the second time trial of the women's junior 18 double. Some nice row from the girls from Moncross ahead of Castleconnell. They're the 1 and 2. And their times we added to the previous race. And we'll head back up now towards the 1,000 metre mark or 500 metre mark for time trial 3 of the women's junior 18 double sculls.
Well, we take this race up at the 700 metre mark, and we're now at the 1,000, and still out in front and commanding this race is Lee. But there's been a bit of Carrick have held second place, but certainly this 3rd and 4th and 5th spot are up for grabs at the moment. To give you a rundown, lane 2 New Ross, lane 3 Lee, lane 4 Carlow, lane 5 Offaly, and Carrick are on the enclosure side. But well out in front and winning command of this now are Lee. They do look strong, and they've led this 500 metres now that we've been at this, and they have length on the field. But Carrick have put a little bit of a push into Offaly. That Offaly crew, they were well down when we picked them up, but they have really moved back in. But New Ross in 4th place, still not out of it, and then about a length and a half back to Carlow B. But having miles on the field now, this lead crew. Hopefully they don't ease off. Hopefully they keep the pressure up. We're at about 750 to go now. They have commanding lead on the field. As I look across, it's still as it was. It's Lee with Carrick in 2nd, Offaly in 3rd, New Ross in 4th, and they're holding a lead over Carlow in 5th. And as they move off towards the finish, Lee are going to cross the line first, but hopefully they keep the pressure on and will make that final.
the draw for some of the races competed in the time trials and heats earlier on have been made, so they're being updated now. The men's junior 18 cock squad final is going to be between Muckross, Skibbereen, St. Michael's, Athlone, Lee and Shandon, so that update on your programs now. Back to the racing here. It's the third or fourth time trials in the women's junior 18 double scull. 5 boats on the way down to us here: New Ross, Lee, Carlow, Offaly and Carrick. Lane number 2, the crew from CRCC. Nearest to us, the crew from Lee, and nearest to us is Carrick. They look like the 1 and 2. And again, time trial events here. No semi-finals with the crews, just cutting down the number of races, so the fastest boats advancing on to the final. And the wind, nice tailwind there picking up. Still manageable for the crews, so nothing too hard to deal with. And in the distance we can see the 4th time trial on its way down as well. But leading there in lane number 2 it is Lee. And nearest to us the crew from Carrick, they're the 1 and 2. And again, very close then for 3rd and 4th between the remaining crews from New Ross, Carlow and Offaly. But pushing on towards the line again, it is the crew from Lee in the 3rd time trial of the women's junior 18 doubles. They've got about 100, 150 to go. Really making use of that tailwind there, pushing them on to that fastest qualifying time. And we'll shortly know who the 6 fastest doubles are going to be moving on to the final later on this morning. So all the way to the line, this Lee double pushing very comfortably ahead, but still pushing to the line with every stroke. And again, some fantastic rowing from the Lee scullers as the double just approaches the finish line ahead. Nearest to us is going to be Carrick, and then the scullers from New Ross, Carlow and Offaly. So across the line there first was Lee, and that was time trial 3 of the women's junior 18 double. So Lee crossing the line there first. We're going to head back up now to the 4th and final time trial of the women's junior 18 double, which is coming into view. We'll get an update now.
Through 1,000 metres, and it's Belfast with a distance on the field here. Belfast girls looking really strong and really steady now. There'll be some final coming up involving the last couple of crews that I've seen between Belfast and Lee.
Let me know.
That is going to be some head-to-head now. These Belfast girls just finished off this 750 metres. They have a distance, and it's a bit of a way back to a bit of a battle now. We have Clonmel, Glashnacarba, B squad, and Shandon all in the mix, with the Glashnacarba A crew slightly down, a few lengths down. But the battle here really is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th spot, even though I suppose it's a time trial, but they'll push themselves towards the finish. The Belfast crew are racing away with this and look really strong. But as they move away from us now, the Belfast crew have a distance over Clonmel, Glashnacarba B crew, Shandon, and then a few lengths back to the Glashnacarba A crew.
Just another draw that has been made is the final of the men's intermediate singles, again coming from the time trials earlier on this morning. This race coming up shortly, and in the men's intermediate single it is going to be Kenmare Kelly, UL O'Neill, Sligo College, Neptune Brennan, Queensmore and Cork Cronin, and the men's intermediate single. But back here coming into view now is the 4th time trial of the women's junior 18 double sculls, and again 5 crews competing here: Clonmel, CRCC B, Belfast, CRCC A and Shandon. They're the 5 crews, and you can see centre of the course leading by a considerable distance. Almost looks like 2 races that it is. the crew from Belfast Boat Club in lane number 4. Centre of the course, leading out this time trial here in the women's junior 18 double scull. So we saw in the previous races as well the crews from Lee and Moncross again had open water leads here, so safe to say hopefully that they will make it on to the final. Those times will be combined and available shortly, and we'll know who our fastest 6 crews are. Centre of the course, Belfast Boat Club. Again, pushing all the way, very clean rowing here. That tailwind hopefully won't affect too many of the crews on the way down. And they will make use of the little push that's helping them towards the finish line. Some fantastic racing here in the women's junior 18 doubles, so we're going to see some great final later on, I think, once those fastest 6 crews are combined. So still pushing all the way and winding it up, it is the crew from Belfast Boat Club approaching the last few strokes here, and they have, easily a 100 metre lead, just coming up to the finish line now, ahead of the crews from Clonmel and CRCC and the crews from Shandon as well. Some great encouragement here from the non-spectators to close out the women's junior 18 doubles. So Belfast and the crew from Clonmel just coming up now to take second ahead of the crew from CRCC, and then a little bit further back to the crews for CRCC and Shandon as well. So this closing out now the women's junior 18 double sculls. Clonmel just coming up to cross the line, and the crew from CRCC. So we shortly have the 6 fastest boats from those series of time trials, and we'll know who our final are. The next series of races, the men's senior pair, and the heats are not taking place, so it is actually a straight final later on in one of the last races of this morning's session. But coming up, we have the last heats before we move on to the finals for today. This morning's session, they're going to be the heats of the women's intermediate pairs. 3 crews to qualify for a 6 boat final. In Heat A, we will have Commercial and UIG, Shandon and UL. And in Heat B, it will be St. Michael's, Skibbereen and UIG and Shandon. And again, 4 boats in each of the heats, with 3 to qualify for that 6 boat final. So we'll have a little bit of a break here. As I said, the men's senior pair is not taking place, and next up is going to be those heats of the women's intermediate pairs. After that, we're into a run of finals before our lunchtime break. And the finals coming up are the women's novice cox squad, the men's intermediate single, the men's junior 18 cox squad, men's junior 19 cox squad, no race taking place. And then we have that final of the women's junior 18 double, the women's junior 19 double, men's senior pair, men's novice cox squad, and the men's intermediate pair to close out the session this morning.
jumping in here. It seems that with all crews ready to go, the starter has called it early. So this is race 215, the Heat A of the women's intermediate pair. Commercial, NUIGA, Shandon and ULRC, and there is 4 boats with 1 to get dropped in this, 3 to go through to the final, and that final is the 12 race 226, so that was the final of this. So 4 boats, the cruelest way of racing, 1 to get dropped out of this heat and 3 to go through. Now we are just at the 150-metre mark. All boats moving well, all boats within 2 lengths of each other. ULRC had a better start, but Commercial have, certainly in just a couple of seconds we were looking at them, Commercial have stolen half a length, or have stolen a length on them. So ULRC had the fastest start, Commercial have rode through, so it's now, I would say Commercial are up about a canvas on ULRC, but still in the mix, Shandon B and NUIG. So actually the whole field has come back together. We're just looking up here, coming to the 500-metre mark. I'd say Commercial have a canvas over ULRC, and it's back to Shandon, and then it's back to NUIG. But there is nothing. There's a 2.5 lengths in the entire field now. This certainly is the cruelest of all, with just 1 boat to get dropped out of this. The other 3 will move through to the final. As we go through 500, Commercial have increased that lead, and Commercial now have about 3/4 of a length over ULRC and Shandon, and half a length then over NUIG. The Commercial girls both really not sitting up too well, but they are putting beautiful power through the water. Struggling a bit now with balance at 700 metres of the Commercial crew, but they are still up. They're still up on the ULRC crew. ULRC holding a length and a half over Shandon, and NUIG are pushing back. Still all to play for now. Until this field is together, there is about 4 lengths in the entire field with 1 boat to get dropped. I would say ULRC are slightly coming back. ULRC seems to be sitting that boat up a little better. Commercial putting great power through the water, but on the far side, that's on the enclosure side from us here, I would say they are now neck and neck. ULRC have come back on Commercial, and they are starting to put clear water between themselves and Shandon. Now Shandon, who were in 3rd place and who were well up on NUIG, have either lost that length, or NUIG have put on a real push, and NUIG, I would say they're neck and neck. The real battle here is for that 3rd spot, and I'd say NUIG are looking the stronger. They are starting to row through Shandon. That Shandon B crew had a great start. They were up in the mix, and they were well up on NUIG, but NUIG have put a real push together, and now they have, I would say, half a length on that. Still out in front, but not a huge amount in it. That Commercial crew still having trouble sitting that boat up, but I think their power is getting them through. They have put another push on, and they have silenced the challenge, I think, from ULRC. ULRC were rowing through Commercial, but Commercial responded very well, and I'd say Commercial are back up, and they could be back up to a full length. The field is really still together now, and I'd say the best performers in this whole race now to date are NUIG, who came from that 4th position, who came from about 3/4 of a length down on Shandon, and are now a full length up on Shandon. NUIG commanding that 3rd place and moving quite well, and I'd say that Shandon crew could be tiring. NUIG in 3rd place look very strong. It took them a while to get into their stride. Still out in front, that Commercial crew, and still leaning over onto the outside a bit, but they are still in control. You can't argue with the result. ULRC in that 2nd place. Commercial still holding that top spot, and as we look across there, I would say NUIG have moved to a length and a half over Shandon. Shandon could be the unlucky ones in this heat. We're going to let Brian call this one home, but as they move away from us, I'd say approaching the 500 metres to go, it's Commercial on the far side from the enclosure, ULRC on the enclosure side, and NUIG now look like they're in control over that Shandon place, that Shandon crew. There is 3 to go through and 1 to get dropped out of this one. Over to you, Brian.
Our final heats of this morning's session are the heats of the women's intermediate pairs. And again, just to recap, the Heat A is Commercial, NUIG, Shandon and UL. And off of the start is Heat B between St. Michael's, Skibbereen, NUIG and Shandon. 4 crews in each of the races with just 3 to qualify. And the 500 metre mark now is in sight for the crews here in the intermediate pairs. So in lane number 4, UL, looks like they're nearest to us. And the crew in lane 1 as well from Commercial. And then the crews from NUIG and Shandon. So about just 500 metres to go, coming into view in the last series of heats of this morning's session, the women's intermediate pair. Commercial on the far side, nearest to us, UL. They look like the 1 and 2, and the crew from NUIG staying in touch, and Shandon somebody back in 4th place at the moment. So again, 3 crews to qualify here, and the pairs will be looking, the leading pairs will be looking left and right just to make sure that they're in control here, keep the rowing clean, and handle that tailwind that's there, make sure they're not going to run into any trouble over the last 200 metres as they approach the finish. Down now to about 300 to go. Very little between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Nearest to us, it is the UL crew. A number of wins for UL yesterday in the first day of racing. So UL nearest to us. On the far side, Commercial, they're the 1 and 2. NUIG staying in touch in 2 and 3. And the Shandon crew looking like they might be the pair that won't be advancing on to the 6th boat final later on. So UL, they look in control, nice low rate, strong rowing from them. A little bit more competitive then on the far side between NUIG and the crew from Commercial. Shandon now trying to put on a big finish here to see if they can put pressure on any of the crews to get that 3rd qualifying spot in Heat A of the women's intermediate pair. But on the far side, Commercial, they've decided that they want to push this right towards the line. So it's Commercial and UL. They're the 1 and 2. NUIG in 3rd place at the moment. They look like the 3 crews that are going to qualify for the final. And at finish line just come up in sight now. And the 2 crews from Commercial and UL in control of this heat of the women's intermediate pairs. So just crossing the line there to close out Heat A. And our final heat of this morning's session is going to be Heat B of the women's intermediate pair. Again, a 4-boat race with 3 crews to qualify. So we'll head back up towards the start and get an update on that race.
So just going through the 1,000 metres, and this heat looks much more clear cut than the last one did. We have 3 boats in a line across St. Michael's, Skibbereen and Shandon A, literally neck and neck as you go through 1,000 metres, and I think they've taken the pressure off because unfortunately the NUIG B crew are some distance back. Looks like these women are saving the energy for the final, but literally blanket across these 3 boats of St. Michael's, Skibbereen and Shandon A, just tipping along as they move away from us now. They have about 900 to go. They have a distance over the NUIG crew. These 3 barn disaster will all go through, and it doesn't look like they're racing at the minute. They're just saving their energy. Smart from these women who will go to the final at 12 today, our last race before the lunch break.
So coming into view now is the last heat of this morning's session. It is Heat B of the women's intermediate pairs, a 4-boat race with 3 crews to qualify again here. And it looks like just to give you the lineup again, on the far side it is St. Michael's in lane 2, Skibbereen in lane 3, NUIG in lane 4, and Shandon in lane number 5. This is EP of the women's intermediate pairs. 3 crews to qualify, and it does look like St. Michael's, Skibbereen and Shandon are in control here to take those 3 spots. So this would be a nice position to be in for those leading pairs coming down. They get a nice warm up in this race without the pressure of the qualifying spot. So these 3 crews see the race tactics here. Some crews will keep pushing for the line to get that first place. A little bit of a psychological boost. Others will just conserve energy, get a nice roll, confident roll in behind them before they move on to the final later on this morning. Our last heat of this morning session, and then we'll run into the finals. 8 boats, 8 finals later on this morning to close out the Saturday morning session, so 8 championships to be determined as we watch very little between these 3 pairs. All 3, barring a disaster in the last few hundred metres, will qualify for the final. On the far side it is St. Michael's, and then the crew from Skibbereen and Shandon, and NUIG, apologies, it's NUIG, so further back there. So again, maybe a push for bragging rights here, and a little bit of a psychological boost, as I mentioned. Who's going to get the first qualifying spot? And it is St. Michael's on the far side, Shandon nearest to us, and Skibbereen. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and NUIG some way back in 4th place. So some nice rowing here, in control of 3 pairs in the last few hundred metres. St. Michael's on the far side, Shandon nearest to us, Skibbereen just staying in touch there, and these crews know that they have done enough to move on to the final of the women's intermediate pairs later on this morning. So finish line in sight, just a little squeeze on there from Shandon to move up ahead of the St. Michael's crew, but we'll wait for the official results to come through. St. Michael's, Shandon and Skibbereen, the 1, 2 and 3, with NUIG just coming in to close out the second heat. So second heat of the women's intermediate pairs just concluding there, and now we're into our series of finals to close out this morning's session. And the first final of today is going to be the final of the women's novice cock squad. And we'll head up to the start now to get the rundown of the crews and maybe an update on the conditions as well. So over to you at the start, Ellen.
So from a flat calm morning, there is a slight tailwind at the minute. Nothing to, certainly there's been plenty of rougher conditions yesterday, but it certainly has picked up a small bit from this morning, from the beautiful flat calm conditions this morning. But we're all set to go on the first final now. It's not due till 10:40, so another 20 minutes. Sometimes the starters have been, if all crews agree and are at the stake boats, they have been agreeing to a couple of minutes early start, but there's probably another 10 or 15 minutes at least before this thing gets off. First final of the day, the women's novice cock squad, and we have a commercial stacked field. We have commercial in lane 2, commercial A, lane 3, commercial C, Queen's University in lane 4, Neptune in lane 5, and commercial B in lane 6. So that's the lineup for the first final of the day in day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championship. It's the women's novice cock squad.
Alan, I can give you the next race. So the men's Junior 18 Cox qualifying is already over. So men's Junior 18 Cox's squad in lane 1, Emma Cross. In lane 2, Skibbereen. In lane 3, St. Michael's. In lane 4, Athlone. Lane 5, Mead. Lane 6, Shannon. So just to recap there, lane 1, Cross. Lane 2, Skibbereen. Lane 3, St. Michael's. Lane 4, Athlone. Lane 5, Mead. Lane 6, Shannon. 222, Women's Junior 18 double sculls. Lane 1, Harlow. Lane 2, Skibbereen. Lane 3, Lees Valley. Lane 4, Belfast Sportsville. Lane 5, Killeen. Lane 6, Shannon. Women's Junior 18 doubles to recap. Lane 1, Harlow. Lane 2, Skibbereen. Lane 3, Lees Valley. Lane 4, Belfast Sportsville. Lane 5, Lees. Lane 6, Shannon. Over.
Alan, could you please say the next race and the date again?
So each finals are going to be coming up to close out this morning's session on day 2 of the championships. And our first final of this morning is going to be the women's novice cox squad, a 5-boat race between Commercial A, Commercial C, Queens, Neptune and Commercial B. After which we'll have the final of the men's intermediate single and then the men's junior 18 coxless quad. And all those draws and the draws for the remaining finals for this morning have been made and are available on the link to the results website, so we'll be able to see, including the draw just made for the women's intermediate pair. We saw the heats taking place, and that'll be our last final of this morning's session. And a 6-boat race there between Lane 1 NUIG, Lane 2 St Michael's, Lane 3 UL, Lane 4 Shandon, Lane 5 Commercial and Lane 6 Iberine. That's the draw just made for the women's intermediate pair. But next up is that final of the women's novice cox squad, a straight final here. 3 crews from Commercial up against Neptune and Queens. So the statistics stacked for the Dublin clubs here. Let's see how Queens get on competing against them for the final of the women's novice cox squad. Then we have that men's intermediate single final coming out of the time trials this morning. The 6 fastest crews have advanced on, and those 6 crews and the draw for that race. It's Kenmare Kelly in lane number 1, UL O'Neill in lane 2, Sligo Polish in lane 3, Neptune Brennan in lane 4, Queens Moore in lane 5, and Cork Cronin in lane 6. And that's going to be the final taking place in the men's intermediate single right after the next race, which is the women's novice cox squad final.
No worries. I just didn't want to publish anything online yet. No worries, thanks.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. No, or the rain. Yeah, I surprised at that rain like that. Here, really? Keeps raining and no paint it. We see my trade there. He said like so we actually just get a little bit with the hose. Huh? Did you? Oh, yours is like clean. Alright. Really clean. Jesus. Oh, huh? Oh, we give it a rinse there.
So just 5 minutes to go before we kick-start a series of finals to close out this morning's session on day 2 of the championships. Is going to start with the women's novice cock squad. A lot of crews making their way up. You can see the scullers there for the men's intermediate single, which is going to be race number 2, final number 2 of this morning's session. Coming up shortly, as well as the men's junior 18 coxless quads. In that women's novice cox quad race, again a 5-boat race here. 3 crews from Commercial, as well as Queens and Neptune, and they are going to be underway shortly in our first final of this morning, followed by that men's intermediate single race. So just crews getting ready for the start, and we'll shortly head back up to Allen, and we'll follow that race from the start down to the 1500 metre mark. So crews just getting on the start now for the first final of this morning's session. We're going to head up to Allen and get an update on the conditions and the lineup also for the women's novice cox quad race, final one of this morning's session.
Thanks, Brian. So at the moment now the crews are just being called on for the start. Just to run through the first final here at 10:40 due to go. The women's novice cox squad, we have Commercial A in lane 2, Commercial C in lane 3, Queen's University Belfast in lane 4, Neptune in lane 5, and Commercial B in lane 6. So crews just backing onto the start. That wind that we were talking about 15-20 minutes ago seems to have dropped, certainly at the start. I'm just looking back up to the course, and it doesn't seem great. To be honest, slight tailwind if anything. So should make life a little easier on these crews. Some great finals coming up straight after this. Then we've got the men's intermediate single scull and men's junior 18 quad. So some full house of those, 6 boats in each one. Some fantastic racing earlier on. So this whoever comes across the line first in these races now certainly has deserved it after some hard racing in the time trial this morning. Crews backing on, we have Commercial on and Neptune and Commercial B having a little bit of struggle getting on. Still 2 minutes to go. 2 Commercial crews now backing on. Queen are on, Commercial C are on, and Neptune are on. We'll be ready to go probably within the next 2 minutes.
Come on.
So the Commercial C crew, last to get on the stayboat, I'd say we'll probably get going straight away. It is 10:39, this race scheduled to start at 10:40. This is the final of the women's novice cox quad. So final lineup now: Commercial A, Commercial C, Queen, Neptune, and Commercial B. The light is on. We're going to see the flag any second. We're down here just around the 100-metre mark. So we'll follow this through probably till about 600 to go or so. I see some of the men's intermediate scullers there off at 11 o'clock. in their final. A few of them warming up there. So again, back to this race. The light is on. Roll call is in play. They're about to go. Let's check out this start. So they drive off the line. Difficult to see anyone showing actually. In fact, Queen's University in lane 4 now seem to be pushing on. They seem to have got an excellent start along with Commercial B Crew. Commercial B Crew now on the far side of the enclosure. Neptune, then followed by the Commercial C Crew, the ones that had a little bit of difficulty there are down a bit, but as we picked them up now at about 150 gone. It's in lane 4, Queen's University, and we have two commercial crews. That's Commercial A and Commercial B. They've put about a length and a half at this stage into the Neptune crew, who have about half a length over the Commercial C Crew. But a flying start there from Queen's. They went out of the gate and held that lead. Now the Commercial A Crew, that's in lane 2, seem to be staying with them. Queen's University still have about half a length over the Commercial A Crew. The Commercial B Crew on the enclosure side that are about a length down, and then you've got about 2 lengths back to Neptune, and then you've got another length back to Commercial C. So the real action up the front here, as we approach, I'd say 450 gone, that Queen's University crew are still out in front, and those two commercial crews putting real pressure on them. Let's focus on the Queen's crew at the minute now, who are out in front at the bow, just looking across, checking out the Commercial A crew. They are looking strong, looking controlled. Now I would say Commercial A are moving very well. They're starting to put some distance into the Commercial B. We've got about 3 lengths back then to Neptune, who have about a length over the Commercial C crew. But we'll chase back up on the front here, and let's have a look at this Queen's crew. They're still holding that lead. It is about a length and a half then, I'd say, over the Commercial A crew, who have now started to put some distance into the Commercial B crew. I would say this is looking like a 2-horse race at this stage. We're going to have to drop back. The Commercial C crew are tailing off a bit there, so we don't want to wash them out. We want to give them a fair race. We're at about 750 now gone, and this Queen's crew now are looking really strong and really in control. They haven't been able to shake the Commercial A crew yet, though. They're still holding on. I'd say they're about 2 lengths, could be 2 lengths down at this stage, but the Queen's crew are rowing really strong and really well. The same has to be said though for that Commercial crew, but they will see now if there's going to be a push put in. The Commercial A crew have put a little bit of distance into that Commercial B crew, but they haven't shaken them. There's distance now back to Neptune, who have put a nice bit of distance into that Commercial C crew. But up at the front, where all the action is, as they approach the 1,000-metre mark, Queens are out in front, and they are nicely out in front. They have about 2 lengths on the Commercial A crew, who have about a length and a half, or actually a little more, over the Commercial B crew. I'd say it's neck and neck. We'll have to see how the Commercial A crew react at the 1,000-metre mark to see, will there be a push? Will there be a reaction then from Queens? What is the game plan here? I'd say this is 1 from 2. It's going to be Queens or it's going to be Commercial A. Someone's going to have to make a move. They approach the 1,000. They approach the. I've lost my bearings here. Oh, we're at the 1,000-metre mark. I'm completely lost. Focus on this race. Queens look like they've stuck a little bit more distance into it. They made a move at the 1,000 metres. Commercial haven't reacted, or they haven't reacted strong enough as they go off into the distance. Now we don't want to watch out the other crews racing, so we're going to just have to tail off here. But as they go off into the distance, it looks like Queens are in control of this race. Commercial have put the hammer down, but will it be enough to draw them in? The distance is being eaten up at this stage. 800, 700 metres to go. Commercial A crew in second place, Queen's University leading the pile. There's a distance back to Commercial B, Clearwater back to Neptune, and then further back to Commercial C. We're going to leave this one play out, and we're going to hand it over to you, Brian, on the balcony.
First final of this morning's session coming into view, the final of the women's novice cock squad between Commercial A, Commercial C, Queen's, Neptune and Commercial B. Just gone through the 1,000 metre mark. The race after the women's senior cock squad not taking place. So after that we're going to have the exciting race of the men's intermediate single sculls coming out of those time trials earlier on. But first final of the day, the women's novice cock squad. 3 commercial crews racing here, and as well as the crews from Neptune and Queen's. So out there on the far side it is Commercial A leading from Commercial C, and then a little bit further back to the crews from Queen's, Neptune and Commercial B. They're coming up now on 500 to go. First championship of the day to be decided here in the women's novice cock squad.
Can we have the cocks of the UCD men's novice squad away, please?
So the Queen's crew there just running into a bit of difficulty centre of the course. The commercial crew on the far side capitalising on that, but it looks like still Queen's have a slight lead here over the crew from Commercial on the far side, Commercial A. And again, this is our first final of this morning, the final of the women's novice cock squad. So centre of the course. And on the far side, there's the 2 crews from Commercial A and Queen's battling it out here. And it looks like the Queen's crew centre of the course. They've recovered from the speed bump that they had at about 300 to go. And they are winding up towards the line here now. Let's see what the Commercial crew on the far side, Commercial A, has any response from the last 200 metres. So it looks like the Queen's crew regaining their composure now for the last 100 metres in the final of the women's novice cock squad, approaching the finish. And it looks like Queens are going to take our first championship of this morning's session ahead of the crew from Commercial. So finish line in sight, last few strokes of the crew for Queens in the women's novice cock squad. And a nice round of applause for the Queen's crew just crossing the line there ahead of Commercial on the far side. And the other crews from Commercial, Neptune and Commercial again going to come in to close out the women's novice cock squad. So first championship of the day decided as we watch crews for the men's junior 18 coxless squad make their way up to the start. And the remaining crews for the women's novice cock squad just coming into the finish line now. So Neptune and Commercial just coming in to close out that race as we watch some of the junior quads make their way up to the start for the final of Dare of the Muckross crew just coming into view here at the finish, making their way up, and the St. Michael's and Skibbereen crews here on the left hand side making their way up just past the 500 metre mark. Shandon just about to launch as well. But next up we are going to have the men's intermediate single scull at 11 o'clock, and again this is a 6-boat race coming from the time trials this morning. So the men's intermediate single will be between Kenmare, UL, Sligo, Neptune, Queen's and Cork, and that's going to be our second championship final of this morning's session, ahead of both those men's junior 18 coxless quad races. slightly here, definitely down at the finish. That tailwind, slight cross tailwind, again, suit the lighter crews if they can squarely make the most of that wind to push them down along the course. As we watch here, the Shannon Men's Junior Coxwell squad just leaving it.
Jim Healy to the regatta office, please. Jim Healy, please.
That Men's Junior 18 Coxwell squad, again, a 6-boat race. We had 2 heats earlier on this morning. Just a reminder of the rundown of the crews for the Men's Junior 18 Coxwell squad. In lane 1 it will be Muckross, lane 2 Skibbereen, lane 3 St. Michael's, lane 4 Athlone, lane 5 Lee, and lane 6 Shannon. Those crews just making their way up towards the start now, and that race will be after the next race coming up, the men's intermediate singles squad.
See them there. The next race is 11.
Some great footage online from the streaming service, so we can have a look up at the start. Just no crews currently on there, so I'm sure the starting umpire is just about to call on the men's intermediate singles, but anyone checking out, you can go to Rowing Ireland YouTube channel and just search for Rowing Ireland. You'll spot the live stream service that's there. And of course, there's a lot of people tuning in from home. They're not able to be here to watch the race.
Can we have Martin Stevens, the regatta office, please? Martin Stevens.
Unable to watch the racing in person, so they'll be tuned in from home to offer their support and cheer on their clubs and crews as they compete. So, 7 minutes to go to the next race, which is the final of the men's intermediate singles go. They'll just be getting ready now, and again 6 votes between Kenmare, UL, Sligo, Neptune, Queens and Cork. And a round of applause down here at the finish for the crew for our first championship winners of the day, the Queens crew in the women's Cox novice quad, just making their way past the enclosure here, coming into the slip. Well done to the crew from Queens. So as those women's novice Cox quads just make their way in, our winners Queens just coming into the slip. We're going to head back up towards the start now and get a check-in on conditions. Down here at the finish we have this blustery tailwind pushing the crews along. So let's just check in now with Alan up at the start for the men's intermediate singles.
Thanks, Brian. So we're back here at the start, and the sun hasn't let up, and as I checked the weather app, which can never be trusted earlier on, it looks like it's going to be a great day. So
was once we got through the hardship of most of yesterday afternoon, the sunshine and the weather gods have started to play ball, and we're lining up here now for what should be on paper now, judging by the time trial and the strength of the lads. We see a great final in the men's intermediate singles. So due off at 11 o'clock in lane 1 we have Kenmare Kelly, UL O'Neill in lane 2, Sligo Colch in lane 3, Neptune Brennan in lane 4, Moore from Queens in lane 5, and Cronin from Cork in lane 6. Obviously, I believe these are seated, so we have Sligo Colch and Neptune Brennan being the fastest qualifiers. Whether that will make any odds in the actual race, anything can happen. The lads are just getting on the stake boat now. Looks like we have another 5 minutes. Wind has, well, I can't say it's blustery, it's a light wind, but definitely a tailwind, so it's going to assist these lads into some great times. But crossing the line first is all that matters to these guys. The men's intermediate single sculls. Difficult to say who's the favourite. I watched Brennan of Neptune and I watched Colch of Sligo go through in their time trials, looking very strong. I was also impressed there with UL and Queen's Scullers, Moore from Queens. You could definitely pick them out as moving very, very well. So as they move to the stake boat now, it's actually getting quite warm, and even that slight breeze is dying a bit. It's kind of ideal conditions now to start. We're going to be back here now. We'll pick this up in about 2 minutes' time as soon as the light starts flashing and we're ready to go. Sculler's backing on now to the start, so tails are ready to go in a couple of minutes.
So just while we wait for the men's intermediate singles to get underway, just a reminder, the draws have been made for the remainder of finals for this morning's session, and the finalists of the men's junior 18 Cox's squad, women's junior 18 double, women's junior 19 double, men's senior pair, the men's novice Cox squad, and the women's intermediate pair, all available online, and you can see the draws that are there. We, of course, we'll bring you through the draws as the crews are getting ready. And next up, it is going to be that men's intermediate single. And just checking the streaming service there, we can have a look up and see the crews. Sculls just getting on the start now, so they'll be on their way shortly. And right behind them will be, in the holding area beyond the bridge, will be the men's junior 18 Cox's squads, eyeing each other up and getting ready for the championship race. So very exciting championship race in prospect for the Cox's squad. Some fantastic heats we had this morning, very close with. It's going to be a very competitive final between all 6 crews. And again, a nice tailwind here down towards the finish. So up in the start, it seems to be a little bit more sheltered, obviously. But the second half of the race here, it is that tailwind coming down towards us. You can see the flags at the finish line, a good indication of the direction of the wind. And as I said, nice tailwind puts the boat up on the way up to the start, and then pushes those crews along towards the finish line. So it'll give us some great times as well. But we're just getting ready now for the men's intermediate single, which should be up at the start. So we're going to go back to Alan and get an update on our second final of this morning's session.
So watching the flags on the bridge now, that wind has picked up a small bit, but it's still a tailwind. Shouldn't make anything too difficult for these guys. Well controlled. The flag is up, and they're off. We're going to watch this from the start. We're at about 100 metre mark. Brennan from Neptune makes a beautiful start. There's a lot of power in that. Colch has reacted but all neck and neck across the board, as you'd expect from this final, with top 6 out of quite a few scullers who entered that time trial. As I look across, Cronin of Cork has made a good start. Brennan is leading this one out now at the 100-metre mark. On the just right beside us here in lane 1 is Kenmare Kelly, but Brennan has a length on the field at 100 metres, so I know, and then we're flat across the line for the other 5. So Brennan certainly has had a rocket of a start, and he's in control of this at 150 metres. A long way to go. Second, I would say, is Kelly from Kenmare, but as I look across, you have Kenmare, UL O'Neill, College of Sligo, Moore of Queens and Cronin of Cork, all about a length down at the minute from Brennan of Neptune. In lane 1, Kelly of Kenmare probably has half a length on the field with College, as I speak, rowing through. If anyone is down on that group of that secondary group of 5, I'd say Cronin on the enclosure side is losing a small bit along with Moore of Queen. College now is reacting to Brennan. Brennan of Neptune still has a length on the field, and I would say Kenmare Kelly in lane 1 is the second place sculler. College in lane 3, and the UL sculler O'Neill. I'd say those 4 are now starting ever so slightly to get a bit of an edge on Queen's University and Cork Cronin. They're gone through 500 metres, and I would say Brennan has half length. Brennan looks over at College. College checking just vaguely over his shoulder, and College is putting a bit more of an effort in, and I would say that is down to a canvas now. College is coming back on Brennan of Neptune, but not to be forgotten now is Kelly Kenmare. I would say he is half a length down on College and maybe 3/4 of a length down on Brennan. Still on out of it is UL O'Neill, and in fact coming back into it slightly is Moore of Queens. Cronin is tailed off there at the minute, but he's still only half a length down on Queen. This is actually all still together, and as I speak, as we talk about what's the 750 metres in, 12:50 to go, I see College putting an edge over Neptune. College of Sligo, I would say, has half a canvas over Brennan, and nearest to it there, looking very focused, very strong. Lower rate is Kelly of Kenmare, but he is putting some power through the water. This field really hasn't split. These are the top 6 intermediate scullers in the country, and let's see who'll come out on top. Starting to make a bit of a move. College of Sligo has rowed, and Brennan's not letting him go. He's got half a length. He looks across at Brennan. Brennan with his hat backwards, you can see him just glancing over his right shoulder at College. Now College is putting a bit of a dig in. College makes it notable as they come up to the where are we at here? They come up to the 1,000-metre mark. College is definitely putting in a bit more effort, a bit of a push. Brennan hasn't let him go. There's still half a length. This is Sligo half a length over Neptune, and it's a battle royale for that 3rd spot as we see Kelly of Kenmare and Queen's University UL O'Neill. UL O'Neill has taken a slight lead over Kelly of Kenmare, but we go back out in front, and College now has extended that, and I would say at the 1,000-metre mark, it is probably College of Sligo has a length over Brennan of Neptune, and UL O'Neill has pushed on a bit. He is in a stand 3rd position. Kelly of Kenmare is definitely feeling the heat at this stage. The rate is down. He's racing much slower than everyone else, but the power through the water is keeping him intact. Cronin of Cork has dropped off now, so it's only 1 from 5 of this, and it's hard to look beyond Sligo College, but Brennan still hasn't let him go. That hasn't gone to any more than a length. I would say now there's just a length. Sligo have a length over Neptune, and the O'Neill, the UL sculler, has really rolled himself back into the mix, as has the Queen's University Moore. They've all put a push on at the 1,000 metres, and they're really putting the hammer down. But as we push away, we're going to drop off here, and as we move towards the enclosure, it's Sligo College. He's in lane 3 there. Probably has a length over Neptune Brennan, and then it's in the mix, UL, Kenmare and Queens. Over to you, Ryan.
This is our second final of this morning's session. The men's intermediate singles scull. 6 votes qualifying from the time trial earlier on. Kenmare, UL, Sligo, Neptune, Queens and Cork. And centre of the course, it is the scullers from Sligo and Neptune battling it out for 1st and 2nd. and UL, Kenmare and Queens for the 3rd, 4th and 5th spots. And Sligo still leading here now, centre of the course in lane number 3, Sligo College ahead of Neptune Brennan. Anything can change, especially in these blustery conditions. Course opening up over the last few hundred metres as they come down to the 500 metre mark just there on the far side. You can see the white line of boys marking 500. Nice psychological boost for the crews. They know the finish line isn't too far off. And pushes on from a number of the scullers now, but still centre of the course. It is Sligo College leading this final of the men's intermediate singles. Right beside him in lane number 4, Neptune Brennan, and then very little between the remaining scullers, with the exception of Cork Cronin back in 6th place at the moment. Centre of the course it is still Sligo College. From about the 500 metre mark, he is taking control of this race. Neptune now trying to put on a big finish here to get back in touch. And let's see if the sculler from Sligo can hold on to this lead in the men's intermediate single scull. Down now to about 200 to go. Need to stay in control of these blustery conditions and stay out of trouble. The Neptune sculler really winding it up here, taking the rate right up and putting pressure. This is going to be a fantastic finish. And photo finish might be a prospect here for Neptune. Winding it up all the time. Sligo responding now, stroke for stroke. These scullers matching each other in the final of the men's intermediate single scull. A real battle for 3rd and 4th as well, with the scullers from Queens coming right back in against UL. But look at this exciting finish that we have. Last few strokes coming up. Can the Neptune sculler pull in the lead that Sligo has? We'll have to go for a photo finish. Very exciting last few strokes between Sligo and Neptune. And we'll have to go to a photo finish there. Well done to all the scullers in the men's intermediate single scull. Last few scullers, Kenmare and Cork, just coming to complete. And we'll have to wait for the official result. I will, of course, give it to you as soon as it's available. So well done to all the scullers there. Fantastic finish in the men's intermediate single scull. And we'll just wait for the official result there between Sligo and Neptune to find out who our champion winner is. We're just waiting for the official result there of the men's intermediate single. I've sent word down to the control office, so I'll give you that result shortly. And apologies for the delay. Next up it is going to be the final of the men's junior 18 crossbar. We'll head up there shortly. We're just waiting for confirmation there. Was it Sligo or Neptune to take the win in the men's intermediate single? there for the official results of the men's intermediate single. We're going to head up now to the start of the men's junior 18 cocktail squad, and we'll have Alan up at the start now to bring us up to date, and then as quick as I can, I'll give you the official results of the men's intermediate. So up to Alan now for the final of the men's junior 18 cocktail squad.
So 150 metres into the race, they line out as this as follows: Muckross, Skib, St Michael's, Athlone, Lee and Shandon. As they come past us, it is Athlone who have half a length, and it's flat across the board. We're right beside this. This is an amazing sight. These rocket ships now on the men's junior 18 quad. These lads are absolutely fearless. Athlone still 200 metres in now, 300 metres in, and Athlone still holding that lead. It's about half a length, and then we're flat across with other four boats, and then Shandon slightly losing ground. Muckross now closest to us in the launch, really powering down. Then we've got Skibbereen next to them. This is side to side racing at its finest. As we approach the 500 metres, Athlone are moving so well. They are absolutely flying this. They are bossing this. They have got a length and a half at 500 metres. Nobody would have expected that. Skibbereen putting a push back. Skibbereen have a slight lead over, slight second place over St Michael's, half a canvas. Then it's back to Lee, then it's back to Muckross, and Shandon slightly off the pace, just gone through the 500 metre mark. Pushing up with 1400 to go. Athlone are looking so well, so balanced and strong, steady race. St Michael's, all these crews look fantastic. St Michael's pushing back, trying to get that second place back from Skibbereen, and then slightly back further to Lee, and then it's back to Muckross, and it's back then to Shandon. But I'd say at 750 with 1250 to go, Athlone are in control of this race now. Can they control it to the finish? Anything can happen. We're expecting big pushes at the 1000 metre mark. Someone's going to react. Someone has to move. There's a bit of Muckross and Shandon are being distanced slightly by the remaining four crews. Lee in fourth place, and then it's a battle royale for that second spot between St Michael's and Skibbereen, side to side. Umpire seems to be okay with them. They look very close to me, but that is some side-to-side racing. But out in front, and still about a length and a half up, and well in control of this now, are the Athlone crew, who look so impressive in their heat earlier on. But Skibbereen and St Michael's haven't let each other go. Slightly further back to Lee, no change in the place. Then Muckross and back to Shandon. Athlone well out in front. Probably have 2 lengths at this stage over the Skibbereen and St Michael's boat, but the fact that St Michael's and Skibbereen are racing side by side together could actually bring them back into it. Let's see if there's a reaction at the 1000 metre mark. They're gone through. They have Athlone. In fact, the ones to react really are Athlone. I'm not sure what rate they're doing, but the length and strength of their stride is something else. These junior 18s are just moving that boat along. It is humming. It is beautiful to watch out here. The sun is shining down, and that battle for second place. St Michael's are slightly up on Skibbereen. That is a cracking race for second place, but the dominant boat out there at the moment are this Athlone crew. They are rowing fantastically. It is absolutely theirs to lose at the minute, but it's hard to see it happen. They are so strong. They have put 3 or 4 lengths into really strong and beautiful rowing crews of St Michael's and Skibbereen, Lee, Muckross, and then slightly further back to Shandon. I'm going to hand it back over to Brian, and we'll watch this Athlone crew charge home to victory.
Will you tell him he can bring it further? So just
the men's junior 18 cocktail squad coming into view. I can tell you that the winner of the men's intermediate scull, a fantastic finish, it was Neptune Brennan who took the win in the men's intermediate single, just pipping Sligo College in the men's intermediate single. Photo finish there. Back to the race in hand here. It is the men's junior 18 cocktail squad, and to be expected, the Athlone crew leading here in lane number 4. Fantastic racing yesterday for the Athlone scullers, who took the junior 18 singles race, and here they are striding out. They have Clearwater lead ahead of Skibbereen and St Michael's, and the crews from Lee and Shandon and Muckross some way back now in 4th, 5th and 6th. The Skibbereen crew look like they have taken a little bit of a lead over the St Michael's crew, but centre of the course, really some amazing racing here from Athlone. I mentioned earlier, a lot of these scullers already competed internationally, representing their country, and now coming back to dominate this race here in the men's junior 18 Cox's quad. And again, blustery conditions here, but a very strong tailwind, and the crews will be being pushed along towards the finish line here, and a real battle for second and third between the crews from St. Michael's and Skibbereen. And nearest to us here, it is Athlone, still pushing away from the crews. Fantastic display of sculling here from the quad from Athlone. The crews from Skibbereen now moving into second place ahead of the younger St. Michael's crew. But the Athlone crew continue to advance here. Really nice run on the boat, clean rowing, powerful rowing from this big quartet from Athlone. As they come up, they're going to take this men's junior 18 Cox's quad championship of Ireland Clearwater lead coming up to the finish. Well done Athlone, just coming up to the line. And then a real battle here between Skibbereen, just a 3/4 length lead ahead of St. Michael's to come in for second and third. It is the Skibbereen crew who are going to cross the line just ahead of the crew from St. Michael's in third place. And now the crew from Lee coming up to take fourth ahead of the crews from Shandon and Monkcross in fifth and sixth. So fantastic display of rowing there from the Athlone crew in the men's junior 18 Cox's quad. Well done to all the crews for qualifying for the final and giving us such an exciting race there. Next up is going to be the women's junior 18 double sculls, so slight break. We'll shortly head up towards the start and check in with Alan and get an update on conditions. finals to close out this morning's session, and they are going to be, next up is going to be the women's junior 18 double sculls, followed by the women's junior 19 double sculls, the men's senior pair, the men's novice cox quad, and the women's intermediate pair. 5 finals will close out this morning's session, and those women's junior 18 doubles, they'll be They will be getting on their way shortly. 6 boats between Carlow, Skibber and Lee Valley, Belfast Boat Club, Lee and Buckcross. And they're just making their way onto the start now, and we'll shortly head up to Allen and get an update on the cruise start and the weather up there as well. So crews just coming into the slipway there. The winners of the men's junior 18 Cox's squad at Lone just being congratulated on the slip, and the other crews just making all their way up to the start. Now you can see the men's senior pair from UCC on the left as UL just launched here as well, heading up, and the men's novice Cox squads making their way up to the last few finals. 5 finals to close out this morning's session. And in about 6 minutes' time, the crews are just getting ready up at the start now for the women's junior 18 double sculls, having raced earlier on in 2 heats. And this is again a 6-boat final between Carlow, Skibbereen, Lee Valley, Belfast Boat Club, Lee and Muckcross. So 5 finals to go in this morning's session, and we're just going to have a quick look at the streaming service, and we can see up at the start. Crews aren't on the start yet, they'll just be getting called on from the starter now, about 6 minutes out from their race. We can just see some of them making their way across the lanes, getting ready to back on to the stake boats for the final of the women's junior 18 doubles. And we'll shortly head up to Allen to pick up on that race and check in on conditions as well. So the victorious Athlone crew just coming in here to bring the vote in. Well done, fantastic race from them to take the win in the men's Cox's Quad for Junior 18. Having a glance here at the streaming service up towards the start, and we can see up at the start that the women's Junior 18 doubles are just getting on the stake. So we're going to head up to Alan, get an update on conditions. Hopefully that tailwind is behaving itself up there as the crews get ready. So up to Alan for the women's Junior 18 double final.
Well, the light is flashing and it looks like all crews are attached, and it is black ham at the start here. Bit of a Kelvin, we look at the flags on the bridge, but we're kind of slightly sheltered in the alcove there beside lane 1, but it is absolutely beautiful here. In lane 1 we've got Carlo 2, Skibbereen, Lee Valley in lane 3, Belfast, Boat Club in lane 4, Lee in lane 5, and Shandon in lane 6. As I said, everyone attached. We're going to see the flag now in a minute's time, but does get a little choppier, but we're really just splitting hairs because the conditions out here at the moment now are brilliant, but slightly choppier from about 600 metres through the middle of the course, but absolutely perfect for a start here. Less than a minute to go now, we should see the starter's flag, but to run through those crews again, we have in lane 1 Carlo, in lane 2 Skibbereen, Lee Valley lane 3 Belfast, Boat Club in lane 4, Lee in lane 5, and Shandon in lane 6. Roll call is underway, was underway, seems to be stopped. I don't see any hands up, I don't see any issues. Bit of false start on the roll call, here it comes. So the ones to watch out here are very impressive Belfast, Boat Club and Lee Valley they're in lane 3 and lane 4 in their heats now. Belfast especially were dominant. They look very strong, but again, you don't know how much people were holding back with 3 to go through in the heats. It was probably controlled aggression. This is where it all counts. The final of the women's Junior 18 double sculls. Roll call and flag drop, and we're off on race number 222, the final of the women's junior double sculls. No one showing at the minute, but everybody away cleanly. In the centre, I would say Belfast up slightly, and Muckers in lane 1, Shandon in lane 6, slightly up, but through the middle, Belfast and Lee Valley. Muckers been warned for steering beside us here as they go through. Muckers are being told about steering again, but it's Lee Valley and Belfast Boat Club who are shining at the minute, and I would say that is Belfast, of course, making life a bit more difficult for us because of their different. Of similar kits now as we look across, but at the moment now we are 300 metres in, and that is Belfast Boat Club that have a length of a lead, and I'd say that's a length of a lead over Lee in lane 5. Skibbereen still in the mix. The Skibbereen stroker just looking across, gauging where she is. And I'd say they're about a length and a half down on Belfast, but only half a length down on Lee. They have a slight lead over Lee Valley, and then it's back slightly to Carlo and Shandon then in 6th at the moment. But out in front, as we're about to hit the 500, and they're going to have a length and a half at this stage, is Belfast, and they hit the 500 now, and they have a length and a half over Lee, who are in 2nd place, Skibbereen in 3rd as they go through the 500, Lee Valley in 4th, and we have Carlo going through now and Shandon going through now, but out in front and have clear water at this stage and rowing very, very strong. Belfast Boat Club, I was very impressed with these now in the first heat, but Lee certainly would have qualified, I believe, if their lane draw is right, would have qualified in 2nd place in their heat. Still looking very strong. They're out ahead of Skibbereen, who are holding half a length over Lee Valley, and certainly not out of that mix there. Carlo and Shandon have come back slightly. but definitely out in front at the minute and still holding that lead. In fact, they might have even pushed it out to 2 lengths. Belfast Boat Club looking very strong. We're at 7:50 at the moment. 7:50 metres gone, 12:50 to go. I'm just going to focus on that Belfast crew at the minute. That race, certainly the race is low and the power is high, and they are sitting that boat up beautifully. Fantastic rowing, and they seem to be pulling just ever so slightly away from the field, but Lee haven't let them go. Lee have put in a good push and have taken a bit of, I would say, clear water over Skibbereen, who are half a length over Lee Valley, who are a length over Carlow, who are about a length over Shandon. So as we look across now, still Belfast Boat Club in dominant form. They did this in the semi-final and they look like they're doing it in the final. We're just coming in through 1,000 metres, and I'll give you the 1,000 metres now, and I'd say there is about 2 seconds over Lee, who are about a length over Skibbereen, and then it's back to Lee Valley. So who's making a push? Certainly, as I look across there, it's Lee. The Lee crew are making a push there. They have slightly close back, and Skibbereen have made a big push at the 1,000 metres. The stroke of the Skibbereen boat looks right across. As she looks over her left shoulder, she can see the Lee crew, but can't see the Belfast crew. And the gap has closed on Belfast. The gap has closed on Belfast. Belfast are being reeled in ever so slightly. They still have clear water. Let's not go crazy. They still have 2 lengths, but certainly the gap has closed now. Whether they're controlling the pace themselves or they've given everything to this point. We're pushing up towards the 1,500 metre mark. It is still live. This race is still on fire. Lee look like they're fading slightly. Skibbereen, again, the stroke arm from Skibbereen looks over, has to stretch a bit to look over her left shoulder, but she is aware of where Belfast are, and she's not letting them go. Belfast still in control of this race, but it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Certainly they're not in the lead that they had before. Belfast are pushing on. They're still with the lead over Lee and over Skibbereen, but something tells me this Skibbereen crew have a strong finish. They look like smaller rowers, but the rate is higher and they're really efficient. Now that Belfast crew are still in control. There's still room on the roof at this stage, but that could change. I'm thinking Skibbereen are pushing back. I'd say Skibbereen, Lee are coming back. Lee Valley aren't out of it yet. And that gap to Belfast has certainly closed, but they're still out in front. Crossing the line first is all that matters. Brian, I'm going to hand this over to you and take it home.
There's one of the crews running into an issue there on the nearest side to us in the women's junior 18 double. It looks like I think a men's pair from UL on the way up might have crashed into one of the doubles that were going out. The umpire and the safety launch working their way over to ensure that these crews are okay. That's very unfortunate there, the women's junior 18 doubles. I think it was the crew from across who ran into difficulty. Well, back up with the leaders of the crews here in the final of the women's junior 18 doubles. Centre of the course, it is the crew from Belfast Boat Club. They have dominated this race in from about the 500 metre mark on, and staying in touch with them are the crews from Skibbereen, Lee Valley and Lee. So all the action there in the centre of the course, and the crew from Carlow on the far side. So just looking back at all the crews hopefully are okay in the middle of the course. But back to our race here, Belfast Boat Club leading in the centre lane there in lane number 4 in the final of the women's junior 18 double scull. It is Belfast, and a real battle here for second, third and fourth between Skibbereen, Lee Valley. Lee Valley, of course, the winners of the women's single yesterday, and Lee nearest to us as well. And just coming up now to the last few hundred metres, centre of the course, lane 4, Belfast Boat Club leading now. Fantastic finish here between Lee Valley and Skibbereen, the local Cork clubs, battling it out for second, third and fourth. But look at this double from Belfast, really striding it out. Some powerful rowing here from the crews from Belfast coming through those qualifications earlier on this morning, and it is going to be Belfast holding on to this lead. They have a clear water lead coming up to the finish line to take this championship in the women's junior 18 double scull, just coming up to the crossing line. And very exciting to see the finish here between Skibbereen Lee Valley and the crew from Lee, second, third and fourth in the women's junior 18 doubles, so a great win there for Belfast. And the crew from Carlo just on the far side, just coming in to close out the race. Unfortunately, that crew from Mockross earlier on had that issue with, hopefully everything is okay, and they're being accompanied now by the safety launch coming back down. So that was the final of the women's junior 18 double sculls, a win there for Belfast. And next up is going to be the women's junior 19 double, a four-boat final between Coleraine, Fermoy, Commercial and Carlow. So hopefully that Mockross crew just making its way down there after that earlier incident, hopefully they're all okay, and the men's pair from UL up to the start have recovered from the shock. And we're going to head back up now and check in on conditions and the crews and the lineup for the women's junior 19 double.
So we're just 1 minute to go now before the start of the women's junior 19 double scull. The final will see Coleraine in lane 2, Fermoy in lane 3, Commercial in lane 4 and Carlow in lane 5. We've made it back to about the 500 metre mark. So we better just move off the course here. The light is flashing and I'd say we're ready to start now any minute. The flag is dropped now. We're at the 500 metre mark. We'll pick this race up as soon as we can. Still excellent conditions out here, even though I saw the rain drop on me as we came down the lake. A couple of grey clouds, but it's holding off so far. So once again, the final of this women's junior 19 double scull, Coleraine, Fermoy, Commercial and Carlow. Umpire giving some instructions there. I'm not sure if anybody was straying off track. We should get a view now as we see Coleraine seems to be Coleraine now in the lane 2 seems to be leading this one out with Coleraine and Fermoy in contention. No one dropped off the back yet. As they come up to us here at about 400 metres. Four boats really sitting up that breeze. It's just really some nice rowing now. Carlow on the enclosure side. If anything, Fermoy had a lead at the 450 metre mark. That is Fermoy slightly over Coleraine, who have about half a length over Commercial, who have about half a length over Carlow. But just coming up to the 500 metre mark, there is half a length in it, and if anything, the Coleraine crew are coming back on Fermoy. So through, I would say there's a canvas at 500 metres, those two crews pushing out with length back to Commercial and another length and a half back to Carlow. So at 500 metres, it's one of two. Fermoy pushing away there in lane 3. In fact, if anything, Commercial have made a bit of a reaction, and they're eating up a bit of the distance. They are now overlapping with the Coleraine crew, and in fact they're coming back at them. They are, everyone is rowing so strong. The Fermoy crew are controlling that lead, a length and a quarter over Coleraine, but that's only back half a length now. Commercial have pulled back about 3/4 of a length on Coleraine. It is Commercial half a length down in third place of Coleraine, who are about a length and a half down on the leaders at the moment at 7:50 with 12:50 to go. Fermoy now, they're controlling this. If anything, I would say Commercial are starting to row through the Coleraine crew. That has gone from clear water back to a canvas, and now it is Coleraine just holding a canvas over Commercial, but that is diminishing. They've reacted slightly. They've reacted to that push from Commercial
Commercial seem to be just fading off again, but the real powerhouses out front as we come up to the 1,000-metre mark. Fermoy, really strong long rowing here from Fermoy, and they have put 2 lengths into Coleraine, who are still battling with Commercial. There's a solid battle there for second place as the bow and the Commercial Coleraine glances across and sees that Commercial is still there. She looks left, she looks right, she's trying to see where the Fermoy boat is. Unfortunately for her, the Fermoy boat has stuck another half length into this crew. They're gone through 1,000 metres, and I'd say there's 900 left. This Fermoy crew are really dominant. They were dominant from 100 metres gone, and they're dominant at 1,100 metres gone. Will they be dominant in the next 900? It's hard to see it go any other way. In fact, the length and the strength of that Fermoy crew now that are leading out in front from lane 3 is fantastic. They're holding that in fact. Look, inch by inch, they're putting distance into the Coleraine crew. The Coleraine bow again looks across at the Commercial crew. Commercial looks like they're tiring slightly. That's gone back out to a length. Coleraine have a length over Commercial at this stage. They're going to have to react, but Coleraine are going to have to react, and they're going to have to react soon, and they're going to have to react now if they want to dig into that dominant Fermoy crew who've led from the off. We're coming into about coming up on the 1,500-metre mark. That Fermoy crew, beautiful to watch as you can see this. They are just poetry in motion. It's a lot easier when you're out in front knowing that you're in control of the race, but they are dominant at this stage. Coleraine have to make a move. The Coleraine bow again stretches her neck to see, as you can barely get a glimpse, you can see the puddles, and they're going to have to react, and they are reacting. They've lifted the race, they've lifted the pace, they've put a length and a half into Commercial. Commercial fading slightly into 3rd place, but the Coleraine crew are going to have to react now to get the better of Fermoy. We're going to turn back now, and as we come into the last couple of 100 metres, Fermoy are dominant and they're looking strong.
So just 4 finals left of this morning's session, and the final coming into view is a women's junior 19 double scull, an unusual race set up just to accommodate some of those crews who weren't able to compete last year due to the restrictions that were in place. A 4-boat race here between Coleraine, Fermoy, Commercial and Carlow. Fermoy winners of the single in the junior 19 single women's race yesterday, and it looks like they're going to do the double here. So centre of the course in lane number 3, Fermoy, clear water lead over the crews from Coleraine, Commercial and Carlow as they come down now. Less than 500 to go, and they will shortly hear the encouragement from the enclosure here, and they'll know the finish line is almost in sight in the final of the women's junior 19 double. Centre course, it is still Fermoy leading, ahead on their inside is the crew from Coleraine, as well as the crews from Commercial and Carlow, just back in 4th place at the moment. But again, just like we saw in the junior 19 singles race yesterday, where Fermoy were the winners, some fantastic display of sculling here from this double scull. Very strong in the water, slightly lower rate here because they know when they're in control of this race. The wind has dropped right down, still a tailwind, but definitely not as strong as we had it earlier on this morning. And the crews having no issues here in controlling the conditions in the run-in towards the finish. So looking at this women's junior 19 double, it is going to be Fermoy. They have that clear water lead ahead of the crew from Coleraine in 2nd place, Commercial in 3rd and Carlow in 4th place. So huge win here for Fermoy. Really fantastic display of rowing from this double scull, dominating from the start, just coming up now to approach the finish and take that win in the women's junior 19 double scull. It is Fermoy just crossing the line now, ahead of the crew from Coleraine Grammar School in 2nd place, ahead of Commercial here, just crossing the line in 3rd. And a nice round of applause to welcome these crews back to the finish line. Great race there, and a great win for Fermoy in the women's junior 19 double scull. 3 races left, 3 finals left in the this morning's session of day 2 of the rowing championships. And next up is going to be the men's senior pair between UCC, ULA, ULB and Cork A Hopefully the UL crew that were involved in that little incident haven't been spooked too much, and they can gain their composure to get ready for the final of the men's senior pair, which will be coming up shortly. After that, we have the final of the men's novice cock squad, and then last race of this morning's session is going to be the women's intermediate pairs. So we'll shortly go to the start for the men's senior period. Just to recap, there's a four-boat final here between UCC, ULA, ULB, and Cork A. That's our third last final of the day. The men's senior period is coming up shortly, followed then by the men's novice cock squad and the women's intermediate pairs. So we're just going to head back up now and check in for the third last race of the day, the men's senior pairs. And we'll check in with Alan up there and see how the crews are getting ready for the start.
Thanks, Brian. Literally just off the start about 5 seconds ago, we have UCC, an all-Munster affair. UCC in lane 2, ULA in lane 3, ULB in lane 4, and Cork A in lane 5. So showing at the minute one of the UL crews. ULB is actually up on ULA at the moment, slightly further back then to Cork, and then slightly further back to UCC, but out in front at the minute, and we are only 300 metres in, and having 3 lengths on the field, we have ULB crew. They seem to, they have taken and stolen the mark with an incredible start. It's flat across the crews then for second place, but with 3 lengths and out to 3.5 with 4:50 gone, it's the ULB crew, and they are flying now. Whether we're going to see any fade from them, they are through in 500 metres now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is 10 seconds they have over the field at this stage. They are flying. This ULB crew, it is flat across there with Cork, in fact, probably holding second place over the ULA crew, over the Cork crew, but there's not a half length between the crews fighting it out for second place. But probably 10 seconds and 5, 6 lengths ahead is this ULB crew. I'm not sure what their tactics are. Go fast and keep going is the classic rowing adage, so I presume these lads just go fast, go hard, go harder, and get to the finish. The second place crew now appear to be Cork, with ULA crew and UCC back and forth, but still holding that lead and not looking like they're fading at all. The ULB crew. This is dominant from the start now. It just that looks like an insurmountable gap, still with 1200 to go, but they are so dominant, they are so out in front, and they got all that from the start, and they just went and never stopped, and it's hard to see these guys being caught. They're rowing fantastically, they're long, strong strokes there, and they are holding that on the field. If anything, the Cork crew are losing a bit of ground to the ULA crew. There's about a length there back to the UCC crew, but these guys are just fighting it out for second place, and a distant second place at that.
this UL crew have gone through the 1,000 metres, I would say still with a 10 second lead, 8-10 seconds. This is just pure dominance by this UL crew. It says B on our list, but they're far from any kind of B crew. This is absolutely fantastic rowing. Those guys are in control completely. It's hard to see anyone catching. The real battle here is for second place. The ULA crew have about a canvas over the Cork crew, who have about half a length over the UCC crew. But still out in front, having a little bit of a wobble there, a bit of a dip to stroke side for the ULB crew out in front, but that's not put them off. They are so in control, and have controlled it the whole way. I can't see anything going wrong for these boys. They are absolutely dominant. They have been from 100 metres, and the real battle here is for second place. There's some good, nice rowing, but just not at the races when it comes to there's nice, lovely, strong rowing for that second place, but it's all about this ULB crew, and they are going to dominate and take this one home for UL.
So just coming up on 500 metres here in the men's senior pair final between UCC, ULA, ULB and the crew from Cork. Dominating from the start has been ULB. As Alan was saying, they took the lead off the start and they've extended on it, and a couple of seconds Clearwater lead in the men's senior pair race. I believe this ULB crew were the ones that were involved in a crash on the way to the start, and the bowman of the UL boat broke an oar on his back, so there's nothing quite like a bit of motivation for a race and getting a slap of an oar in the back, but it seems to have done the job here for the men's senior pair from UL, because they are continuing to dominate the race here. Coming down, they've gone through 500 to go, centre of the course, ULB leading in lane number 4, ahead of the crews from UCC, UL and Cork. And they are in control of this race here, down to the last few hundred metres, and a real battle between the crews for second, third and fourth, with the crew, the second UL crew, looks like they are in second place now, ahead of UCC and the crew from Cork. So men's senior pair, Championship of Ireland, it is UL, unlucky not to take the win in the men's fours race yesterday, just picked by the UCC Shandon composition in the fours race, but some fantastic rowing here from the crews from UL, and they are leading 1 and 2 at the moment of the men's senior pairs. Down to the last few hundred metres for the crews, and it is UL from the leading start. The first few strokes of this race, they have had the lead, and they have held on to it here, and they are in control, striding it out here, the two rowers from the University of Limerick. Clearwater lead here down to the last 100 metres in lane number 4, ULB. Just coming up towards the finish line now. Fantastic race here from the guys from UL. Johnny Cuddy and Ryan Spellman crossing the line here, taking it down. They are going to take the win here in the men's senior pair. Fantastic race from UL. The second UL crew just coming in, crossing in second, ahead there of Cork and UCC. So fantastic race from the guys in the men's senior pair. Our third last final of this morning. And next up is going to be the men's and novice cock squad. But really fantastic race there from UL, especially after that instant on the way to the start. So well done to the crews for regaining their composure and coming back to take the win there in the men's senior pair. great win there for the crew from the UL and the men's senior pairs. 2 races left in this block of rowing this morning, and the next up is going to be the men's novice cock squad. So we're going to head up to the start, check in with Ellen and additions and the crews for the next race, the men's novice cock squad.
So some daunting grey clouds just beyond the bridge as we look at it here. Sun's still out, and slight bit wind has picked up a little bit, but again it's a tailwind, so should assist the crews. Now, I'm not sure if there is a delay or an equipment issue or something, but none of the men's novice cock squads are yet on the staples, have yet come through. Now, I see them beyond the bridge, so I'm not 100% sure if there's an issue there, but it's just last race being an all-Munster affair. This is an all-Island Bridge affair with Neptune in lane 3, Trinity in lane 4, and UCD in lane 5. So just a 3-boat race. Winner takes it all. So I'm not 100% sure what the delay is here. You might have more information up there. But following this, we're going to have the last race of the morning, and that's the women's intermediate pair final. So we have NUIG, St Michael's, UL, Shannon, Commercial, and Skibbereen crews. Just see the starters talking there. I'll just see if I can pick up exactly what the delay is. But we'll be back to you as soon as this race is ready to go.
So last 2 races of this morning's session, just glancing up at the streaming service we have, the crews are not quite ready up at the start yet for the last 2 races. The men's novice cock squad should be getting on the staples shortly, and that will be followed then by the women's intermediate pairs. So our streaming service is the first time that we've streamed the racing here, and it's great given the restrictions we have with spectators, a lot of the families and supporters not able to make it to the regatta this year, but it's great that we have the ability to stream the service there. And our first year of doing it, we'll be doing reviews and improvements every day, but it's great to have the drone out to be able to follow the crews, have that link up to the start as well, just to see how the crews are getting on. And of course our on the water commentary from Alan, doing a great job up there for us today, keeping us updated on conditions and also on the racing up to the 1500 metres. So last 2 races of the day, hopefully getting underway shortly. The men's novice cock squad final between Neptune, Trinity and UCD, and all Dublin affair, as Alan was saying. And then we have the final of the women's intermediate pairs, where the 6 crews raced earlier on in the heats, and our 6-boat final there between NUIG, St Michael's, UL, Shandon, Commercial, and Skibbereen to round off the first half of today's racing in day 2 of the Irish Championships. So just a quick update from the start. There seems to be an issue in the men's novice cock quad. Neptune have run into a bit of a problem. So that race is actually going to be held back and will be off shortly, but they were actually going to let off the women's intermediate pairs Ahead of that, it's still going to go ahead at 12 at the scheduled time. So the women's intermediate pairs are just going to get on the stake boats and take off ahead of that men's novice cock squad. So as soon as the women's pairs are ready to go, we'll head back up to the start and pick up that race for our second last race of this morning's session. So we're just about to head back up to the start for the next race. Is actually going to be the women's intermediate pairs. Just looking at the men's senior crews coming into the slip here. The crews from St. Michael's, UL. The crews from UL being congratulated on the win in the men's senior pair. But next up it is going to be the women's intermediate pair final, going off ahead of the men's cock squad, as Neptune, I believe, had a little bit of an equipment issue up at the start for the quad race. But we're going to head back up now to pick up this women's intermediate pair, our second last final of this morning's session, and we're going to check in with Alan and see how the crews are getting onto the start and what the conditions are like up there for the women's intermediate pairs.
So that daunting looking grey cloud is still hovering the right side of the bridge in relation to the course. It's hopefully it stays there. Wind has picked up again, but all the tailwind, which bodes well for the afternoon, and some really fast racing. I might have said, I believe there was an issue with the Neptune novice quad boat now. They are all still down there, so I presume that will get fixed, and that will be the last race of the morning session. So going instead of 12:10, so 4 minutes to go, is the final of the women's intermediate pair. We have NUIG in lane 1, St. Michael's lane 2, UL in lane 3, Shandon in lane 4, Martin in lane 5, and Skibbereen out there in lane 6. Now all crews are attached. I believe the starter, John Aiken, there is just waiting until the correct time. Certainly that breeze has picked up a bit. We're down about 20 metres off the start. I believe he will probably make a move if everybody looks ready to go. At this stage, you have to imagine, if that was me, I'd want to get going. He's called 3 minutes, but I think all of these women are sitting here and they can only wish that things got started ASAP. They're all tense, rechecking gates, rechecking oars, rechecking slides. We've gone through it 1,000 times ourselves, making sure everything is 100% to leave it all out on the water. The final of this women's intermediate pair. They've come through a tough qualifier, a tough heat this morning. Difficult to call a favourite on this. Some good racing, but no one jumped out as being absolutely dominant. To me, certainly dominant display by the UL crew in that men's senior pair. Final, they went off the start. They had clear water at 150 metres, and they had more clear water at the end. So a fantastic display there. An absolutely fantastic morning for racing here. Conditions have really played ball versus yesterday, so we have a flashing light. So we've got a roll call soon, and we'll see the flag drop. As I said, hasty enough tailwind at the minute now, just looking at the aero flags that on the enclosure side of the bridge. Yeah, the flags are certainly vertical. There's not really that choppy, to be honest, but certainly that tailwind will make for good fast racing. Everybody on, everybody attached, everyone ready to rock. So one final time, line up in lane 1, NUIG, lane 2, St. Michael's, lane 3, University of Limerick, lane 4, Shandon, lane 5, Commercial, and lane 6, Skibbereen, and we'll be underway any minute. The flag is dropped and we are away, and straight off the bat it looks as though lane 6 within the first 10 strokes. Skibbereen on the enclosure side have had a fantastic start. Skibbereen and Commercial look like they're off to an absolute flyer. Shandon, UL, then St. Michael's, then NUIG, but literally, in fact, Commercial are canvas up at this stage, but NUIG are powering through. I suppose everyone has their different starts, but it's flat across here. They're looking at 150 metres. Everybody is through. Skibbereen, with their power start now, have played it slightly, and it is the NUIG crew in the centre. Excuse me, the UL crew in the centre. My apologies. UL and Commercial are trying to steal a march on the field. UL have half a length on Commercial, who have half a length on Shandon. NUIG in lane 1 and Skibbereen still fighting it out there. St. Michael's holding just about a ball ahead of those, but out in front at the minute are that UL crew and Commercial. UL and Commercial now who have a length on the field. Shandon holding that third position with Skibbereen, St. Michael's and NUIG in that order. The Commercial crew looks like they're in slightly rougher water over there on the enclosure side. But they are handling it well. They're looking a little scrappier than the UL crew, but they're certainly coming back on them. UL reacting now slightly as we come up to the 500-metre mark. I would say that there is half a canvas, maybe even less, between those two crews. UL holding that. They're about to hit the 500 metres. They've put a slight bit of clear water into the Shandon crew, who have a slight edge over Skibbereen, who have a slight edge over NUIG and St. Michael's, but they're all within about 3 boat lengths. As they've gone through 500, it looks like there is some messy water over there on the enclosure side. Commercial, they're splashing a lot, but they are certainly holding down the power. The UL crew are probably in slightly cleaner water by the looks of the conditions, but those two crews are pushing ahead. I would say UL have half a length on Commercial at this stage, and it's back to Skibbereen, who have the clear water back to Skibbereen, who have half a length, down half a length on Shandon, and then it's NUIG, and then it is St. Michael's. But out in front, and it's a 2-horse race at this stage now, with 7:50 gone, 12:50 left, is the Commercial crew from Island Bridge versus the UL crew. Now, UL are slightly up. Commercial do look like they're in difficult conditions, but they are certainly still in the mix. The UL crew, if you were giving points for style, that UL crew are well ahead, but absolute dogged determination and power from that Commercial crew is keeping them in this race. We are 800 down, and it is now a 2-horse race. You've got to go clear water back to Skibbereen and Shandon and NUIG in the mix for third position, and then back another length to St. Michael's. But we're fast approaching the 1,000-metre mark, and it is any one from two. The UL crew are now starting to the water has chopped up a little bit. There's a few rollers on the water, and UL are starting to have to deal with that. Things are a little slacky around here, but that commercial crew will not let go of that UL crew. UL probably have pushed out to about a length at this stage over the commercial crew. NUIG have come right back into it. NUIG in lane 1. They seem to have taken a mark in that third position over Shandon, who have camelled over Skibbereen, and then it's back about 2 lengths to the St. Michael's crew. As I look up again, and we'll see is there any push made. There's about 800 to go. That commercial crew are looking really, really strong in what looks like dirty water right there on the far side, but there's that UL crew probably has the better conditions, but they are moving very nicely. But it is still UL out in front, and I'd say they have about a length and a half now over the commercial crew. As we come up to a bit of a headland, we're going to have to give way a little bit. The NUIG crew are right beside us here. They're pushing on the real battle for third. The bow in the NUIG looks across, and you can see Shannon and see that they have half a length and a sky blade there for the Shannon's bow. But she's got it back under control, and they have half a length over Skibbereen, but out in front, and maybe that cleaner water in the middle has served UL well, and they have taken control of this, settled down, and commercial, I think, unfortunately looking a little scrappy in that dirty water, but I feel that maybe their best chance has gone. This has the look of a UL strong finish. So just before we leave it here, it's UL who seem to have now taken a nice bit of clear water, maybe 2 lengths or so over the commercial boat, and then it's back to NUIG in lane 1, and Shandon, who have a length over Skibbereen, who have 2 lengths over St. Michael's. It's over to the enclosure.
So very blustery conditions after coming up here in the last few minutes for the women's intermediate pairs as they come down to the last 500. With the dust that are out there, the drone unfortunately can't go out and follow this race down. But we'll give you the updates as we see them here from the balcony. Very exciting finish in prospect. These crews having qualified from the heats earlier on this morning. NUIG, St. Michael's, UL, Shandon, Commercial, and Skibbereen. Centre of the course, the UL crew, making the most of the tailwind that's there, hopefully holding on to the lead that they have opened up ahead of the crews from Shandon in second place, and then St. Michael's and the crews from Commercial, Skibbereen and NUIG staying in touch, battling it out there for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. But UL rowing very cleanly here in different conditions. You can see the splashes that are there, some of the riggers hitting some of the waves coming up now with a very strong tailwind that's affecting these crews in the last few hundred metres. This is our second last final this morning section. The women's intermediate pairs coming down now to the last few hundred metres. UL still leading, nearest to us, Commercial and the crew, and you can see just how difficult those blustery conditions are for the crews. A lot of blades splashing there at the catch and the finish, but still UL, a number of successes for the women's squads from UL and their men's senior pair, of course, who just won the previous very exciting race and dominated from the start, and the women's intermediate pair following in style the men's senior pair from UL. They are down now to the last few hundred metres, down to the last few strokes, and they are still pushing away every stroke and trying to control these difficult conditions as they come up towards the finish. It is going to be another win for the University of Limerick in the women's intermediate pairs. Just coming up towards the finish line now to cross and take the win for UL. Another win for the University of Limerick, ahead there of the Commercial crew nearest to us. In second place, NUIG and Shandon coming in there ahead of the crews from NUIG. So that completes the women's intermediate pair. Very difficult conditions after coming up over the last few the last few minutes. You can see very strong tailwind affecting the crews, but they did well to maintain their composure and make it safely down without any hiccups in the race in the women's intermediate pair. Great win there for University. University of Limerick. Our last final of the day of this morning session is the men's and novice cock squad, and we'll shortly go up to Alan to get an update. And again, difficult conditions, so hopefully they can all get cleanly off the start, and we'll be checking in with them a 3-goat race in O'Donovan, a pair between Neptune Trinity and UCD for the last final of this morning session, the men's and novice cock squad.
Last one in the
So we're still waiting for crews to get onto the safe post for our last final of this morning's session, the final of the men's novice cock squad between Neptune Trinity and UCD. I know there was an equipment issue earlier on, so we're just waiting for an update, and as soon as the crews are on the start, we'll make our way up with Alan and get an update on conditions. You can see conditions have changed in the last 15 minutes or so. Very strong tailwind affecting the crews, and especially in that last race, you can see the women's intermediate pair from UL, winners of the championship, just making their way into the slip. So 2 in a row for UL, having won in the men's senior pair and now also the women's intermediate pair, as well as their successes in the fours race yesterday. So a great championship regatta so far for the crews from the UL. So one more race before we take our lunchtime break. It's a good opportunity to say thank you to all the volunteers that are taking part in the regatta, both organising the event, running the launches, the umpires, and all of our marshals as well. The volunteer crew being ably led by Michelle McDonough and her team is doing a fantastic job to get the regatta running smoothly. And of course our amazing crew of umpires, launch drivers, and the crew at the start and the finish as well. So well done to everyone, and hopefully the weather will play ball for the rest of the weekend and we can have some great rowing, and preferably dry, because I spent most of yesterday sitting in a puddle of water. So we check in again now for the final race of this morning's session, the men's novice cock squad, and we'll give you an update from the start shortly. So just received an update from the start there. Neptune had some equipment issues that they came into the start slipway and were assisted with, and they have been fixed, and the umpire is just giving a 10-minute starting warning. So that men's novice cock squad is going to be taking place in about 10 minutes time. So we'll just take a little bit of a suss-go here before we head back up to check in with Alan, and we'll check in on the streaming service and keep an eye on when those crews are on the state boat for this final of the men's novice cock squad to close out this morning's session on day 2 of the Irish Championships. Okay. So, this. Yeah, no. Is that the good news from the start is that the crews for the men's novice cock squad, they have fixed the technical issue that they had, and they're just getting on the safe boat. So we're going to head up to the start to pick up this final race of this morning's session, the men's novice cock squad championship, up at the start now.
Thanks and welcome back to the start. Neptune just moving into position, UCD and Dublin University both on their stops, ready to go, ready to get set for this last race of the morning session. Started on making a call 4 minutes to the start now. The comment on conditions, it is back being nice flat hand conditions here at the start, but certainly on our way back through that last race just after the women's intermediate pairs, certainly quite some big shots there in the middle of the course at this stage now. There's two different worlds. We're in a beautiful sheltered cove here at the start, looking across at the flag blowing, but still some beautiful conditions, but it really shots up there in the middle of the course. Probably through some of the settlement, certainly to the finish though on the live feed there. The flags at full mast really blowing a gale at the finish, so conditions really do seem to change after about 400 metres. As I look back up the course, John Aiken has called 3 minutes to the start. I think everybody is ready to go at this stage. Not exactly sure what the technical issue was with the Neptune boat, but it does seem hopefully everything will hold together and give us a good race. This novice quad, fingers crossed these guys have handled some tough conditions in Island Bridge, because it will be challenging through the middle of the course with 8 grades. There's quite a bit that can go wrong, but fingers crossed we're going to get some great racing here. So you see the enclosure side, Dublin University both up in the middle with Neptune rowing south. The green and black is Neptune in lane 3, closest to us here on the far bank. 2 minutes is called and the flashing light is on. We'll call it when the flag is raised, and we'll follow this one as long as we can, probably up to about the 1600 metres, and then we'll let Brian call in this last race of the first session. Roll call is in force. We're about to see the red flag. Big cheer for UCD. And the flag is dropped, and let's see these cruise away. Looks like Trinity in the centre have the better start. Trinity in all white for their novice crew. UCD got a good start. Neptune down slightly off the start. but as they come up past 100 metres, it is neck and neck between Trinity and UCD. Neptune with the slower start are about a length down, and we're going to pick this one up and forward most of the way home. But at 150, 200 metres, you've got UCD on the enclosure side. It is pretty much neck and neck. There's less than half a canvas there between themselves and Trinity. And we have had a loss of a play by the two men on the Neptune crew, but they got back into it. Unfortunately, that's opened up a gap of about 2 lengths now to the battle at the front, and that is neck and neck between Trinity and UCD. Neptune slightly off the pace now after that unfortunate mistake by the Neptune 2 man. They lost his bow side blade. We are approaching the 500 metres, and it is half a canvas up on UCD. UCD half a canvas over Trinity. This looks like it could go neck and neck. They're sticking some distance into the Neptune crew. Unfortunately, the Neptune crew, with that mistake, seems to be losing ground. But there is a canvas in it as we approach 500 metres. There's a canvas in it, and the first crew is UCD, and a canvas down is Trinity, and those two crews are neck and neck. Looking back, there's clear water there. Back to Neptune. We're just making sure that there's no watch here, but they are gone through 500 metres, they're gone through 550, and that UCD crew are moving very, very well. They have a canvas over Trinity, but these boys are neck and neck. No reaction from the umpire. It does look like they're rowing quite close together, and they're rowing in unison, both bang on the same stroke, and they're moving together. If you can see this on the camera, that was a beautiful sight. They're starting to approach what we had before as the rough water. Neptune now are distance, but this is going neck and neck. We'll just see if we can move up here, just make sure we don't wash out Neptune, but if we can move up slightly on the leaders, and I think Trinity are looking like they're coming back here. Trinity are looking like they're moving back. They're both crews moving very well together. Both the UCD and the Trinity crew are neck and neck. A lot of bragging rights at stake here between these two crews. Trinity seem to have increased the rate as I look across. UCD still rolling strong, some distance back now to Neptune, but we're approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and I would say I would have to give this one very slightly to Trinity as they come up on, say, about 980 gone, 1,000 metres to go. Trinity seem to be moving a little better, certainly moving at a higher rate. UCD slightly lower rate, but still staying with them. This is neck and neck between the two colleges. Some distance back there. Neptune moving well, but well back in third place, and this is going to go down to the wire, I feel. What a cracking race to finish off the morning session. I would say, difficult to tell from here exactly, but I would say UCD could be up slightly. Not a mistake among the eight rowers out in front there. Not one blade dropped wrong. This is some excellent rowing now. That dirty water that we had on our way back down the course seems to have dissipated. Conditions are actually quite good at the minute now for this novice final. But this thing is going to go to the wire. If anything, I'd say Trinity are slightly up at this stage. Both crews matching neck and neck. We're going to have to drop back a little here because we don't want to wash out the Neptune crew who are off the pace. But this is neck and neck. This is some fantastic rowing for these two Island Bridge clubs. Trinity putting in the higher rate, UCD lower rate, but still staying with them. Some great power there. Much nicer conditions than a couple of minutes ago. It really is the look of a draw for these guys, but that is some fantastic rowing. I would say Trinity could even be up now at this stage. Difficult to tell. You'll have a better view on the camera, but this is going neck and neck, and this is going all the way to the finish. I'm going to hand it over to Brian to call this one home.
The final race of this morning's session is the final of the men's novice 4, an all Dublin affair, as we mentioned, between Neptune, Trinity and UCD, and the Neptune crew back in third place. So it's a two-boat race here for the championship part between Trinity and UCD, centre of the course. Trinity in the distinctive white colours, UCD in the light blue, nearest to the enclosure here, and it does look like the Trinity crew have pushed on over the last couple of 100 metres and opened up a bit of a lead. But again, with these tailwind conditions, little blustery, so anything can happen in the last few hundred metres, especially with novice rowers competing in their first year of rowing. and let's see if they can handle the conditions in the run-in towards the finish. So centre of the course, it is the Trinity crew leading from UCD nearest the enclosure, and Neptune back in third, and you can see an armada of boats behind coming down to take our volunteers, launches, picking up the stake boat people as well, coming down to close out the first session this morning. But back to business here in the run into the finish. It's still Trinity and UCD. UCD looking to take back some of the lead that Trinity have opened up here in the men's novice cock squad championship of Ireland. Down to about 150, 200 to go. And again, the Trinity crew just holding on. Nice rowing from these novice scholars in the quad. Trinity centre of the course. UCD, have they got anything left in the last few hundred metres? Trinity just need to stay in control here. Now the finish line will be in sight. Keep it nice and clean in these choppy conditions. And the wind dropped down compared to earlier, but it does look like the Trinity crew just opening up a little bit more than a length lead ahead of UCD nearest to us in the local Dublin derby here in the men's novice 4 championship of Ireland. Just coming up towards the finish, it is going to be the crew from Trinity taking the win there ahead of UCD. And the crew from Neptune, who had that equipment issue earlier on, just coming in now to close out, come in third there and close out the men's novice Cox 4, which was a win there for the crew from Trinity, the UBC. So congratulations to all our competitors this morning, some fantastic racing, and well done to everyone that has taken a win there this morning. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back for this afternoon's programme. So a huge thank you again to all the captains, coaches and the crews for their assistance in running such a smooth first half of the regatta this morning, and we're looking forward to even better racing this afternoon in the session.
The launch is there.
It's been a difficult 16 months. We were ready. We were at the pinnacle of strength. We were prepared, and then everything changed. The restrictions are easing and training is back and as intense as ever. The wait is over. Now we are ready, ready to take on the world. All those long days, the dedication and years of sacrifice. Sport unites a country. And now we look forward to race, to do our family, clubs, supporters and Ireland proud. Come join us on our journey.
Kevin O'Connor, please come down to the slipway, please.
Colin Burns to the slip, please. Colin Burns to the slip.
No, we went yesterday and the lunch was earlier today. And it's only on for it's more or less Paul, that's why I came out there. Paul was only starting for the last person. He's on it.
1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
People are saying that they are hearing that.
Yeah.
Even crowds speaking. I don't have a connection to the direct connection to the audio. I should have it a cable here.
Yeah.
I am just speaking by microphone.
Just around here.
It's off now, yeah, for the break time.
Testing 1, 2. Just a quick update. We've been told 5 minutes to the start of the first race, so slightly behind.
windy for the drone, Chris, is it?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Of day two of Rowing Ireland's Championship. Blowing up here quite a bit at the finish, so we'll see what the conditions are like at the start, and it's over to Jerry Murphy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back here to Inniscarra. For all those of you lucky to be at the lake and those of you watching in online, we have 2 heats coming up now. Very shortly, D-Day of the men's intermediate coxless pairs. They're on the starting block, and we've got in lane 2 on the far side University Limerick Boat Club B, lane 3 Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, lane 4 University Limerick Rowing Club A, lane 5 is free, lane 6 commercial on the inside. They've just left the blocks and away they go. Men's intermediate coxless pairs, all crews away nice and cleanly, and we just follow them now. We've got a lovely view here on this first race this afternoon. Great work this morning by Alan and Brian doing the commentary, and well done to them. Hopefully we can bring you some great pictures with the drone, etc., and the wind won't upset that, and my commentary, and Alan, who's now moved on to the finish. But 100 metres into this race now, we just run along beside them now on the bows, and we have Enniskillen, it's University Limerick Rowing Club A crew in front now. They've jumped out to a length, looking very long now, settling down. And then on the far side, University of Limerick B crew. So they're 1, 2.5 a length back to Enniskillen Royal. And then on the near side, Commercial, another who are level with Enniskillen. So that's 4 crews. 3 crews will qualify for the final later on this afternoon at 15:40. But we have University of Limerick, who are having a very good championships, way out in front now. They've taken 2 lengths of clear water, looking very comfortable indeed now, and I don't see anything wrong with their rowing indeed. Lovely rowing here. They've got 2 lengths, University of Limerick A crew, from the crew on the near side, Commercial now, who've gone out on their own clearly into second, and a length down back to the University of Limerick B crew in lane 2 on the far side, and then half a length back to Enniskillen Royal. So that's the 4 positions through 500 metres. Slight tailwind, a little bit cloudy. Hopefully this wind won't blow up, and I hope the rain doesn't come, otherwise it'll be wet here going on. But at the moment it's really Just a little bit of a tailwind there now, won't upset them too much. But University of Limerick A crew rowing along nicely, and my guess is the rates come down to around 32 now. They're looking very, very comfortable. Commercial in second position, working harder with outright possession, second position on the near side, and then University of Limerick B crew in lane 2 on the far side, another link behind them, and then another link and a half back to Enniskillen Royal in lane 3. That's positions to 750 metres in this heat 1 of the men's intermediate costless pairs. I always believe this boat to be the most challenging boat. You really have to be technically efficient to be able to get this one to work well. Yourself and your partner, one guy steering it, or girl, whoever is in the boat with the shoe, and there's a lot going on there. So they're all staying in the lanes. The umpire hasn't had to put the white flag up to get them to move back into the lane, so they're all being very obedient in their steering and well capable. But we're coming up now to halfway. First race this afternoon down here in Cork, and I think the conditions are just slight tail, probably 4 meters per second, which is okay. It's not bad, and just hopefully that's it, and it won't get any worse this afternoon. To halfway, University of Limerick A crew out there just holding on from commercial, about a length and a half from the commercial. 3 crews qualified, so they're holding back. They just want to qualify, but they still want to win. Third position, University of Limerick, another length and a half back in lane 2 on the far side, and then Enniskillen have fallen away about 3 lengths behind. So it's Enniskillen now who are the crew that at this point look like won't make it through to the final later on. So all 4 crews, about 2 lengths between each one, so well spread out as you look down the course. And hopefully the drone now will come out and pick up this, and you'll get a good bird's eye view, and hopefully we'll bring you some good pictures this afternoon to look for those of you watching on your couches or on your bed at home. And unfortunately everybody who wants to be here this weekend due to conditions, the restrictions, but hopefully we'll give you the first time we're doing this, bringing online live viewing for you. So we'll do our best, and we'll see how that goes. And we will learn from this, and it's going to be something to bring to the future. But about 750 metres now left in this race, and definitely there's not a lot to be saying in this race apart from University of Limerick A crew. Looking at them now, I'd say they'll be a major threat for the final in the middle here in lane 4. And they have 2 lengths in commercial, looking very comfortable as well. Both crews down in the early 30s in their rating strokes per minute. And then about 3 lengths back to University of Limerick B crew, and another 2 lengths back to Enniskillen. So you can see that as they come down towards you, as they approach 1,500 metres. We will just hand over to Alan now second, as I said. University of Limerick A crew out in front in the middle there in lane 4, and about 2 lengths from commercial in lane 6 on the near side. Another 3 lengths back to University of Limerick B crew, and 2 lengths ahead of Enniskillen Royal. 3 crews to qualify. I'll hand it over to Alan now at the finish tower.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, it's a cruel heat when you're the only boat that won't make it. But from the look, as Jerry said, from the look of this, there's a very strong UL crew out there. Definitely it appears that UL and commercial holding back for the final. The ULB crew seems to be holding that distance over Enniskillen as they come into view now with probably about 300 metres left. ULA crew and commercial well out in front, controlling this race now. Probably definitely one eye, if not 2, on the final. Some great footage here. The wind seems to be fluctuating a bit. I know from being out in the water earlier, it was very nice. The first 500 metres, very calm, very nice conditions. Certainly blew up in the middle of the course, so hopefully that wind will stay away. It is a tailwind, so there's worse conditions that have faced these rowers, but as they come into view now with the last 100 metres or so, it's the ULA crew, the commercial and ULB do seem to be in control of that 3rd qualifying spot, saving their energy. So it'll be formidable in the final. This UL crew got a nice bit of length. It's not really racing. It's settled down after about 750 metres. As Jerry said, it's settled down into a bit of a parade. Everybody just securing their place. And as they come to the line, it's going to be that UL Crew, ULA over Commercial, over ULB, and unfortunately in this round Enniskillen are the ones that are going to miss out.
We're back here at 1,000 metre mark now as the second heat of men's intermediate coxes pair coming at us. They're nearly through halfway, and this is a much tighter affair altogether with 3 crews to qualify. In lane 2 on the far side, Neptune, lane 3 Cork Boat Club, lane 4 Shandon, lane 5 Shannon Rowing Club, and lane 6 University College Cork Rowing Club on the near side. As you come towards us now, out in front is Shandon in lane 4. Actually, they're dead level with Cork Boat Club, so they're the 2 leading crews, and then a link back to Shannon in lane 5. They're the leading 3 crews that are in the qualifying positions at the moment, and then a length and a half back to the crew from the University College Cork in the near side, and Neptune who are beside each other. Looking at it now, Cork Boat Club have moved out into the lead by half a length in lane 3 in the middle from the crew to their left, which is nearer the enclosure Shannon. They're the 1-2, and then a length of Clearwater back to Shannon Rowing Club. Neptune now are attacking and trying to get back desperately, and the crew from University College Cork. They need to start attacking now as they move into this second half of the race. It's about 750 metres to go. Shannon holding on to 3rd position, but look under a slight bit of pressure from Neptune now attacking on the far side, who've now moved into 4th. A length ahead then of the crew on the near side, University College Cork, with the black and red. So Neptune now are just a length off the crew who is in 3rd, but that 3rd qualifying spot. Shannon. So Shannon holding on to 3rd from Neptune by a length. That's what we're watching. The other 2 are well out. Cork Boat Club and Shandon there, probably a half a length between them. Cork leading. About 700 metres to go. As the crews come more and more down the course here into view, it's Shandon and Cork looking comfortable now, dropping their rate. They've got this under control. Shannon, though, okay, they need to just watch it, because there's Neptune and even University College Cork on the near side. Possibly they're falling back slightly, but Neptune can attack here for that 3rd qualifying position. They're watching the Shannon crew, and they're making some inroads now. We watch this just through the 1500. We watch it for another.
Sheriff Connor, please come to the regatta office. Sheriff Connor to the regatta office, please.
But out in front, Cork Boat Club and Shandon in the middle. They're definitely going to qualify, I guess. And then Shannon have put on a big push and have moved back into a length lead from Neptune Rowing Club on the far side. So they're the 3 qualifying positions. Shannon from Cork Boat Club by half a length, and then 2 lengths back to Shannon, and a length back to Neptune, and a length back to the crew on the near side, University College Cork. I'll hand it over to Alan in the tower to finish.
So things are going to have to change, and for Neptune and UCC, if they want to grab that coveted 3rd spot, it doesn't look like it at this stage. As Jerry said, in control from the start, Shandon and Cork Boat Club seem to have this one under control. Shannon under a little bit of pressure now from Neptune out on the far side. We look at it here. Oh, and I think we've had Shannon both there, missed the stroke, and that could put Neptune back into it. Unfortunately for Shannon, with 3rd place, and UCC are driving back on them. This could be helpful either for that 3rd spot. Might drive on everybody. Unfortunately, that little mistake by Shannon. Little splash there, and oh no, there is. That lane is gone, and UCC have pushed through. With Shannon in quite a dominant position. They're always under the pressure. Came into that scrappy water. UCC and Neptune have charged through. This heat could go either way. First and second, you've got to say is Shandon and UCC, but this is going to the line. This is a UCC Neptune fight out for that 3rd spot to make their way to the final. Shannon unfortunately have been out of it. Looks like UCC could be finishing stronger. They go from the angle. There's the win. There's 2nd place. It's all down to the 3rd place. Last place in the final. And it looks like it was UCC over Neptune, and unfortunately Shannon lose out just in the last 20 strokes. We'll wait for the final result on that, but white flag, hell of a finish.
are now back up to the 1,000 metre mark as these races are coming fast and furiously towards us down the course. We've got the men's club single sculls time trials, 4 time trials, and basically they go as hard as they can down the course and try and be one of the fastest 6 scullers to make the final later on this afternoon in the men's club single sculls. Well spread out here now as we pick them up at the 1,000 metre mark, and as I look down the course we have in lane 1 on the far side, Shannon O'Flaherty, lane 2, Carrick O'Leary, Carrick and Shannon O'Leary, lane 3, Skibbereen Birchall, lane 4, Cork Boca O'Neill, lane 5, St. Michael's, Bodie Kylie, and lane 6, Skibbereen C. O'Donovan, another O'Donovan. So, as we watch them now come towards us, we have one man well out front, and that is the St. Michael's sculler, Bodie Kylie. Is that a double barrel surname, Bodie Kylie? Hopefully I'm correct in that. He's got about 4 lengths on the Skibbereen sculler beside him to his left in lane 6, O'Donovan. So, men's club sculls, and that's the 1-2, and then about 4 lengths back to the sculler from Cork O'Neill, and then half a length back to the other Skibbereen sculler, Birchall, and then on the far side we have Shandon O'Flaherty, and then another length back to the Carrick sculler in lane 2, O'Leary. So well spread out. We have to fall back because they're so well spread out now, being a time trial. This was just randomly, these crews were randomly drawn to race each other in the time trial. But you can safely say that St. Michael's sculler now is well out front on this one. But it is all about getting a fast time in the top 6. I mean, you could actually get the top 6 coming from one race, but that won't happen, I'm sure. But all these guys know that they just have to keep, even if they're not winning, get into that final. That's number 1. St. Michael's lead, Bodie Kylie in lane 5, and then behind him then is the Skibbereen sculler, O'Donovan. They're the 1-2, and into third now on the far side is Shandon O'Flaherty on the far side in lane 1. He's about a half a length up in the Cork Boat Club sculler, O'Neill, and he's a length up in the other Skibbereen sculler in lane 3, Birchall, and then a length back to lane 2, Carrick O'Leary. We watch this one now moving away from us as they approach 1500. That's the positions, they haven't changed. We'll go back now as these crews come down fast and furiously towards us for the time trial 3 as the first one approaches through 1600 metres gone. I'll hand over to Alan to pick it up now shortly from the finish line.
Yeah, so it's that good. St. Michael's Bodie Kylie really dominant, although he did come to just a brief stop there. But when you've got that much on the field, you can afford that little mistake. Unfortunately, we've seen from the Shannon boat before, we've seen a little bit of difficulty in that stretch of water, even around the same, in this similar lane. 26 participants in this, with the top 6 to go through to the final. That's race number 244 at 3:50 p.m. So we've got to say that it's a long 2K to go all out with the race coming to the final coming that quickly. But St. Michael's sculler, that's Bodie Kylie over Skibbereen C. O'Donovan. Those two lead the field. But as Jerry said, it's a time trial, so it could be 1 from a heat, 2 from a heat, 3, 4, 5 or 6. You just got to make the final. So the pressure's on every one of these. Positions are irrelevant. It's all about the power. But coming to the line, it's St. Michael's Bodie Kylie that's going to cross the line first, with C. O'Donovan in second place. And some way back then to the rest of the participants. We'll go down to Jerry there and see what's happening in the second race in the time trial of the men's senior single scull. Back to you, Jerry.
Back here at the 1,000 metre mark for time trial 3 for the men's club single sculls. Tailwind now hasn't been any easier, so they're flying down here now as they approach me, and this one again well spread out. I'll tell you who's the lineup in lane 2 on the far side, Skibbereen D. Casey, that's a famous name. In lane 3, Commercial P. Flood. In lane 4, UCD Boat Club, Rose Griffin. Lane 5, Presentation Cork, Sea Power, and Lane 6, A. Murphy from Lee Rowing Club Cork. Watching them here now, yes, these crews are well spread out. We've watched them for a little bit. In Lane 3, leading the way home here is Flood from Commercial Rowing Club, Island Bridge, Dublin. He's got about 4 lengths now, rowing very well with the red cap on the far, out in Lane 3. Behind him then is the Lee Sculler, Murphy, A. Murphy, on the near side in Lane 6, and then he's a length ahead of the Sculler in Lane 4, UCD, and both of Rose Griffin, and then another couple of 3 lengths back to the other 2 Scullers who are beside each other. That's the other Skipper and Sculler, D. Casey, on the far side, probably half a length up on Cork Sea Power. So that's the positions. We just follow it here as we see a few interested spectators on the far side now. They've sneaked in there to give them a shout at the 1,000 metre mark on the far side. But Commercial lead the way here, Flood. As we just watch him as he moves away. They're about 1,200 metres into this race, and then he's about 4 or 5 lengths ahead of the Sculler from UCD, both of Rose Griffin, and he's beside the Sculler from the A. Murphy. And then D. Casey from Skibbereen on the far side in Lane 2 has moved up now into 4th position, and he's about 3 lengths ahead of Cork Sea Power. So there's the positions as they move on down the course in the men's club single sculls, the bread and butter of their sculling. If these guys want to improve and get on up the ladder and make a name for themselves, winning the club single sculls will be a major achievement on their CV to make a breakthrough. So these guys are learning their trade here. This is the first grade that you can enter as an adult. There's no number single sculls championship. Club singles is where you come in at. This is the entrance grade. And these guys, some of them really good now already at this, and probably only 2-3 years experience, even less some of them. So they're the positions now as I go through the 1,500 metres, well spread out. Commercial continuing to lead, Flood from the UCD Sculler in Lane 3 in 2nd position, and the Lee Murphy in 3rd. They're the top 3, followed by Skibbereen, Casey in 4th. And we'll leave that for Alan in the finishing car now to take home as we move back up for the next time trial.
So Commercial dominant in this heat. As Jerry said, it's very well spread out there. There is a bit of a mix, alright, just random draw to in these heats, 26 in total. So conditions from here don't look too bad. Definitely a tailwind. Now we'll ask Jerry for an update in around the 1,000 metre mark, but certainly these boys have battled the conditions pretty well. It's Flood from Commercial, who's going to come home. Looks very strong, and you'd have to imagine is in their time when it's potentially assured for the final. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th there still up for grabs. We have Lee Murphy on the in the red and black on the enclosure side coming up into 2nd place. Should get some good pictures. The drone is out. If anyone's online on the phone or anything, they want to check that out. See what it's all about. But as they come into the finish now, Commercial dominant. You're going to see the UCD Rose Griffin there, and from UCD and Murphy from Lee coming in 2nd and 3rd. But we're going to go back down to Jerry, 5 of these heats, and Jerry's going to pick up heat number 3.
Thanks, Alan. Heat 3, time trial men's club single sculls in Lane 2 on the far side. Alexander Gillick from Neptune. Lane 3, Lee and Murray. Lane 4, Shannon Williams. Lane 5, Commercial Conway. Lane 6, Carol Nolan. Out front by about 3 lengths. On the far side of Lane 2 is Alexander Gillick from Neptune Rowing Club, moving away by about 4 lengths on the far side. Then we have the Sculler from, just trying to see across here. Carlo Nolan, yes, from Lane 6 on the near side. So they're the 1, 2, and then we have 2 Scullers beside each other. We have Commercial Conway and Shannon Williams, about 3 further lengths backward, and then 2 lengths back to Lane 3, Murray from Lee. So well spread out again. All these time trials are just so spread out, but there's no doubt about it. Gillick from Neptune leading this one home by about 3 to 4 lengths, even more possibly. from the Sculler Carlo on the other side. So the crews on either side of the course in lane 2 and 6 rather, leading the way here. And we've gone about 1300 metres into this race now. And it's a time trial, so everybody's racing as hard as they can down the tracks here to make it to the final later on. Top 6 made it to the final men's club single sculls this afternoon. So Gillick continues to lead for Neptune from Carlo and Nolan. They're the top 2, and then about 4 lengths back to Commercial Conway, and another length and a half then back to Shannon Williams, and then another 2 lengths back to Lee Murray. So they're the positions now. They've all gone through 1,500 metres, and Alan will pick it up now shortly in the finishing tower and just guide them home.
So Neptune well in control and well out in front. Obviously won't know until the times come in as to the top 6 out of the 26 participants in the men's club single scull. 2 more heats after this, and then we are into the women's intermediate single scull. So 2 heats of that, and they'll go to the final, which is the last race of the day at 2:45. That's at 4 p.m. the women's intermediate single scull. So 2 more time trial heats after this. Gillick from Neptune well out in front. It can be difficult to follow in the commentary launch. Just the primary thing is to avoid washing out any of the participants. But Gillick well in front, you have to imagine that his time is going to be enough to get into the final, but certainly those 6 places are up for grabs. Gillick, Lee, Shannon, Commercial and Carlo. Gillick well out in front. Carlo in 2nd place. And it looks like Commercial Conway putting a push on there in the 3rd. We're going to check in with Jerry as heat number 4 comes down the river.
Thanks, Alan. Hopefully now the drone is keeping up with these races, because it is they're coming fast and furiously down now here at me. We've got the time trial 4 now, and lane 2 on the far side, University of Limerick Rowing Club Forum. In lane 2, lane 3 UCD Boat Club O'Sullivan, lane 4 Clonmel Healy, lane 5 St Michael's Limerick Spooner, and lane 6 Cork Boat Club Young on the near side. That's it now as they come towards me, and I can see out in front I know the Clonmel colours very well there. Vertical stripes, the blue and the plain blue and black Clonmel, out in front in lane 4, that's Mr. Keeley, and he's about 3 lengths ahead of another famous colour called Boat Club, the chocolate brown stripes, going the other way. So he's in lane 2. He's probably dead level now with the guy on the far side in lane 2. University of Limerick, Oran. They're the first 3, and then he's about a length back to St Michael's, the blue with the yellow hoops, and I'm sure the yellow is a certain colour which I should know. From St Michael's Limerick, you need to tell me that afterwards, what that yellow is, the proper colour. Saffron, yeah, I'll get it afterwards anyway. I'll be giving out for that, and then it's quite a bit back to UCD O'Sullivan. So all these races are well, everything's well spaced out. It's interesting, amazing how not 1 or 2 guys were anyway similar in any of these time trials. So Clonmel lead the way as the rain starts to spit. I just hope it doesn't come down too hard now for the next little bit, but Clonmel lead the way here in lane 4, Keeley. And then, as I said, Cork Boat Club on the near side, Young, and then University of Limerick Core. They're probably very close to each other for the 2nd and 3rd position. And then 2 lengths back to St Michael's Spooner from Limerick. And then it's about, holding up the rear then is in lane 3, University College Dublin Boat Club O'Sullivan. So again, well spaced out as this procession comes down the course, time trial. Nobody qualifies here from finishing 1st, 2nd or 3rd. This is go as hard as you can, make 6 fast times, get to the final later on. Simple. That was the instructions from the coaches. But Clonmel lead the way here, running very well. Keeley, I'm sure he'll make the top 6 the way he's rowing there, nice and long, good, sturdy, strong rowing from the University of Limerick Horn, and on the other side, Cork Boat, but they're the first 3 young. I'll hand it over to Alan now to take it home from the finishing tower.
Thanks, Terry. So Clonmel are well in control of this, as we see a couple of boats heading down to the start. Clonmel in control of this, as I said, second last time trial. Boats are very well spread out here. So Clonmel in the centre, then we have Cork Boat Club and UL on the far side. So those three are going to be your top three, but it's all down to the clock. You will know quite soon after after the last boat crosses the line. We should have a pretty instant lineup for the final, and as soon as we have that, we'll get that to you. But the pressure, a little bit of pressure now being put on Clonmel as the Cork and UL scullers come back, but the Clonmel sculler Keeling looks well in control. He's going to cross the line first. Most likely UL will cross the line second, with Cork third, but will it be enough to make that top 6 spots? The final heat is underway, and we'll go back to Jerry to pick it up on the lake.
Thank you, Alan. This is the final time trial number 5 for the men's club single sculls. And okay, the first two, so we give you the couple of call first. In lane 2 on the far side, lane 1 is empty, lane 2 commercial Hurley, lane 3 Coleraine Grammar School Edgar, lane 4 Dublin University Boat Club Thomas Stevens, lane 5 Sligo Rowing Club O'Hara Nolan, and lane 6 Queen's University Belfast Boat Club Morgan Jones. So that's the lineup, and as they come towards me now, out in front, no doubt, is Thomas Stevens from Dublin University Boat Club in lane 4, and then it's about 2 lanes back to the Queen's Sculler, Queen's University Belfast Boat Club Morgan Jones. And he's probably only about a campus ahead of the commercial sculler on the far side early, who's then about 2 lanes back to Sligo O'Hara Nolan, and then a further 3-4 lanes back to Coleraine Grammar School Edgar. So the end's well spread out, apart from the scullers, so the commercial sculler and the sculler over on the Queen's Sculler, who are beside each other in second and third position. But Thomas Stevens, the cap on there, the white blades, the white top of Dublin University Boat Club, incoming captain, I believe, for Dublin University this year. He's leading the way here now in this time trial, final time trial of the men's club single sculls. He's about 2 lanes down on the commercial sculler on the far side in lane 2 early. And he's probably dead level now with the Queen's University Belfast Morgan Jones. Now they're pretty much beside each other. So that's a 1, 2, 3 with about 3 lanes back then to Sligo O'Hara Nolan, and 3 lanes further back to Coleraine Grammar School Edgar. Some of that again, my arms feel like they're getting burnt. It's incredible weather. You don't know what's going to happen here. But again, these races are well spread out. So we have to wait and see now this final later on whether we get a tight race. I think we will. I think each guy, there's some really good scullers up the front of these time trials. The men's club single sculls final time trial number 5. But no doubt about it, DUBC, Stevens leads the way home here by a couple of lengths from the 2 scullers who were close together, Hurley and Commercial from Commercial in lane 2, and Queen's Morgan Jones in lane 6 on the near side. That's the 1, 2, 3, with 2 lanes back then to Sligo, O'Hara Jones, Nolan rather, and then another 2 to 4 lanes back to Coleraine Grammar School Edgar. They've gone about 1,600 metres, possibly a lot more for Stevens there. He's probably 1,750 gone. I'll hand over to Alan in the finish now.
Stevens of DUBC well in control of this from the start. Really put the pressure on as you just don't know what time the top 2 or top 3 of the previous 4 heats came in, so the pressure's really on. Some say this is even tougher than a head-to-head race. They're just racing blind. Go as hard as you can from start to finish. Once this is complete, we'll have we should have the lineup in for the final. That'll be posted online. We'll also give an announcement here, but it does look like Stephen of Trinity has been well in control of that all the way. Coleraine Grammar School putting a push on, and that is Queen's University Walton Jones as well. So they're going to be your top three. I see Jerry racing down there, and he's going to pick up the first heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. So as they come up to the line, so there's a bit of a battle there between, commercial hurley on the far side and the Bowling Grammar School sculler there. As they come to the line, it's going to be Stevens that will take this, and we're going to go down the river and check out what's happening in the women's intermediate single sculls heat 1.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, we've got women's intermediate single sculls Heat A now on the course with 3 to qualify for the final. So this is 3 only we get through this. We're finished with time trials. It's lane 2 on the far side. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 from O'Donovan, lane 3 from Bergen, lane 4 O'Donovan and O'Donovan, lane 5 on the near side St Michael's Benson. So we've got 4 crews, only 1 to be dropped. And tight enough now as they approach me now. So this looks promising to be a good race to watch. As they come towards me now, in lane 3 from Bergen leading the way here. She will have some international experience behind her now. She's probably most experienced in this race, lane 3. So she's got about a length and a half on the sculler on the near side, St Michael's Benson, who's then got about less than a length on the Kilorgan sculler O'Donovan. So they're the top 3, and the girl from O'Donovan now has drifted back a couple of lengths, so she's in danger of being eliminated here. So 3 girls in front. That's lane 3 from Bergen, and then lane 6 St Michael's Benson, and in lane 4 Kilorgan O'Donovan. They're in the qualifying positions at the moment, and they've got about, I tell you, in the sculler it's not that much. It's about a length of clear water on the Fermoy sculler in lane 2 on the far side of O'Mahony. So O'Mahony has to attack now and start trying to hunt them down as they well into the second half of this race now. Probably about 1,200 metres gone. Oh, Fermoy, she's not going to do it if that happens. She had a bit of a boat stopper, so that's unfortunate for her. I was on the far side in lane 2, the girl that was trying desperately to come back into this race, O'Mahony from Fermoy. So she's now drifted back another length or so. So the girls in front, they'll be taking the rate down now, and they can start trying to. Unless she's got superpowers now over in lane 2, O'Mahony from Fermoy. She's out of the back here, about 1,300 metres gone here. But the girls in front, they've dropped the rate, so they've got plenty in reserve here. You can see that. So I don't think there's any battle going to happen here. Lane 3 continues to lead from Bergen, and she's looking very strong and very long and well in control here. About 2 lengths down, and the other 2 scullers are actually right beside each other. That's lane 4 Kilorgan O'Donovan, and then beside her St Michael's Benson in lane 5 the near side. So that's the positions. Fermoy continues to lead from the girl Bergen leads from Kilorgan O'Donovan and St Michael's Benson. The other Fermoy sculler, O'Mahony, in danger of dropping out here, and she's probably 2 lengths further back. Through 1,500 metres. That's the positions. The only position that might change is between second and third, but they're in the qualifying position, so it's pretty irrelevant really. I'll hand it over to Alan now to take it in, with 3 to qualify in this women's intermediate single sculls Heat A.
So Bergen out in front with Kilorgan and St Michael's Benson, O'Donovan and Benson holding on to those spots, seem to be comfortable enough over O'Mahony. He at the moment is just making it over the line in that 3rd qualifying spot. There's no point in exerting too much energy, you'll need it all, because the final for this race is coming at 4 p.m. So get over the line and save your energy for that. But as they come down through probably about 200 go, it is, well, it's not over yet, even though O'Mahony on the far side doesn't look like they're too far off, maybe a length down. But is it being controlled by Benson from St Michael's? Looks like it is at the minute. Now we've seen a few dodgy strokes from previous boats coming through this particular part of the course, but it does look like St Michael's are in that 3rd spot. But I can see there's a push there from O'Mahony and Fermoy. No doubt about who's going to cross the line first. It's going to be Bergen and Fermoy, but the other Fermoy sculler, O'Mahony, seems to be putting on a bit of a push. But I'd say at this stage now it could be just too little too late. Unfortunately, she was unlucky to, as Jerry said, have that boat stopper. earlier on, probably about 1,000 metres earlier, and that has put her out of contention, out the back in this, and it looks as though the three to go through are going to be Fermoy, Killorglin and St. Michael's. As they come to the line, you are going to see Fermoy Bergen cross first with Killorglin O'Donovan and Benson from St. Michael's, and the unlucky one missing out would be Fermoy O'Mahony. So we'll head back to Jerry. He might, Jerry might give us an update on the conditions in the middle of the course there, see what they're like at the moment.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, well, that tailwind is still coming along here. You know, it hasn't got any worse, and it's fair right across the course. It's straight down. Sun is out, so as we look here at the second heat of the women's intermediate single sculls, in lane 2 on the far side, Kenmare O'Neill, lane 3, Carrick and Shannon Murphy, lane 4, Sligo Dunbar, and lane 5, University Limerick running from Coffey. And looking across here now in lane number 5, University of Limerick, leading the way here. She's doing very well. She must be rating about 24, so she's well in control. And she's got about 2 lengths on the girl on the far side in lane 2 from Kenmare O'Neill. And then lane 3 beside her, Carrick Rowing Club, Murphy. They're the leading 3. And the reason they've all got the rates right down is the sculler from Sligo Dunbar has fallen back quite a bit, and so they're just trying to get down the course without making any mistakes. With this little tailwind, you know, when you're in the single sculls, it doesn't take you. You've got to be always on the ball here, because you can tip off the edge of the oar and just get a slight catch, and away you go. You can tip in or catch a crab, or anything can happen at all. So you always, no matter how far out you're, how well you're doing, single sculling, such a technical sport, such a great boat to. So difficult to manage, and when you get it up, you make it look so easy. But believe me, it can be very difficult to get it to look easy. But these girls now managed to qualify to the 1,500 metres. They got 500 to go. Just need to get home safely. As the sculler from Sligo Dunbar now has fallen adrift a little bit. So leading the way here is University of Limerick Coffey from Kenmare O'Neill. And then about a length half between them, and then about 3 lengths back to Carrick Murphy, and then Sligo Dunbar. So well spread out here, but the top 3 scullers looks pretty certain that they get home okay there, as I've given the lineup to you. So Alan, I'll hand over to you now for that women's intermediate single sculls heat B, and take them home.
Thanks, Jerry. Nicely out in front there, UL Coffey, Carrick Murta and Kenmare O'Neill. Fueling is there for second place. So this looks well spread out. Unfortunately, it looks like Dunbar and Sligo could be the one to miss out, but we've seen, as I said, we've seen stranger things happen. They look very well in control now. Some really, really good sculling here at the minute, but the rate, as Derek said, the rate has come down. These are wily racers. It's not all about hammering to the finish, it's about saving your energy, because the final is coming up at 4 o'clock. There's a little bit of to and fro there between UL and Kenmare as to who wants to cross the line first. They both picked up the race. They're certainly not giving up, even though they both look safely through to the final. There's a battle below centre lanes. Certainly on the far side of lane 2, Kenmare have really picked that up. The UL rower Coffey now has dropped, doesn't look as committed to a big finish, although she's putting a lot of power through the oars. Those two are going to take home first and second. We're going to see them in the final. The Carrick rower Murta is going to safely get to the finish line and secure that third spot in the final. And unfortunately, missing out is going to be Dunbar of Sligo. So as we head down the lake to Jerry, it's our first final of the day. It's the women's novice 8 final. Jerry, over to you.
Thanks, Alan. We're just heading back up the river here, we've got, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 finals coming up now very shortly, one after the other. We've got the women's novice 8s, an interesting one here. We've got commercial A and commercial B, and normally you would have all the universities, but because of the way the world is at the moment, we don't have any UCDs or LBCs or Queen's University Ladies Boat Clubs or NUIGs, all missing. And so commercial, I think commercial going to win this one. Commercial A against commercial B, that'll be up shortly. And that'll be followed by a men's junior 18-8s, no idea, because there's hardly any racing this year. And we'll give you the lineups for them as they come along, but some really good cracking races coming. We've got the special junior 19 men's 8s as well, the one-off because of all the mad times we're living at the moment as well. Women's club 8s final then, followed by the women's junior 18 Cox's 4s, then the men's senior quads. That'll be a really good one. They'll all be good, but that'll be, there's some big names in there. Women's senior pairs, some big names in there too. The Olympians, a lot of Olympians between those two races. Men's intermediate pairs final, you've seen the heats earlier on. Men's club single sculls final, you've seen the time trial, and the women's intermediate single sculls final. So, some great races coming up shortly as we try to make our way back up here now, and it's two commercial novice 8s. We'll come back to you in a second because they're not even, the orange light isn't flashing yet, but we get them ready. We'll, rather than me talking away, even though I love doing that, we'll take a little short interlude, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes with this women's novice 8 final. Welcome back. Here now to the start. We have the final of the women's novice eights about to commence, and the orange light is flashing, which means the crews are on their starters' orders. And we have commercial A on the far side, lane 3, in the middle, lane 3, and then on the near side, the commercial B crew. And unique race, two crews from the one club. I think this might be a first for the championships, and it's a credit to Commercial Rowing Club from Island Bridge in Dublin to be able to produce all these novice women, and a lot of hard work goes in to be able to get them on the water and get them on the start. So well done for that. And we have a race on here, and I'm sure, no doubt, there'll be a niggle between these two crews. I honestly don't know what the difference in the speed between the two boats is. But let's hope now it's close enough. No doubt it'll be racing good spirit, and they'll all give it everything, the two crews, to make a race of this. So we're just waiting for the start. I was just thinking, Henry Road Regatta recently, we had some A's and B crews in heats, and I'm not sure if it was a final. I remember Tiger Scullers Rowing Club women raced each other at Henley, and also Oxford Brooks. So it happens in big events, and the key thing is that they both give it 100% and make a good race of it, and in the spirit of it all. And I've no doubt they will do that. But again, I think it's Jim Butcher, the coach, and there's a lot of effort goes into getting novices on the water, and it's a credit, as I said earlier on, for the Commercial Rowing Club to do this. So we're just waiting now, a little bit of a delay, trying to just get them straight here, and here we go now for the start. We're about 200 metres off the start now, just waiting for this race to come along. And here we go, we're away. So Commercial A, I don't have any names, which I must apologise for. So Commercial A, I hope all you supporters watching online and here present know who Commercial A is in the A crew. They're on the far side, and Commercial B on the near side. And straight away the A crew are out to nearly half a length off the start. So that's why they're the A crew. We watch them here coming along. Women's Novice 8's final. As they approach me, I'm seeing them now through about 250 metres gone, and the A crew are probably out nearly a length now. Yeah, we've got a length in it between them now to come up right beside us. So Commercial A leading Commercial B by 1 length. So Commercial Rowing Club from Island Bridge, Dublin, leading the way here, the A crew, 36.5 strokes per minute the A crew are at, if you wanted to know that, and then the B crew are rating 34.5, so 2-stroke difference, but it's the A crew now out to half a length of clear water as they come up to 500 metres gone. My guessing now, just thinking about novice rowing, and hopefully next year when we can get all the universities, because that's where the stronghold comes from, and it's great to see the clubs. You know, I saw it there in some of the quads earlier on, the commercial clubs putting novices on the water. Hopefully we get everybody back, all the universities, all the commercial clubs, everybody back now with a full rowing programme from the autumn now, and we won't have any more fallbacks with this awful pandemic that's going on around the world at the moment. So back to the race anyway, and Commercial A crew now moving out to a length and a half of clear water, and looking very good there now as they down the rate to 34. They'll probably just let it run along 33.5, the crew and B crew. So that's nice rowing from them now, the A crew. They're stretched out, and you can definitely see why they are the A crew. The B crew doing very well as well, I have to say too. Very well together, and no doubt they're enjoying this outing. And they come along now through 750. Commercial A leading Commercial B. They have 3 crews in the women's novice quads. Was it earlier on today now? The 2 days are running into one in my head. And it's just great to see so many numbers there rowing out of Commercial Rowing Club. in adults club rowing, and it's fantastic. Normally you see the universities dominating these events, novice club, and I think that the clubs, when they have a rowing program, when they get it right, they can certainly compete with the universities, the institutions, that's for sure. So as we approach halfway, commercial aid crew now, I tell you what, they're certainly giving it everything. They definitely want to show they're the A crew. They're out to 2 lengths now of the lead over the B crew, who are still fighting desperately and giving it their all, and that's great to see. Fantastic rowing from these 2 crews. 1 kilometre gone, both crews, and over halfway gone now, as the A crew had a small little stutter, but nothing much really. They're nice clean finishes for a novice A, very impressive indeed. So we've got the men's junior 8 coming up after this, and I'm looking forward to that, between Enniskillen, Royal Grammar and St. Divish from Galway, A and B crew, St. Joseph's and Castleconnell. So with 4 crews, and that's coming straight up after this one. And we'll be heading back up for that. I want to get back to the start for that now, because we've no idea how that one will go, and we're absolutely looking forward to it, and I hope you are online and here at Inniscarra also. So we've gone through about 1,300 metres. The A crew now have dropped the rate down. They're looking very relaxed now. They just need to hold on to this and take it home. And they're going to be champions of Ireland, novice champions of Ireland, 33.5 strokes per minute. And then the B crew rating 31. So B crew still rowing well, but getting a little tired. The A crew, absolutely not, though. They look the fitter crew. They're stretching out, enjoying it, and it's a credit to both crews indeed. Great spectacle, great display from the 2 novice women's 8s from Commercial Rowing Club. As they come up towards the 1,500 metre mark, we'll follow it for about another 30 seconds or so, but there's no doubt the A crew are going to win this now, barring a major disaster, as they approach 1,500 metres in about 10 strokes time. Just to say, Commercial A on the far side, leading the way in the Women's Novice 8 Championship of Ireland. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin from Commercial Rowing Club B by about 3.5 lengths. Alan, I'll leave it to you over the finishing tower now to talk this one home now. Thanks.
So Jerry's on his way back down for the race 237, the men's junior 18-8. So Enniskillen, St. Joseph's A and B and Castleconnell, fearless boats with these junior 18s. But coming into sight now, it does appear that Commercial A rowing the stronger, the faster, the more together. They're going to take home the women's novice 8 championship. It's an amazing work by Commercial, but 16 rowers and 2 coxes of a novice grade out. Takes an awful lot of work, an awful lot of commitment, and they have it in spades, but it's great to see. Unfortunately, you can only race who comes up on the start line. It's not Commercial's fault, but certainly well deserved, the amount of effort that's been put in to get novice rowers in such good condition and rowing so well together. That A crew is looking really, really well, really fine together. I know that they haven't been under too much pressure, but certainly they'd be a challenge for any of the universities that if they were out there today. As they come to the line, there is a distance in it. It's going to be a pot for Commercial, and well deserved for all the hard work. Rowing really well together, that Commercial A crew. Commercial B still holding on, slightly lower rate. Just on it together. A few splashes for the Commercial A crew, but they know that there'll be bragging rights earned in about 15 strokes time, and they're picking it up at the end, and they're going to cross the line first, and they're going to be the well-deserved winners. So it's going to be Commercial A from Commercial B. They're about to hit the line, and we're going to head back then to Jerry for the men's junior 8s.
Thanks, Alan. We're on our way back up now, and we're hoping to get to the start, give you a bit of a feel for it for the men's junior 8s. We'll be up there now very shortly as we travel up. I tell you, the conditions have not got any worse or any better. They're just not. They're actually quite nice. Nice little tailwind there, and it's quite pleasant, especially for the bigger boats. they love it. They get down fast and furiously, and that's what we hope to see here now in the men's junior 8s. As I mentioned, we don't know who's the best crew here. There's no form that I know of anyway, between the Enniskillen crew, the Bish, the Josephs crews, or Castleconnell. So hopefully we'll get a belter of a race, and they give us a close one. We're just heading down now, and it's about 2 minutes off the start. They're getting attached, and we want to get right up beside them now and ride by on the bows with them as far as we can go. Let's hope they're all close. We can stay right up there. We follow it down as fast as we can, as far as we can rather. And I hope that the drone is behaving and kicking in there and picking it up on the way down. It's fantastic when it works well, and it's great features, great coverage. So let's see how that works now. If the wind behaves, we can keep going out and joining up. The drone loves to join up with the crews and meet them about halfway and follow them all the way home, guide them home. So the boats are attached. We're waiting for the orange light to start. There we go, orange light is on now. They're coming up onto Starter's orders as TJ, the starter from Skibbereen, a well-known, experienced starter, gets the junior 8s ready to go. Here we go. So in lane 2 on the far side, Enniskillen Royal. In lane 3, St. Joseph's B from Galway. In lane 4, St. Joseph's A. So they're right beside each other in the middle. And on the near side, Castleconnell. Actually, I'm not sure of Castleconnell. I think they're County Clare. I presume Castleconnell are County Clare. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody at some point send me a text. So they're away now. Off we go. Fast and furious. And here we go now as we look across Enniskillen on the far side, and the Bish in the middle, the A crew, nothing in between them, and then the canvas back to the other two. Oh, we got a great race on here. If anything, the Bish now have moved out in front of the A crew in lane 4. They're out to about half canvas on Enniskillen Royal, and then it's about another 3 feet back to the second Bish crew, who are dead level with Castleconnell. You can throw a blanket over this, folks. Here we go now. Let's keep them together. Let's you guys behave now and stay together and give us a good race. We're going to come up and ride in the bows with them. We're just going to, yeah. Here we go. The Bish are out to about a canvas on Enniskillen as we try to come straight up onto these bows. This is the fastest race of the day so far. And we try to strain the engine to cook up with it. But the Bish are out to about just a canvas, maybe about 2 men on Enniskillen Royal on the far side, and then it's about a half to 2/3 of a length back to Castleconnell. We've got about 3 feet on the B crew from the Bish. So through 500 already. St. Joseph's can go. The Bish lead. They're out to a third of a length from Enniskillen now on the far side. A couple of guys in Enniskillen start looking over. Don't let them go. They're out to nearly half a length now. They're motoring. The Bish are motoring. They're the fastest crew in the course at the moment. They're out to just over half a length on Enniskillen on the far side, and then it's about a half a length back to Castleconnell, and another half a length back to the second Bish crew. So here we go, we're through 700 metres already, and we're watching this now. The Bish in lane 4, St. Joseph's from Galway, half a length on Enniskillen, who are by no means out of this. They're just staying on them now. Half a length, it's not going anymore. They're staying to half a length, and these crews are moving out now on Castleconnell way about 2/3 of a length, and then another half a length back to the second Bish crew from Galway. So let's concentrate at the front here now. It's the Bish crew, St. Joseph's, leading here by half a length, not getting any more. Absolutely nothing else on Enniskillen. Maybe they're starting to take a little more now. Let's have a look here now. As we look at them, they're rating 36 in the St. Joseph's crew into the lead. Enniskillen on the far side are at 37.5, so they're attacking them desperately now. As St. Joseph's move out to 2/3. They're trying to open up. They're trying to break that boundary, get away from Enniskillen. Enniskillen now are doing a mighty push here to try and stay with them as we approach halfway. They're looking over a couple of them, but they're not breaking away. There's still a little overlap between St. Joseph's and Enniskillen, and then it's about another length back to Castleconnell, who are about a half a length of the second Bish crew. Let's look at this now. It's just coming up to a length between St. Joseph's and Enniskillen. We're about 1,200 metres into this race. St. Joseph's Well, here comes Enniskillen now. They're moving back a little bit. The overlap is back on. Here we go. Enniskillen back into an overlap now. We're right up here beside them. They're out to clear water from Castleconnell then, who've got and the Bish second crew. Well, let's watch the two crews in front. Enniskillen need to start hunting them down. The Bish are out to a length again. They absolutely returned the compliment on Enniskillen here now. They're out to a length again as we just stay with them here. The Bish looking good and strong, long rowing. Big long rowing, nice big long rowing from them on the length. Enniskillen just a little bit more uncomfortable watching them. I would guess the Bish crew look more comfortable. They've got a little bit of a gap. They've moved out to a little over length now. That's the key thing here. They've got that slight bit of 3 feet of clear water from Enniskillen and Royal on the far side. Enniskillen now looking a little ragged because they can see the Bish moving away. The Bish absolutely now out of 4 miles of clear water. Looking a much better crew as we approach 1,500 metres. The Bish from Galway, St. Joseph's, such a tradition in this sport, in rowing, such a stronghold themselves and Tánaiste Noid, the two big names from Galway, but it's the Bish this year who are doing it. As we just watch them here now, they're out to about a half a length of clear water really on Enniskillen. Enniskillen now are just getting a little ragged. The Bish absolutely looking good. I would put my money on that at this point. They've got nearly a half a length of clear water now. Really looking good here with about 4 metres to go. The Bish lead away. About a quarter length of clear water from Enniskillen. Who's then got about a length and a half from Castleconnell and another half a length back to the Bish second crew. Alan, take it home from the tower.
Enniskillen are going to need to make this move, and they'll need to make this move pretty quick. The Bish still out in front, as Jerry said, about a length and a half they have. There's only it's a 2-horse race. It's the Bish, it's St. Joe's to lose at this stage, but Enniskillen look like they've won that race. The Bish look really good and strong, but steady Enniskillen have responded, and they are responding, and the race is coming up, and the race is coming up on both boats. There's a response from the cost of the Bish crew. They want to hold that length. They want to hold that length a bit, but there is a fight back from Enniskillen. Enniskillen's a huge tradition as well when it comes to junior rowing, but I think the Bish are going to push this. They still have that length. As the rate comes up, so is the danger, so is the tension in the boat. They still have that length. Enniskillen are giving everything, but I think the Bish are going to bring this home. They're holding them off. They're going to take this by a length and a half. A huge push by Enniskillen there, but it was pushed back by St. Joe's, defended well, fantastic, and they're going to see 2 lengths, and those boys are enjoying it. The Bish are going to take this one home for the men's Junior 18 Championship of Ireland. Well rowed Bish, well rowed Enniskillen. Third place coming in, Castleconnell with a good fight back from the Bish B crew, but a fantastic head-to-head battle there for most of that. St. Bish answered the questions when Enniskillen put to them, and they are deserved champions. Jerry, it's back to you.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, we got the foot to the floor here. We're heading back up now for the final of the men's junior 19-8s, this one-off event. For those that weren't able to compete last year due to the pandemic, at 18, so it gives them a chance. So it's a 2-boat race, and we'll be up there shortly. Shannon Rowing Club from Limerick. There's a beautiful boathouse right on the bridge in County Limerick, and we had a request to try and tell you where these crews row from, what rivers they row on, so I'll do my best. Some of them I might know. Castleconnell and beside them, who row on the Shannon in O'Brien's Bridge just outside Limerick. So they're the 2 crews coming up next, and we will pick it up shortly, and that race is timed for 14:50, so about 3 minutes time, and have a little break there and we'll be back to you shortly.
just an update on some of the upcoming races. As Jerry said, the men's junior 19-8 final is a straight shootout between Shannon and Castleconnell. That's coming up next. Then we have the women's club 8 final. That's going to see 5 boats: Skibbereen, UCD, NUIG, Shandon and DULBC. And then we have the women's junior 18 4. So Galway, Castleconnell, Enniskillen, Ban and Shandon. Did have commercial then, but I think they may have scratched out of that too. So I think that's a 5-boat race. That's coming up at 3:10. So finals coming thick and fast. Jerry's going to pick this up, the men's junior 19-8 with 3 next on the water. That is Shannon and Castleconnell.
Okay, we're back up here now for the men's junior 19-8 final. We won't be saying that next year, hopefully. Well, we won't be, but in 2 years' time, hopefully, we won't be saying it. So, we've got a 2-boat final. Shannon in lane 3 in the middle from Limerick, and Castleconnell in lane 4. So 2 crews, easy to identify. Shannon on the far side, predominantly blue, and then on the near side, red and black of Castleconnell. So 2 crews who would know each other reasonably well now, not that far apart. So these guys are 19s and would have moved on into 3rd level education, working, whatever, and they have the chance now to win a championship here this afternoon. So as they approach me after about 250 metres, it looks like Shannon have moved out jumped out much quicker off the blocks to about a half a length. We'll pick it up now very shortly and give you an absolute update. But actually they're really out to a length, Shannon. They've stormed off here and they've really given Castleconnell a fright now because they have to look over their shoulders to see them. So we just go back and watch it now as they approach us. Sorry about that. Yeah, as they approach us, lane 3, it's Shannon Rowing Club, the famous rowing club from Limerick. That beautiful boathouse, which I have never visited, and I am definitely going there this summer. I've been invited along, and I'm going to have a game of snooker when I'm in there. So, approach 500 metres, it's Shannon Rowing Club, out to a length now. This is great for them as they go through 500 metres, rating 36. Castleconnell go through now, and they're at 37.5, but Shannon looking the better crew here now, stretching out, dropping the oar in and pushing everything off the legs and hips, driving the oar through the water really well. So that's good stuff from them. Castleconnell, big tall lads, desperately trying now to stay in touch, but Shannon now are moving away even more as I speak. They're out to about a length and a half of clear water here now as we go through about 750 metres in this the men's junior 19-8. Shannon continued to lead. Shannon Rowing Club. A famous club who've had some good victories down through all the years. A lot of history there from this club, and this will be a great one now to take home. The men's junior 19-8s. These boys are well out and they're not giving up. They're not taking their foot off the pedal. They're out for about 3 lengths now at this stage. So this is looking good for them now. The boys just need to keep their heads together and not start thinking about we've won this yet. We've gone through about coming up to halfway. Yeah, through the halfway point now, Shannon, and they've got about 4 lengths now. So they're by far the better crew. They're still moving along at a quick old pace, and They haven't taken their foot off, 35.5 strokes a minute, so they're loving this. They're absolutely loving this row. They're just absolutely standing on the stretcher here as they move further and further away from Castleconnell Rowing Club in this the men's junior 18-8 final. The junior 19 rather. So this race, as it progresses further down the course, will be followed by the women's club 8's final. And that'll be a cracker. We've got 5 boats in that, and we'll give you the lineup when we come back to you for that. But at the moment, we have the men's junior 19-8s progressing down the course well into the second half now, but there's no doubt about it. Shannon Rowing Club continue to lead and absolutely loving it. You can see them, they're just coming down the course. They haven't let the rate come down. They just want to win by as much as they can. So I wonder, maybe there's a great rivalry between these two clubs. The boys might know each other, but definitely they want to win by as much as they can. And you know, that's fair enough. That's what it's all about. So they're out to now. It's clear water by a lot as we come up towards the 1500 metre mark. Shannon Rowing Club, are they going to take this championship junior 19s? I believe absolutely, yes. Through the 1500 metre mark now in the next couple of strokes. As they go through, haven't let the rate come down. There's no doubt about it. You ask them afterwards, did you want to win by as much as you could? They will say, yes, we did. And that's what they're doing. I reckon they'll take another couple of innings before the end of this race. Out to by a considerable distance as they go through 1600 metres from Castleconnell Rowing Club. We'll watch them now as they move away from us. And but absolutely lovely rowing from them. So possibly they might have taken the 18s last year if it was on. Who knows? But it's theirs now, the junior 19s, and it's great to see. So as they approach you there now, Alan, you can take them home.
So this is the culmination of a very, very difficult year in training, and they want to make it count. And it's Shannon Rowing Club who led from the off, and they're going to lead this all the way home. Credit to Castleconnell putting in a strong fight there for the first couple of 100 metres, but in what appears to be choppy enough conditions, Shannon are on their way home, and they're on their way home to win, and they're going to take the men's junior 19 championship. Some real good strong rowing. They're still pushing it out. They haven't let that rate drop. It's the north side of 35 the whole way through, and these guys are just hammering it home. And if this course was twice as long, they'd still keep that pace up. They are in the zone, and they are going to come home. They're going to hit the line, and they're going to take this, and it will be sweet, and you will hear a cheer. Castleconnell, fair play. They are coming in, having done some good rowing. They put it up to Shannon, but clearly on the day, that Shannon squad are just one step ahead. Very nice rowing from the Castleconnell crew, but just not at the pace, not at the races today, unfortunately. But well done to Shannon. They've taken the junior 19 8 title. Next up, as Jerry heads back, is the women's club 8, Skibbereen, UCD, NUIG, and Shandon. So that's a 4-boat race. Jerry's going to, I see him heading back up now. He's going to let you know it's a bit windy at the finish here, Jerry. How's that in the middle of the course?
Alan, thank you very much. So after that men's junior 19-8 race, we've got the women's club 8 race now coming up shortly to look forward to. 5 boats, and the lineup is, well, the condition-wise, yeah, it's still the same. A little bit stronger in the tailwind, but still quite good. Fair across the course. There's no crosswind. It's straight down, and that rain has stayed away, which is good for everybody that's here. The Club 8's final, lane 1 on the far side will be empty. In lane 2 we've got a Skibbereen women's 8. In lane 3, the University College Dublin Boat Club, who will be on a bit of a high after winning the intermediate 8 yesterday. I don't know, I'm not sure if any of the girls who were in the intermediate are in the club 8. Send me a text if you have the answer to that. NUIG then from Galway, rowing the car up there in lane 4. Shandon from the Lee Rowing Club in lane 5 in Cork. And Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, they're rowing the Libby in Dublin in lane 6. So 5 crews, and we'll be picking them up shortly. That race is timed for 3 p.m., 3 minutes time. So I've no doubt that'll go off bang on time. So we're about 300 meters away from the start now, and the crews are just lining up. No doubt there's a big interest in this. So you'll have 45 individuals charging down here now between the 5/8s and the 5 coxes. So it'll be a great spectacle, and let's hope we get a close one. Well, that's what we want. I'm sure the crew that win it won't want a close one. They want to win as easy as possible, but let's see what happens anyway. So that race coming up now as we approach the start. Yeah, it's going to go very soon. They're on the starter's orders. So just to remind you, on the far side, lane 2, Skibbereen, road from out from Skibbereen and West Cork, rather. And there on the far side, lane 2, UCD Boat Club, UCD Ladies Boat Club in lane 3, lane 4, NUIG in Galway, lane 5, Shandon, Cork, lane 6, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. So just a little delay. The wind just tends to give a little bit of a whip now and again, but it's okay. The 8s won't feel it that much. That are coming down now. Here we go now, the roll call is on. They're all ready to push the feet off the plate. Here we go now. So they're away. Final of the women's club 8s. So in the tiered structure, you've got senior 8s, intermediate 8s, then club 8s, and then novice 8s. So it'll be the third tier of the women's and men's the weights group sections. So as they come away now, nobody's really broken away off the start. If anything, Skibbereen are slightly up on the far side in lane 2. So lane 2 on the far side, slightly ahead, with hardly anything now as they come up beside us. We watch them now on the bows come up to us, but nudging ahead there, Skibbereen, and beside them is UCD Ladies Boat Club. They're right beside each other now. They've moved out to about a half a length from the others. So these two are right beside each other on the far side. Skibbereen in lane 2, University College Ladies Boat Club in lane 3, and then beside them in lane 4, NUIG, about just under a length behind. They're all right beside each other, NUIG, Shandon and the ULBC. So it's a length now, just about a length. Skibbereen and UCD Ladies Boat Club out to a length. They're UCD, if anything, have a canvas now in Skibbereen, and then a length back to the ULBC, who are nudging into third position now, slight overlap. So the ULBC not letting them go as we approach the first 500. Through the first 500, UCD Ladies Boat Club, rowing the Liffey in Dublin, out they go. They're just trying desperately to get out in front of the Skibbereen crew on the far side in the dark boat. They've got about a third of a length. And then it's back to the ULBC on the near side, and half a length back to them. They're now into third position, and beside them, one across is Shandon, is about another quarter of a length behind, and another half a length back to NUIG. So that's the positions here. Great spectacle as they come along now. It's University College Ladies Boat Club, Dublin, half a length to Skibbereen, but they're not getting any more. Skibbereen are holding on to them now. It's settled down now to that half a length, and they're both stuck at each other on a half a length. And then I tell you what, the ULBC in the near side, they're just about another half a length behind. They're by no means out of it. And then it's about another half a length back to Shandon, and another half a length back to NUIG. So that's the positions as we approach 750 metres. Women's Club 8 final. University College, Dublin, half a length from Skibbereen. It has not changed in the last 300-400 metres. They're stuck to each other. Nothing's happened. They're absolutely, the bow of the Skibbereen boat is on the 4 girl of the, maybe 5 girl of the UCD boat. So there's nothing there. They're stuck to each other. We're following them here now. We're right up here beside them. This is a great race between these two, and they're moving away a little bit more all the time from DULBC on the near side, who better the link back, but they need to really stay with them. DULBC need to absolutely now be brave to try and stay with this, and Shandon then another quarter of a length behind, and then UIT falling off in the back about another length and a half behind. UCD a half a length from Skibbereen, that's all. Maybe they've taken another seat now at this point. We've gone through halfway. This is fast. There's that tailwind now, which they got to get quick catches, drop it in and drive it. And UCD are doing very well at that. They're managing very well. Skibbereen, UCD look more comfortable. They look like they can push it up that rate when they need to. From the Skibbereen crew, they've gone out now to 2/3 of a length. There's still the overlap though. UCD lead this way home at the moment. Rating 34. Skibbereen just under a length behind. Rating 37. So there is that difference. So UCD looking like they've got another gear there to kick on, and they're trying now to move out to get to that length and get a little bit of clear water. They haven't got it yet though from Skibbereen on the far side, and then it's back to another length to DULBC on the near side, and a half a length back to Shandon, and 2 lengths back to the NUIG. That's the positions. So we all know where we are here, but it's UCD Ladies Boat Club from the Liffey in Dublin. Do a lot of training out in Blessington, a lot of mileage under their belts here now, and they've got the length, they've got a little bit of clear water now, they've got about a foot, that's what they wanted. Trying to break that band now between them and Skibbereen. Skibbereen need to hold on, but they're not. UCD now are taking a couple of inches every stroke now. You can see it now, they're moving, they're moving. This is the crucial time as we approach 1500. UCD looking the stronger boats, they're out to about a third of a length of clear water from Skibbereen, who've got a length on DULBC, you've got a 2/3 of a length on Shannon, they got a length and a half on NUIG. So we've got about 1,450 metres to go. We'll follow for another few strokes here, but UCD are out to clear water. Women's Club 8 final Championship of Ireland. UCD Boat Club, they won an intermediate 8 yesterday. Are they going to do the double? It's theirs now, they're looking very strong. Skibbereen are falling they're back to about a quarter of a length of clear water behind them. So that's a lot to make up now in 8. It's UCD Ladies Boat Club, quarter of a length of clear water from Skibbereen, about a length and a half from DULBC, and about a half a length back to Shannon, and 2 lengths back to NUIG. Alan in the tower, take it home.
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, UCD seem to be well in control of this one. They've held off Skibbereen, they held off that Skibbereen challenge. The Skibbereen crew probably a bit lighter, a bit smaller, holding that higher rate, moving that boat really well, but UCD just seem to have something in reserve to respond to that push. Now, at this stage, it does look like a length. It does look like UCD are slowing slightly. The rate difference is very obvious as we look across, and I'd say that's still 1 length in it. DULBC are under pressure there from the Shandon crew, but out in front, and it does look like they'll hold on. It just the Skibbereen attack never ceased from the 1,000 metres, but they just haven't been able to put any distance into that gap. There's about a length and a quarter, and you're going to see UCD come home to take this Women's Club Championship. Fantastic rowing, fantastic racing all the way down, and by the end of this now, UCD are filled with power, and they are going to stick a length and a half into Skibbereen. Celebrations in the boat. We're going to see Skibbereen cross over second, Trinity third, Shandon fourth, and NUIG coming in fifth. Fantastic finish. Very strong, well rowed from UCD all the way down. Next up, at just in 4 minutes' time, as Jerry heads back down towards the start, is the women's junior 18-4. Galway, Castleconnell, Enniskillen, Van and Shandon. So well done to UCD, claiming the Women's Club 8 Championship. Stayed in control the whole way, under big pressure from Skibbereen, but they took it in the end. Jerry, we're going to head down to you and see exactly what the lineup is for the women's junior 18-4.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, we're flying it back up here now. Women's junior 18 Coxless 4 final coming up now. So, skillful boat where somebody has to steer the boat with the shoe. Nobody's steering it for them. No coxswain in the boat. We've got a 6-boat lineup, and we're charging up here to get there. We've got a great lineup, and 6 boats, every lane being used, and the lineup is in lane 1 on the far side of the enclosure. Galway Rowing Club having a good regatta. They won the women's pairs yesterday. Will they win the fours? They put a lot of hard work in, and this could be a good year for Galway Rowing Club. Let's see how they get on. Castlecontin in Lane 2. Enniskillen Royal Grammar School, such a stronghold of junior rowing ever since Derek Holland went in there a number of years ago. Can they do it? Van Rowing Club, they produce strong crews, internationals regularly. Shandon Rowing Club, what a fantastic rowing club over the last 20 odd years, and produced such great internationals and Olympians. Will these junior women be them? Will they join them for Paris, whatever? And Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, another stronghold of historically of junior rowing over the years. So big names right across here. 6-boat final. We'll be there now shortly, and we'll give you the commentary. You can follow me. I've got the best seat in the house, and you've got the drone, those watching online. So we'll pick it up now very shortly. Yeah, they're on the starter's orders now, and we might just miss the very beginning of it, but don't worry, they're going to come up fast on us very shortly. That tailwind is just steady, which is good. You know, it might be a slight bit more, but nothing to get upset about, and it's fair too, which is good. Straight down the course, so the key thing is that it's fair, and it's rowable, and they're the two main key features here, so that's good. Okay, yeah, we're nearly at we're going to get right up nearly to the start of this. And I desperately try to close my pocket so my foot doesn't fall in, but I'll get that done anyway. Here we go, it's off, they're away. And now don't forget, there's nobody steering this boat, no coxswain in the boat, there's somebody usually in the stroke seat. In a 6-lane course like that, the girl in the stroke seat will steer it from her right shoe. Which is a lot of effort goes into that, and it's taken for granted by a lot of people. But here we go. A little bit of guidance there with a white flag from the umpire. Now hold on, we have a problem. He's told him to stop rowing, just as I said all about the steering and yeah. Okay, so all crews have been told to stop rowing, and they have now. I'm not quite sure what happened there. We were swinging around getting in line, so possibly somebody interfered with another crew in the other lane off the start. It's usually the hardest part. You've got to get off straight. You've got to have equal power on both sides. The sweep rowing is at 180, and it's crucial that you run the boat straight off the start. So they're turning around to head back now. This is the thrill of it all. This is, it makes it more interesting for us up here. We watch them as they go back down now, and that will take about 5 minutes to get them all lined up to go again. And they will be the girls will be a little bit upset, but they'll have to regroup now and get back on again, because all the adrenaline there into that first 20-odd strokes before they were stopped, they got to do it all over again. So, yeah, steering crucial at this grade. It's a task that not everybody can do. Generally in a club you'll have one or two individuals who are really good at it, and then that's about it. The rest of them don't want to do it. But anyway, as they've all turned now, they're heading back onto the start, and the tailwind is a little brisky, but it's okay. So look, we're going to just tiptoe up here and watch them get back onto the start, and take a little break there. We'll come back to you in a minute.
another one out, Jerry.
So we just got official an announcement from the starter that Ban interfered with Enniskillen Royal Ground School and have been disqualified. Now we wait for an official, but that's what we've heard from the starter through the crews, announcing to the crews. So that seems to be coming, that's coming from the official starter here. Ban have been disqualified. Now we'll see if they come off the course if that is correct. That's a terrible pity now, and such a shame. They went over into Enniskillen Royal Grammar School's lane, rode into them. Oh, you know, now let me see. Okay, Connor just coming around. We just watch it here now. Terrible for fans, the girls in the boat, for all the officials and coaches watching down there. But as Van leaves the course, they're out of this race, unfortunately. Now I'm not sure whether that will all follow through, but let's wait and see. The crews are getting onto the start. Van have come away off to the side, so it looks like that's for sure, and are out of this race. So the other crews are getting... As the other crews now line up again, Van paddling under the bridge up beyond the start, and they are not going to take part in this women's Junior 4 final. Okay, so we line up again. So lane 4 will be empty. Lane 1 Galway Rowing Club, lane 2 Castleconnell, lane 3 Enniskillen, lane 4 is empty, lane 5 Shandon and Cork, and lane 6 Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. They're on the starters' orders now, and we will wait to start here now very quickly. Lined up there. It's a little tricky because the one is going straight down. These boats are very light, and the bows will shift over left or right, and you've got to be on the ball here. You've got to get away straight. And that first stroke is crucial that they squeeze it out and the bows shift through straight. So let's see how this one goes now. There's a bit more room anyway. It's lane 4 empty, so to the side. They know they can drift over that way slightly, and you don't have any there. But these lanes are quite wide, and there's a lot more room now when you look up the course. There's a lot more room there physically when you're coming down. So here you go. This roll call is being made. Women's Junior 18, Coxless Forwards, final is underway. Galway lane 1 on the far side, Galway 1 lane 2 beside them. In lane 3, Enniskillen Royal from Enniskillen, and lane 4 is empty, lane 5 Shambles and Cork on the green, and lane 6 Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. Away they go now, and out in front, canvas only is Enniskillen in lane number 3. And they've just got Galway Rowing Club now up level with them in lane 1 on the far side. These two crews now, as the umpire shouts at Castleconnell, is drifting across towards Galway, but they're out the back of it, so that won't be alright. In lane 2, they're going through beside them on the far side has clear water, so that's okay. Galway Rowing Club now moving out in front by a half a lane from Enniskillen Royal, and then it's another half a lane back to the crew on the near side, Shandon. So, looking back, actually, 4 crews, Commercial aren't, Shandon have had a bit of a mishap. Shandon, they got going again there. Something happened there with the girl in the 3 seat, but look, she's up and running again, that's great. Commercial not in this, I didn't notice that. Apologies on that, lane 6 is empty. Out front, Galway Rowing Club, let's watch this now. After all the events, let's have some good racing here now. Galway Rowing Club, having won the pairs yesterday, are they going to take the forward? They're out to clear water now from Enniskillen. With only about 500 metres, just through the 500 metre mark. Galway Rowing Club, a length out On Enniskillen Royal, you've got about 2/3 of a length on Shandon, and then it's another half a length back to the crew from Castleconnell. So that's the 4 crews now. They're the positions, but there's no doubt now it's Galway Rowing Club. If they win this one, my God, there's still a long way to go, but they're having a fantastic regatta now. So here we go. Oh, a little bit of a mishap to Galway, but they're up again. They're going. They'll be a little bit anxious now. They'll see themselves out to clear water, and they'll be just trying to settle down. So Galway Rowing Club out to about a length and a half of clear water from Enniskillen and a half a length then on the crew on the near side, Shandon, and then another length back to Castleconnell. So that's it, no change there, with no doubt about it. Galway Rowing Club now just need to settle down, they need to just relax. They've got that massive lead, about 2 lengths now, and they just need to, they're probably feeling a little anxious here, and they just need to just take this one down now, and it's looking a little bit better here now. As they're out on the far side, there's plenty of room on this steering now. They're just a little off the lane here, right over here, but they'll move back hopefully. They've got about 3 lengths now. This is good rowing from them. A little bit of steering issues back further, but Galway Rowing Club right out front here. They've got the run of the place as the girls talking to the Galway crew to get back on the lane. They're out nearly in lane 7 here, so they need to move back. That's it, they've done that now. That's it, yeah, they're okay, yeah. So they've been getting warned by the umpire, but there's nobody in the way, so they're okay now, they're on their lane, that's good. Galway lead the way here, 3 lengths. Shandon now moved into second position, about 3 lengths, 3.5 lengths behind Galway, and then another half a length back to Enniskillen, and another 2 lengths back then to the 4th crew from Castleconnell. So well spread out. Galway Rowing Club leading the way here now. Through 1,000 metres, halfway down this course, and the girls, the Women's Junior 18 Fours Championship of Ireland. It's Galway. They won the pairs yesterday. Are they going to win this 4th race today? They're looking good. They're stretched out. They're out there now, and they're about 3.5 lengths ahead from the crew in second position, Shandon. They're at 36 strokes per minute. They're not giving up. They're pushing along now along the course. Shandon in second position, but it's 3 to 4 lengths. It's a long way back now for them to hunt them down. And then another half a length back. Great race for second between Shandon and Enniskillen. But for them, though, Galway now sneaked it. Just little issues, but they're okay. Getting back on course again. That's it now. Doing okay. It's tricky, believe me. Steering down this, it's just it's part of the job, but you've got to learn your trade, and that's what these girls are doing. The future of Irish women's rowing. Galway Rowing Club winning this junior 4s. They're in the lead. They've gone about 1250, 1300 metres now, as we just have to come back a little bit here, but they still have that 3.5 length now as they're moving into lane 5 now. Their steering is a little bit erratic, but they're okay. They've got that good lead, so they can afford to go a little zigzaggy. They're doing very well. Shandon now in outright second position, about 3 lengths behind them on the near side in the light blue. You can see them there from the enclosure now, and about a length ahead of Enniskillen, and then 3 to 4 lengths back to Castleconnell. So that's it, that's the 4 crews. Women's Junior 18 Fours Championship of Ireland. They've gone about, let's go, we approach 1500. Are they going to win their second championship today? They're out again into lane 7 nearly. They need to just sneak back in there. They'll be okay. They should be okay. Just relax, girls. Take it home. You've got that nice lead through the 1500 metres as they come back into lane 6. Well done. They're steering away and rowing away nicely now. Still up at the high rate of 36, so that's good. They're not leaving it off to let them come back in. Shandon now on the near side in outright second position, but they're good 3 lengths behind. Another length and a half back to Enniskillen and 4 lengths back then to Castleconnell. Alan, there's about 400 metres left. Our Galway going to win the second championship this weekend. Take it home, Alan.
Galway looking very strong, as I just saw through the binoculars there. Enniskillen turning their bow towards the boathouse. They're back on track. Steering is an issue, but these girls are learning their trade, as Jerry said, but Galway have been powerful and have been strong, and if they went in a straight line they could be finished by now, but they are still out in front and still commanding this race. Shandon and Enniskillen are fighting it out for that second and third spot, or they're both well off the pace, but looking at this, you would have to say that Galway out in lane number 1 have rowed so well and deserve to come through on this, and they will. They're rowing strong, they're rowing together. Battle really for second place. Enniskillen Blue want to put a push in. Shandon holding that second place and have held it for quite a while. Enniskillen are going to react, but out in front, and well deserved to be out in front. It's that Galway crew. And it looks like they're going to take the Junior 18 Women's Cox's 4 as they come up to the finish line. They will have a commanding lead over the field, and that is a very, very well-deserved win. Shandon looked like they're going to hold on for second. Enniskillen had a little bit of a steering mishap there, maybe cost them a half a length or so, but looks like they're going to come in third. They have a nice lead over the Castle Tower boat, but as they hit the line, champions of Ireland, it's going to be Galway Rowing Club for the Women's Junior 18 4. I see Jerry in the commentary box charging down the lake at the minute, because up next is a big race, a men's senior quad. We have Lagan Skibbereen, UCC and the UL Shandon Composite. So Jerry's going to pick that up. There should be some race. The real fast men in this boat. Hopefully Jerry's boat has the horsepower to stay with this race.
Right, as we fly up here to pick up the men's senior quads final, we have a 4-boat cruise in this race. Lagan Scullers in lane 2 on the far side, lane 1 empty, lane 3 Skibbereen Rowing Club, lane 4 University College Cork Rowing Club, and lane 5 University of Limerick Shandon Rowing Club. So, some big names in here. The senior quads, the Skibbereen crew, Gary O'Donovan, Fintan McCarthy. Oh, he has an Olympic gold medal. Jake McCarthy, his brother, and John O'Reilly in there with the big boys, so big crew there. Skibbereen, can they take this one from the UCC crew with Gary's brother Paul O'Donovan, Ronan and Alex Byrne, and John Carney in there with them, getting the ride of his life. So these two big boats, University of Limerick, three of them, and that was one guy, Daphne from Shannon, the composite, and then we have the fourth boat, Lagan. As they come up towards us now, let's see this one. Big names coming towards us. Come down and watch this one, folks. Tighten up now as they come towards the Skibbereen. Skibbereen in lane 3 on the so Lagan have fallen behind, so we let lead about 3-4 lanes. So we watch the other 3 in front, but Skibbereen are out in front by about a half a length on the far side from University College Cork to their left near the enclosure, about a half a length, then a half a length back again to the ULRC Shandon Composite. So there's a half a length, a half a length, and a half a length between Skibbereen, UCC, and Shandon Composite, we call it. So here we go now. This is a great race. Whoa, look at these boys. Here we go. So Skibbereen looking very smart, all with the white caps on, and we can see them there now with the white blades flashing away. The tailwind is getting a little bit more choppier now. The conditions are tough enough, but UCC creeping up on them now. Here we go. They've got white caps on as well. Paul O'Donovan has his cap is topless. He's got just a little peak cap on the front. So they're a half a length behind them in the black with the red stripes. UCC now about a canvas behind them as we approach. We're through 1,100-1,200 metres. Skibbereen a canvas ahead of UCC and then a length behind back to the Shandon Composite. So we've got the Skibbereen crew on the far side. Gary O'Donovan stroking it. The UCC crew just right beside him, about 3 feet behind him with his brother Paul stroking it. This is a race you'll talk about now that you were at and you could see. The men's senior coxless quads championship of Ireland. So here we go as we come up to about 1,300 metres gone. Crews are dead level. Here we go. So Skibbereen leading. Oh, that tailwind, I tell you, they've got to get the hands down and away here, baby. I tell you, it's a great race. They're right about it. So Skibbereen now about 2 feet again. They've pushed back a little bit there, 2 feet. They're using all their skills to hold on. So they've got Skibbereen leading, but only by about 2 feet from UCC. They've got clear water then on the Shandon Composite. So it's down to a 2-boat race. We're coming up to 1,400 metres gone. Men's Cox's Quads Championship of Ireland. Skibbereen, full of mighty men in there beside the UCC crew on to their left on the enclosure side. Absolutely dead level. Here we go. UCC, Skibbereen. They're bow ball to bow ball. Lane 3 on the far side, Skibbereen. Lane 4 nearest to you, UCC. We've got a cracker. Come on down. Have a look at this one. Let go of your folks. Don't be putting on the trailer. Come down and watch this. Here we go. Skibbereen on the far side. Absolutely nothing in it between them and UCC. Dead level. We've gone about 1600 metres. I'm going to follow this another couple of 100 metres, Alan. I'm not letting go of this one as long as I can. Skibbereen, UCC, dead level. Here we go. So near out to Clearwater. Nobody else in this race, only these two crews. Gary O'Donovan desperately now trying to ram his crew home from his brother Paul. Both of them at around the same rate. They're in and out really together around 37 or 8 strokes a minute. Here we go. They're going to boot it over 40. You get your stopwatches out and have a look at this. I think UCC have gone into the front by about 2 feet now. I'm going to hand it over to Alan in about 5 strokes. Alan, it's UCC by probably about a foot or two from Skibbereen. Alan, take them home.
Sparks coming off the water as we see these two crews go head to head. UCC from this angle look like they have half a canvas over Skibbereen. This one is going to go down to the wire. This could change. The rain has come up. UCC notably rate change. Skibbereen, they're reacting, but they're reacting a little too slowly. That's gone to a canvas now at this stage. They're both up and up and up. This is going to be UCC's to lose at this stage. Skibbereen are coming back, but this is such a hell of a drive to the line. I think UCC are going to take this, and they have lifted that rate in the last 100 metres, and that is going to serve them well, and they are going to take this one home. They're going to see a 3/4 length win over Skibbereen crew. What a race. UL Shandon Thompson are coming in third, Langus Scullers back there in fourth, but what a race all the way down. That massive push from UCC at about 150 to go. Stuck half a length into that Skibbereen crew. What an amazing race. The cream of Irish scullers sees UCC win the men's senior pike pool.
Next up, we have a two straight final women's senior pair. That could be just going off the stake boats now. UCC versus Ban. I see Jerry is just after 1,000 metres heading down. Jerry, an amazing win there for UCC. Would you have seen it at the 500 metre mark? Were they showing well, or was it tossed a coin between themselves and Skibbereen?
Yes, Alan, it was an absolutely incredible race. Skibbereen got out in front by a half a length or so and held on there quite a bit, but UCC, you could see them attacking, and then they just had it there at the end. A memorable race, one of the best ones I've seen down here in Inniscarra, and I hope everybody enjoyed that. So moving on to the next race coming down, and we've got 4 races left. Next one is the Women's Senior Cox's Pairs Final. It's a 2-boat race, University College Cork and BAM. I know in the University College Cork crew, we have a bronze medalist, why not? Emily Hegarty from the third place Irish women's crew at Tokyo. So Emily Hegarty's on board here with Tara Hanlon, another high flyer in women's rowing, under 23 silver medalist, and she travelled to Tokyo as well. So that's a classy boat, and we're just trying here now, we're picking them up, 2-boat race, and this crew from UCC, the girls I just mentioned, lead by about 2 lengths from the crew from BAM. So so they've gone about, I'm just trying to figure out where I am on the lake, but you know, give me a second, I'll figure it out. I'd say about 600 metres in, 700. So UCC in lane 3 on the far side. They're going to do 2 championships in a row here, one after the other this afternoon. Having a great regatta indeed, with all these fine internationals now on board for UCC, studying away, and this crew now looking very polished indeed, as I mentioned. Emily Hegarty and Tara Hanlon. So they're out to about 3 lengths from Ban in lane 4 on the near side. So that's the positions here. Women's senior pairs, again, they're rowing with 1 oar. For those of you who just might be a little bit limited in your knowledge of rowing, so they had 1 oar each, whereas the previous race with the boys that came down, they had 2 oars each. That's sculling, this is sweep rowing, and they, again, one of them steers with their foot. So to me, I always believe this boat is the trickiest of all to get right, and these girls are doing a lovely job. Big long strokes, very experienced, Emily and Tara, and they're out there now to 2-3 lengths and just cruising along. So just looking at it here, they're at 36 actually, I think that's right. They don't look like they're 34, sorry, yeah, that's a good, nice, I like 34. They're going along nicely. Ban rowing very well, big long strokes, very strong, but unfortunately they're 3 lengths behind, rating 34 as well, both crews at 34. The tailwind is tricky, you got to get those hands down and away, you got to clear it, get away, and get the room, get the oar off the water, otherwise you clip it and anything can go wrong. So as we move on down here to about 1250, 1300, it's University College Cork, Emily Hegarty, a bronze medalist from Tokyo, Tara Hanlon, a silver medalist from the under-23s. Lots of experience here, lots and lots of experience, and that's why they're leading by 3 to 4 lengths from the Ban girls, who are putting in a very good performance indeed, I have to say. You know, it could be a lot more, and it's not though. They're giving them, they're racing them, and that's good to see. Coming up to 1500 metres gone now, and we'll watch this for about 5 or 6 more strokes before we hand it over. But it's University College Cork leading the way here in lane 3 on the far side through the 1500, and the women's senior pairs from Ban Rowing Club. Alan, I'll let you take this one in when you're ready.
Interview now, as Jerry said, UCC have a nice lead over Ban and probably controlling it at this stage. Tricky conditions, one of the hardest boats a pair to sit up and balance, especially when there's waves. Having been out there earlier on, this kind of breeze, as you can see from the tricolour and the Rowing Ireland flag. It might be a tailwind, but it does throw up a few waves and a very easy to clip an oar off that. Ban coming back into it now, you could say that the UCC crew, that Emily and Tara, are kind of controlling this race.
Just a reminder, the captain's meeting will take place at 4:30 this evening. The captain's meeting will take place at 4:30.
It's the smart thing to do to control your position in the race, whether or not for qualifying or for the win. But this UCC crew, very smooth, very strong, and I'd say they're going to cross the line with quite a bit left in the tank. Very good rowing from Ban, stay within shouting distance. A couple of lengths in it now as they come to the line. Unfortunate not to see a few more crews, but I suppose we're in very difficult times for clubs to put crews on the water in every category. Looks like UCC are picking it up slightly. Moving along very nicely now as they come into the last 5 or 6 strokes, and they're going to cross the line and they're going to take the women's senior pair title. Very well rowed from Ban, and as they come to the line, Emily and Tara add to their collection. Very nice collection of wins and podiums this year, and they take it for UCC. Just before we hand back, Jerry, I'd just like to remind people that they can stay outside the corned off area, even for presentations. Just makes everybody's life an awful lot easier, so if you could just respect. Plenty of photographs will be available. You can get plenty of photographs with pots and trophies, etc., but just not, the official ones released, but just not within the confined area there. So if you could please stay out of the gated area there down by the slip. Thank you. So day 2 almost at an end. Just 3 more races to come. The men's intermediate pair, the men's club single sculls, and the women's intermediate single sculls. They're coming up now. We have just in 1 minute's time the men's intermediate pair is going to be off. I'm going to hand it back now, send the river to Jerry, and he's going to give you the lowdown, give you conditions, and hold this one for the next 1.5 day or so.
Right, well, we're at the start of the men's intermediate pairs final. We've got 6 boats that made it through to today's final. In lane 1 on the far side, University of Limerick B crew. Lane 2, Cork Boat Club. Lane 3, University of Limerick A crew. Lane 4, Shandon. Lane 5, Commercial. Lane 6, UCC. And they've gone about 200 metres now. All crews away early. There's a little bit of steering issues, but it's okay now. It's settled down as the umpire, he's a bit frisky there with the flag. He's okay now. Out in lane 3 in front, it's University of Limerick A crew having a great championships here. They're out to a 2/3 of a length from Cork Boat Club in lane 2 on the second in from the far side, and then it's just another half a length back to Shandon in lane 3, and the second crew to University of Limerick in lane 1, and then another half a length back to Commercial, and then a length back to UCC. So they're the 6 crews, but out in front, we'll move up alongside them. It's looking big, strong crew. Remember them from the heats in lane 3. Out in the front there is University of Limerick A crew. They've got a length now as we come up to the first 500 men's intermediate pairs. So good, I thought they were senior, that crew out in front from University of Limerick. It's good rowing from them, big, long, dropping it in, and push it through. Lovely rowing from them, doing it all right, and well coached indeed. They're out there to clear water now from the crew. Shandon, about a half a length down to Cork Boat Club in lane 2, and a half a length back to Commercial, and then another length back to lane 1 on the far side, the B crew from the University of Limerick, and then a half a length back to UCC. All crews through that first 500. That tailwind, you know, it's challenging, and you got to be careful, especially in the pair now. If any one of these guys gets it stuck, it can cause mayhem, but let's hope that will not happen. But yeah, University of Limerick A crew now, classy crew, yeah, very good, rowing well to 700 metres, and I can tell you that they are rowing at 37 strokes a minute, so they're not letting anything, they're not letting off the gas here for sure. Nice middle of the course stuff now. They've gone off, they've powered off the anaerobic stuff all out of the way now. They're into the aerobic stuff, all that winter's training, the long mileage, the UT2 stuff, all that UT1, it's all there now for them. They're using it up nicely down the middle of this course. They're out to about 2.5 lengths, and it's the next 3 crews are all bunched up: Cork Boat Club, Shandon and Commercial. Look, if University of Limerick A crew wasn't in this, it'd be a great race for the other 3, and then a link back to the second B crew on the far side, lane 1 from University of Limerick B, and a couple of links back to UCC. But University of Limerick continue to lead. They've gone through halfway now, about 1,100 metres gone. Men's intermediate pairs. Everybody's steering well down the course now. All the guys doing the steering jobs are absolutely bang on the money here. Down the straight, nobody's hitting boys, and it's good to see, because with the little following tailwind and the sun leaning against the boys, it's very hard to see them, so it's challenging to be able to see those lanes and keep yourself straight. And we could see the issues there with the women earlier on in the junior 4s, the problems they have. So these guys are a bit more experienced, intermediate, some of them been around quite a number of years, and but no doubt about it, University of Limerick continue to lead now, stretching it out, probably drop their rating a little bit more here now, looking very comfortable. I should get them a 36 though, I'm not sure if that's right now, if this thing is correct. Second place Commercial now moved into second, so, but there's still 3-4 lengths behind them, that's the problem, and only a half a length down to Cork Boat Club, and a half a length back to Shandon, and a length back to the B crew from the University of Limerick. So great race going on here for second, but it's University of Limerick leading the way here in the men's intermediate pairs. The A crew in lane 3 right in the middle of the course. Here we go, so we've got 2 more races after this, but there's no doubt about it, these guys they need to be shipwrecked before they lose this one, I guess. And they're coming up towards 13 and 50 metres gone as they approach you now. And you get hopefully good pictures online as well, overhead, looking down at them. Everything is great here, and we're following the men's intermediate pairs. University of Limerick continue to lead. 3-4 lengths, I'd say I give them 4 anyway. And Commercial hold on to second, just about from Cork, who are mounting a challenge now, and Shandon as well, the University of Limerick B crew. But Commercial in second from Cork, great race going on there for that second position. But as they go through about 16:50, University of Limerick A crew in lane 3, leading from Commercial, from Cork Boat Club, from Shandon and University of Limerick B on the far side. I'll hand over to you, Alan, on the finishing tower now to take this men's intermediate pair home.
Having watched this UL squad now that are out in front, this UL pair in the heat earlier on, they were very dominant. You knew they were holding back power, and they have it all to give in spades, and they're in control of this. Commercial on the enclosure side look like they're putting in a bit of a push, but I'd say that this UL squad have led from the off. Cork having a little bit of a stutter there, as Jerry has said. If you hit a wave at all or anything, it's quite easy to do. Letting it back into the Commercial on the near side. The battle really is for second place, because this UL squad have been dominant. They were very, very impressive in the heat, and it looks like they're going to charge home to take this men's intermediate pair final. They've led from the start. They haven't been under pressure. They have put so much work. It belies the amount of effort that they've put in to reach this state, to reach this speed, to reach this power. They're going to cross the line first. The amount of work and effort that they have put in, and they truly deserve that. Commercial are going to roll in second. It's a battle for third, but certainly one of the very, very well-deserved championships there, won by UL. They led from the off. They were under no pressure, but they got themselves into that position through hard work, grit, determination. Next up, the men's club single scull final. I see Jerry, he's on his way down. He's just gone beyond the 1,000-metre mark, so he's going to pick up that race. Last 2 races, men's club single scull coming up next, and then the women's intermediate scull, and that will see us out for day 2. Another full packed day tomorrow. Weather looking quite good actually at the moment. Obviously that can change, but today, nice tailwind. Those grey clouds seem to have disappeared. Jerry, we're going to head back to you down on the lake, and we'll pick up for the second last race of the evening.
Welcome back here. We got 2 races left, and the next one timed for 15:50. Just a little over 2 minutes away, and we're charging back up to pick up on this race, the men's club single sculls final. They all had time trials earlier on this afternoon to get 6 fastest boats, and the lineup as follows. The 6 guys that made it were Hurley from Commercial in lane 1 on the far side, Queen's Morgan in lane 2, DUBC Stevens in lane 3, St Michael's Foley Kylie in lane 4, Clonmel Kylie in 5, and Skibbereen C O'Donovan in lane 6. So we're desperately trying to get up here now to get these guys off the start. Apologies to Clonmel and Katie, not Kylie, but anyway, he's in lane 5 over near the enclosure. So 6 boats, and this is their second time on the lake this afternoon. They'll have had a couple of hours rest between the heats, or the time trials rather, and the final here now. So they're just about to go here. Tailwind is quite strong, so these guys need to be on their game in the single sculling. It's such a delicate thing really when you're not in the water, trying to keep that boat steady as you take your full 80, 90 kilos, whatever, back up for the next stroke in this tailwind. So let's see how these guys do it now. Club men's single finals, they have left the pontoons. And we give you the line-up again. Commercial Hurdy in lane 1 on the far side. Pre-University Belfast Boat Club. Morgan in lane 2. Dublin University Boat Club. Stevens in lane 3. St. Michael's Limerick Boat. Kylie in lane 4. Clonmel in lane 5. Keeley. 6. Skibbereen. C. O'Donovan. And as they approach 250 metres gone, it's absolutely level between the St. Michael's Sculler in lane 4 and Stevens DUBC in lane 3. So DUBC, having won the novice quads this morning, desperately unlucky not to win. It was such a great race yesterday in the Club 4's final. They were just picked on the line. But will Stevens take this one? But it's early days. Stevens probably about a canvas in front from the St. Michael's Sculler, if anything. But St. Michael's now come back up level with them. These two now dead level and a half a length back to Commercial on the far side. Early in third position, who's a half a length ahead then of Queen's Morgan in lane 2 beside him on the far side. And then another link back to Clonmel, Katie, and then another link back to Skibbereen C. O'Donovan. As we approach 500 metres gone of this 2K race, down the course, heading towards Cork, heading towards the boathouses, and going from southwest to northwest, and through the first 500 metres, it's St. Michael's now jumped out into a lead, about just under a length from Stevens, so from DUBC. So Odin Keeley from St. Michael's moves out in front from Stevens DUBC. Will he stay with them now? This is where the work starts. And then it's about a length and a half back then to the Sculler in lane 2, Queen's Morgan. He's in third position and a half a length then back over to the near side, Clonmel Keeley. And then another 2 lengths back to C. O'Donovan and Skibbereen, who's level with the Commercial Sculler on the far side already. So let's move up now in front because 2 Scullers have broken out. St. Michael's leading the way here. Bodie Keeley, he's got a length from Stevens DUBC as he goes through 750 metres, roughly. So that's it, about 2 lengths back then to the other 2 Scullers, dead level, Queens and Clonmel. 2 lengths back to Skibbereen and Commercial. So it's just under a length now. Will Stevens, now what's he going to do? Is he going to let him go, or is he having a little look over the shoulder? So this is where he has to really think about what he wants to do here. Where is he going to do the massive push? Will he do it at the end or do it now? Because St. Michael's have that length. Now it's not an awful lot in single sculls. We've had to drop back a little bit, which is a little unfortunate. We don't want to throw the wash at anybody. So Commercial who's drifted back a bit on the far side. So St. Michael's leading the way here by about a length from DUBC. And he certainly hasn't got away, hasn't got any more. And then it's about 3 lengths back to Clonmel on the near side now. He's pushed into third, a length ahead of Queens. And then about 3 lengths back to C. O'Donovan, Skibbereen and Commercial in lane 1. St. Michael's continue to lead the way. Is this going to be a championship for St. Michael's of Limerick? Is Odie Keeley going to take this one? He's looking very good at the moment now as they move through the second half of this course. It's 1,200 metres gone. St. Michael's lead the way in this men's club single sculls from Stevens DUBC. Stevens DUBC though is hanging on, he's holding on, he hasn't broken away from him. So there's plenty of breeze, there's plenty of water left for him to eat back into this. Trying to get a length back in a single scull is so much easier a task than an 8, say if you have a length in an 8. So Stevens now, he sees him there, he can see him out of the corner of his eye. Has he got that energy? Has he got that appetite to attack? Because he's got about 750 metres now to get him. And I think we might have a race on here. He's nudging him, but we have to wait and see now. Will St. Michael's respond? We're just falling back a bit more here now as this race spreads out now. There's a big gap between first and last, but there's a race on. St. Michael's from DUBC, but St. Michael's still leading by that length, or a little less possibly, from Clonmel, from Queens. That's the way it looks now as they go about 1,300 metres. We'll watch it here now, but it's still St. Michael's, Foley Keeley leading the way here from Stevens, but by no means over. I think there's a wind up here from Stevens. Let's see if it happens. But has St. Michael's got it? in him to take it and move it on again. He's led most of the way down here. They approach 1400 metres as we fall right back on this. I hope you can see good viewing on this on screen now as this race unfolds. Men's Club 1 single sculls final, St Michael's from DUBC as they go through 1500 metres from Clonmel. Alan, I'll let you take this one from the finish line, from the tower to take it home.
So as Jerry had to drop back there to avoid washing out any participants, I've just, this is really a two-horse race, and as I just said that, the St Michael's Foley County just tipped over onto stroke side. Stevens in the white of DUBC. Now these obviously in lane 3 and lane 4, the two fastest qualifiers from the time trial earlier on today, are really putting this head-to-head. Difficult to say from this angle. It looks as though DUBC have put in that push and have taken a lead. I'm looking at it now from across from the boathouse, but St Michael's still in it. It's definitely a two-horse race. Maybe that little touch over onto stroke side for St Michael's Foley County cost him a bit. Stevens looks like he's put in a bit of a push, big and strong. And he seems to have taken a bit of a length out of the St Michael's sculler. Clonmel still holding on the third spot, but as they come into the last 150 metres, Stevens of DUBC seems to have overtaken St Michael's. Foley County just seems to have either run out of steam or that little tip onto stroke side. He's upped his rate now, but at this stage it's probably 3 lengths to get back in front, and he's just running out of water. This looks like it's going to be a men's club single scull win for Stevens of DUBC. As they come up to the line, there's probably going to be 3 lengths in it. 2.5, 3 lengths. Stevens is going to hit the line now, and this is going to be a championship for Dublin University Boat Club. Stevens, he takes it over St Michael's. Foley County got a valiant race all the way down, and a great race there from Healy of Clonmel, who's held on. Very sporting there, Foley County of St Michael's, giving Stevens a round of applause. The rest of the crews roll in across the line, and I see that Jerry has made his way right the way down, and he is going to bring home the final race of the day. That is the women's intermediate single scull. So just finishing up there, the men's club single scull, a win for DUBC Stevens. Jerry, it's down to you for the final race of day 2.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks for that. And well done to Thomas Stevens, DUBC. He was brave there to come back and poor old St Michael's, but he led for most of that race. But tremendous race. Well done to everybody. So yeah, we got the last race of the day now, day 2. Here at Inniscarra, women's intermediate single sculls. The second tier behind the seniors, and this tailwind, it's a little tricky, but it's just about okay. But single scullers now, some of them will thrive in it, others will struggle a little bit, but let's see what happens here. We've got 6 boats that come through the heats this afternoon. Lane 1 on the far side, St Michael's Limerick, Benson. Lane 2, Kenmare, O'Neill. Lane 3, Fermoy, Bergen. Lane 4, University of Limerick, Coffey. Lane 5, Kilorgan, O'Donovan. And Lane 6, Carrick-on-Shannon, Murtha. So, as everything's ready to go here, they're on the starter's orders, and I think they're just about 100 metres off the start, and we'll watch them and ride with them down the course here. Quite a tailwind now. It's probably picked up another metre or so per second, and a little challenging now. As I said, some scullers like it, they love it. It doesn't bother them, they just whip the hands away, down and away, and they get on with it. Others, they just get it into their head, I can't do this, and they struggle. So let's see how this develops. Slight delay, they're just trying to get them all aligned on a race. Good afternoon's racing. Some good racing there now. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we got this last one to come down, and let's hope it's close. Okay, roll call. We'll be off here in 15 seconds. Gives the roll call across, and then it's a 10 and go. We have a race, they're away. All 6 scullers straight as an arrow in their lanes. This is intermediate, so there'll be a lot of experienced girls in here, plenty of years under their belts. Next step is senior rowing and trying to break through into the big league. So as they come up towards us, some scullers jump out into leads very quickly, and looking at it here is lane 4, University of Limerick Coffee, who's got a half a lane down on the cruising side of from Bergen. So it's just such early days, and then it's another canvas back to lane 2, Kenmare O'Neill, who's level with the crew, O'Donovan and Fintan, and then lane 1 on the far side, St. Michael Benson, who's level with her. And then the only sculler going adrift at this stage is the sculler Carrington Shannon Murtha, over on the near side of the enclosure, Carrick on Shannon. So close enough now for a sculling race, and you know, you can see the odd sculler getting caught slightly, which upsets the rhythm, and they just have to try and avoid them as much as possible. But moving out into a length lead now is the sculler in lane 4. That's University of Limerick Coffee. She's got a little bit of clear water now, which is great for her as it comes to 400 metres. She'd be quite pleased with that start now as she settles down into her middle of the course race. And then behind her about a half a length, or a little less than a length anyway, of clear water behind her is the sculler in lane 3 from Bergen, and then still over and O'Donovan. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Through the 500 metre mark, it's University of Limerick Coffee leading by a length of clear water from Bergen, who's got a half a length then on O'Donovan and O'Donovan, who's got just under a length on the crew on the far side, St. Michael Benson. And then she's got a length of the next 2 scullers just to the 500 metre now, lane 2, Kenmare O'Neill and Carrington Shannon Murtha. So beginning to spread out a little bit now. Sculler in lane 4, University of Limerick Coffee, she's getting away. So they have to decide now, are they going to just let her go, because she's got a couple of lengths of clear water here through 600 metres. University of Limerick having a fantastic championships, and this Coffee sculling so well. She looks very composed, and she's moving away even in about 4 lengths now from O'Donovan and O'Donovan in second position. She's got a half a length down on Fermoy Bergen in third position. There's the top 3, and then a little bit of clear water back to St. Michael Benson over on the far side of lane 1, and then lane 2, which is Kenmare O'Neill and Carrington Shannon Murtha, and lane 6 are level then in 5th and 6th, a lane further adrift. But there's no doubt about it, as we come through in this final race of Saturday's afternoon entertainment here at the Rowing Championships in Inniscarra, the women's intermediate single sculls final. University of Limerick Coffee leading the way here. She's got 3 lengths at least on O'Donovan, who's now moved into second position, and she's got a half a length down on Fermoy Bergen. She's got a half a length in St. Michael's in lane 1 on the far side, Benson, and then a couple of lengths back to Kenmare and Carrington Shannon. So she's well in control of this race through the level. Whoops, she had a little bit of a mishap, but she's okay. So this is what happens, you know, and you gotta just, anything can happen here, and you just gotta get down there. That's number 1, and get the oars into the water and then push them too hard. Just it's what you do out of the water is the dangerous bit. Just keep the hands spinning, you know, that's a different way to do this in a tailwind like this. Some people love it and they really do well at it. Anyway, University of Limerick Coffee continues to lead now as they come further and further down the course. Women's intermediate single sculls. I think we should watch out for this girl. She's looking quite good. She might be something we can look forward to in the future at a higher level. But she's just dropping that oar in and just standing on the stretcher. Lovely rowing from her. So that's really nice rowing for her. So second position now is getting is hotting up. We've got St. Michael's attacking on the far side now, coming back into contention here. Herself and Killogan on the near side in lane 5 are level, and St. Michael's probably moved into second now. She's got her right. She's done her winter's training, this girl from St. Michael's. She's pushed down into second outright, and she's got a length in lane 3 for Moy Bergen. She's got a half a length down Killogan and O'Donovan. But as we continue down the course here, approaching 1300 metres, University of Limerick just tipping away at it. Boat speed is being maintained, nobody's coming back on her. Apart from St. Michael's, who's gone through the others now, over the last, quite impressive what she's done now to move into outright second. So well done to her out on the far side on lane 1. She's got that outright second position and moving along nicely. So through 1500 metres, the final race of today, women's intermediate single sculls here on Saturday. We've got lots more racing here tomorrow, and we really look forward to that. But let's watch this one out to the end. All you University of Limerick fans and coaches and mothers and fathers and everybody, this is another one to have a smile on your face for, because barring any disasters now, she should take this one home. She's about 400 metres out now. And she leads the way. Copy from University of Limerick, leading the way in lane 4. From St. Michael's on the far side in lane 1, Benson, and then it's from Moy in lane 3, Bergen in third position, a lane further back, and then a lane back to Killogan O'Donovan. On for the last time this afternoon, takes this women's intermediate single sculls home to the line.
What a fantastic day and 2 days it's been for the University of Limerick as Coffey pushes towards the finish. Now, a bit of a challenge from St. Michael's. Coffey from UL has led all the way for Jerry, but there's certainly a push being made on the far side with the St. Michael's Benson. That's far from over. I'd say there Coffey is responding well. There's certainly a push on, but this is a 2-horse race now at this stage. Just checking out, Benson still rolling nice and smooth, rolling strong, but certainly there's a bigger push there from Benson on the far side as they come into view now. It does look like UL maybe are in a bit more control than I would have told earlier. Probably has a lane for Benson and a bit of Benson of St. Michael's, but she is led from start to finish. It looks like she is in complete control. Look at that beautiful stroke, long and strong and moving away from the St. Michael's challenge. As soon as it was put up to her by the St. Michael's push, she responded, and she's going to respond by putting clear water and about 4 lengths in between her and the St. Michael's Benson. But crossing the line to win the final race of the day, it is Coffey from UL, winner of the women's intermediate single sculls. As we finish up now for the day, that's the final race of day 2, 45 races down. We kick off again tomorrow, day 3 starting at 9 AM with the women's senior single sculls. Just falls to me to say thank you to everyone who joined us online, all the crews and coaches, the winners, but more importantly, the rest of the participants, everybody out there gave it their all. Special thanks. Special thanks to Jerry and Brian, the co-commentators, and most importantly to all the volunteers, because this event wouldn't happen, would never happen without the volunteers. It does no harm if you see somebody in a high-vis jacket, just to say thanks, because without them, none of this would be here. So as we wrap up here, just one final announcement. If we could again ask everybody to stay out of the gated area in front of the enclosure. That's for athletes collecting their prizes only, or people collecting votes. No public access to that, I'm afraid. So we're back here tomorrow, as I said, Day 3, the final day of the 2021 men's championships. We start off at 9 a.m. with the women's singles goal. Everybody safe home, enjoy your evening, and thanks again.
Haven't lost it anyway.
reminder, the captain's meeting will take place at 4:30. Campus meeting will take place in 5 minutes. Campus meeting in 5 minutes. Citizens of me to the regatta office, please. The following vehicle is causing obstruction and needs to be removed. 142C5772. That's 142C5772. If this is your vehicle, please move it immediately.